That one was spicy.
So the Warriors have to play 48 minutes.
So I see this going 7. I have it. I have the Nuggets in 7.
Ant-Man, Batman, Watchman, Lakers at 5.
It's money time now.
Let's go. Yeah. Yo. We're live. We got a special edition of the 10 Toes Down podcast today. We're going to do a debate. First time I'm hosting a debate on this channel. We do a lot of impromptu debates. This is going to be a formal one. Waiting for the last judge to pull up. But up until then, since we got a little mini panel up here, shout out to C-Dub. I know he's working hard, man. He's at his day job. So, he's the most valuable producer in my opinion, man. He's really the captain of this GoCast podcast ship. But yeah, this is the 10 Toes Down podcast. We'll be on Thursday night. Started a little early. We're trying to get this debate up. We want to get the last judge in here in the building before we start. King John from the Go James Kingdom platform. We didn't want to look like we was rigging the panel. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I keep it, bruh. One thing about me, integrity is my middle name, man. I'm gonna judge the argument. Now, one thing I do is fact check. So, capping, you gonna automatically lose that round. In my opinion, if I catch you in a bad fact that I can disprove, so that's my deal as a judge. I don't know about T Perfect. I don't know about King John, but this is so we got a neutral panel up here. You know what I mean? Like me and Ajani has had our battles, right? Me and T Perfect has had our battles. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I say Charles Smith is the GOAT. Yeah. Shout out to Woodage. The true Bulls fans. There's one thing. Y'all can call this guy Lexi Jeffrey all you want. This motherfucker is a Bulls fan. And we all know back in the day, all those Bulls fans were basically Michael Jordan fans. And as soon as he retired, all of a sudden the niggas was Laker fans. No, this is Woodage. He is a true blue Bull fan. Hey, Scott, we gonna drop the link after the debate. You know what I'm saying? Like, and please make sure you did your homework tonight, Scott. You know what I mean? I don't want I don't want the grades dropping because I'm down here in Brazil. School is already going. You know what I mean? But and I got my little one ain't in school. You're actually gonna start school on Monday. That's crazy part. You're gonna do a little something down here, so that's cool. But you know what I mean. So Scott, make sure you do your homework before you pull up here and try to debate with us grown folk.
Oh, anyway. Jeremiah doesn't like Herm. No.
See, that's why we can't have you up here. We can't have you influencing the audience and you know what I'm saying? Like Herm is here to debate Ajani, not you, Scott. All right.
Jeremiah, I can tell you, there's enough of Herm to go around. I mean, like, wait your turn. We'll get you down in a couple of weeks to debate Herm.
Yeah, what's up? And my co-host JB, he's pulled in. You know what I mean? JB, shout out to JB. What's good? Yeah, we go. As you know, JB, the main, our main topic is the Pacific Division, but we are doing a debate first. So, if the panelists got time to stick around, they can definitely contribute. Because, Pacific Division, I ain't gonna lie, man. My opinion, it looking a little rough. You know what I'm saying? Looking a little rough. But I want, a couple of things I want to talk about before we get started. We waiting for King John to pull up, and he should be on his way, according to Travis. I want to talk about the slim down Zion, man. I honestly, I saw the full body pic. I'm like, Jesus Christ, bro. Is this the year he finally breaks out? Look, Zion, if you look at him on a point per game minute, like if you look at him in per minute, this guy performs. When he's on the court, he performs. The problem is, right, just like Joel Embiid, you can't count on this guy to be on the court. You talk about like 50% of the available games, something like that. I don't even know what the official percentage is, but Zion is the truth as a talent. You know what I'm saying? So you like to see it just for the league. If Zion is ready and going to give you, look, we ain't going to expect this dude to play 82 games, but can we get 65 so he can qualify for an award or two? Yeah, I mean, bro, as I said, look, this is the NBA. They got unlimited money, bro. Like the budgets. You know what I'm saying? The budgets. Get this man a nutritionist and a cook. Like, come on, guys. This man should not be in no Wendy's drive-through. He should be no In-N-Out burgers, no Chick-fil-A. I
Well,
mean,
something crazy. No one
yeah,
out.
he can do Chick-fil-A once a week. Like, but goddamn it, you know what I'm saying? This guy should not be over 300. So, you know, get him in a spelt 260 to 265 to 275. You know, I saw you guys comparing his numbers to Barkley's, and his numbers were better than Barkley. Well, yeah, in the per game, but Barkley played. Go back and look. Barkley played almost every game early in his career. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, he was doable.
you know, I mean, it's a whole different thing, and you know, we all know that the numbers a little bit different in this era to that era, but you know, yeah, we're gonna have a you know, again, I don't want to give too much away. I don't want the contestants to give it, but we're gonna do a stats versus intangibles, and what you know. Honestly, the debate is going to have to explain to me their points, because this is a concept debate, and I like concept debates. I think player debates are overdone. I like teams versus team and concepts. You know, sports concept more than anything. You know what I mean? So,
Sure.
Travis, how do you think this debate is going to go? Because this is an interesting concept debate. What do you expect?
Why Bar coming at Herm like that though?
Yeah, Mark does that every time. I think this is going to be a fantastic debate. Obviously, two guys who are good at it. A very interesting topic, nuanced. Yeah.
Bar. Look, Bar, I'm surprised you came back up here the way I mic dropped your ass. I mean, Mar and Iron Man, if you talk about a 20 versus 1, first of all, Mar talks enough for 10 people. And Iron Man was coming with the facts. I ain't gonna lie. Iron Man hit me for a loop with a few of those facts. Here's the problem. Still didn't give a satisfactory answer, in my opinion, of what LeBron was the GOAT at. Because again, if LeBron is the GOAT, you got to give me one aspect of basketball where he's the GOAT. Because like I said, they didn't like that every time they came with an answer, I came with a counter. Well, that's the point of a discourse, right? You come up with a, you know, again, like I said, if the go to stats, in my opinion, is Will Norman Chamberlain. Okay? Again, the man just owns the NBA record book. He has records that have stood since the 60s that you cannot break. In his last season, he set the record for field goal percentage in a season. That's a record. That's an all-time record. See, I know they like to say LeBron has a lot of all-time records. Well, he has the like career points. He has career field goal. If you want to count field goal percentages and free throws. Now, again, Iron Man came up with steals in the playoffs, right? Playoff steals. So he has that. I think he also, we all know he has playoff points again.
Offensive rebounds?
Offensive rebounds, yes. I think it's defensive rebounds.
Oh, defensive rebounds. You're right. Even better.
Because LeBron has never been a great offensive rebound. Even an exposer can admit to that, right?
What is great, though? What is great?
Thank you. I'm glad that you said that. What is great? We know bro knows none of the sort. So continue.
So is LeBron a great offensive rebounder? Yes or no?
LeBron is a great rebounder.
I mean, relative to his position, he's probably a really good offensive rebounder, to be honest. That's all you can really compare it to, right? Like their positions.
Mm-hmm. The best offensive rebounder of all time, in my opinion, is Moses Malone. Second would be Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, when you play in the era with dudes bricking a lot, yeah, I got you.
Some more opportunity. Well, guys, I mean, so many threes. You would think LeBron be able to track a lot of these 3-point misses.
He does. Takes him to the other way.
I mean, but he's never. I don't think he's averaged.
The GOAT.
Has he ever averaged 3 in a season? I don't think it's too many seasons where he averaged 2 offensive rebounds.
I don't know no NBA player that ever averaged 3 offensive rebounds per game. Nobody ever tracks that but Zesty Jeffries.
Oh,
Nobody tracks no stat like that.
nobody
I've
checks on.
honestly
That's
never
funny.
looked that up.
Today's debate is going to be about stats and intangibles, but here it is. We have somebody
Yes,
talking
yes.
about
I
offensive
want to
rebounds.
know how much you value the stats because
Wait, who's arguing what? Who's arguing for stats and who's
You
doing
know who's
that?
arguing stats. Come on now. Don't even go there, T Perfect. You already know who argues.
Yeah, you
stats.
already know. You already
that.
know
You
that.
already
Stupid
know.
question, my
I
bad.
am
You
I am
already
the
know that.
sire of stats right here, my friend. Stats is
what's
my
so
friend.
what's up with King John? Is the Chicago L running? The Chicago L trains
I
running
don't think
slow?
if he sent him saying he might show up, that's
Yeah, he said he was-
black
he was-
terminology for telling you, hey, I ain't showing up.
Yeah, he
Travis
said he
don't
said,
know that though. Travis don't know that.
Yeah, I don't
Travis
know that. I'm not privy, but he said he might, but he would be late. But it's whatever.
Yeah, see that? Hey, Herm, somebody you invited said they coming over and they tell you, hey, I might show up. I might be late.
They ain't gonna come. They ain't come. If they
Bro,
do, they'll be
King,
there for the last 10
King
minutes.
Speech Pro,
so
King Speech Pro, you invite your homeboy over. He say he called you last minute. Say, hey man, I might be late. I might not be coming. What that mean? What that mean?
I don't know. Look. This is this
Should I
is
say that?
It's all right.
we
I've been
here's the
drinking.
thing. We can have
we can have two solid, non-biased judges, and then let the chat choose for the third round. Man, that's all. It's okay.
Yeah,
that
I'm voting for whoever lies the most. They get my vote.
Yeah, I've been drinking because we
can do
had an
that.
open bar, so I don't want to.
He said we had
See,
open
look,
bar.
yeah.
Shout out to
See,
you.
CW is wasted.
On a
See,
Thursday.
and CW's MJ's hometown, ain't you?
Yeah, I'm in
Ain't you
Wilmington
in
right now. I'm in the home of the goat. So
You know, home of the GOAT. Yes, Wilmington, North Carolina, the home of the GOAT. Shout out to Laney High School.
yeah.
Awesome. Oh well, fucking let's do this shit. I gotta watch the Seahawks lose.
All right.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Have you? I'm just one more chance. Did you hear anything from the last time you heard from him?
Like as soon as I sent him the link, but like an hour ago, he's like, "Okay, got it."
All right, let's see. Maybe he'll.
You did say you wanted to rant. We'll wait till 9:30. If Herm.
All right. I want to rant. See, I try to talk about the Knicks. You know, everybody loves to get at me, and I wish that's why I want King John to pull up here too. Because let's talk about the New York Knicks. Because I got the New York Knicks. If y'all looked at, if anybody's seen my Atlantic division, I started with the Atlantic division.
I think they're coming out of the East.
Preview. Yeah, I think they're coming out the East too, and I think they're the class of the division. Shout out to my brothers at All Ball TV right now. They were talking about Mitchell Robinson, and they were talking about potentially trading for Zion. You know, I think those guys, I love them dudes, but they always want the next superstar. And I think we got enough troops to go. I think we're deep. I think Mitchell Robinson is, a healthy Mitch is going to really, really put the Knicks in the forefront. Again, he's the key to the defense. He's the quarterback of the defense. He makes everybody else's job easier. So shout out to Mitchell Robinson. Hopefully we get a contract extension going for him. But this year, the Knicks are about business. And, I was told that the Knicks have the two stars are negative defenders. Now, okay, I mean, objectively, that might be true.
Negative?
They're negative defenders. He said, when's the last time? And I this is on the GoCast last night, and I had to pull up and hijack the show for about 45 minutes because so many people talk about my Knicks, man, and it's just like, man, y'all like this is the best Knicks team since the Ewing era. It really is complete. Good starting five, good defenders, good wing defenders.
I don't believe
You don't believe him? See, I get it. That's the culture. The Knicks.
I don't believe in them, man.
First, look, I get it. The culture is no one is able to build up a team and come. The Knicks aren't sneaking up on nobody. You know what I'm saying? They're not sneaking up on nobody, but everybody believes there's a curse in the building. Look, I'm just looking at I don't believe. Fuck all that bullshit, man. Fuck all that bullshit. Jalen Brunson is one of the most unguardable one-on-one players in the league. Big Cat. Shout out to Bo Bridges, can stretch the floor. You know what I'm saying? That too. You talk about two guys that scored 60 points in the 2023-24 season. Okay? So you talking about two guys that can light it up at any point. All right? With a defense, I believe in Mike Brown. I believe that Mike Brown got the shaft over there in Sacramento. I don't know why they gave up on the show that quickly. But he gave some dividends. He didn't really have the defensive pieces to play typical Mike Brown defense, but he showed he is innovative offensively. And I think he's going to add something to Tom Thibodeau. I think Tom Thibodeau, we had a ceiling with Tom Thibodeau. So, look, this is the year. Tatum is out. Halliburton is out. I still think the Indiana Pacers and Boston. So I actually picked the Boston to win 47 games this year. Like a lot of people gonna be surprised that they're still competitive because they still got one of their all-stars. And it's actually, I think White is an all-star level player. But yeah, man. A lot of people say I don't believe it. Let me ask you this, Herm: who's taking the Knicks out?
I think Cleveland with the signings that they made, I think they could beat y'all.
So is Alonzo Ball?
But I also think the Philadelphia 76ers, if healthy, they could beat y'all too.
Okay, so if healthy, that like saying if the 76ers if healthy, you talking about?
I gotta say that with them. I gotta say.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's like saying if Zion is healthy. Well, if Zion is healthy, yeah, he might be an All-NBA player this year.
Zion a porn star, man. He ain't thinking about basketball, man.
And what is Embiid thinking about, man? What is Embiid thinking about? Because
he ain't wearing the knee brace no more, so it look like he gonna be healthy, man.
You gonna play back-to-backs? Think you gonna give him 70 games?
Yeah, he want that money, don't it? He want the.
Here's the problem with Philly, and I looked at their roster. They have no plan B for Embiid, and their four is either Trent Watford or Paul George. Paul George at age 30, what is he, 36 now? He's got to play your four. If he's your wing, he's too long in the tooth. He'll be 36, I think, by the playoffs. I ain't trusting the 36-year-old to chase down a bunch of wings. Now in the backcourt, they're nice, and they got BJ
He's still better than Bridges, though. Paul George still better than Bridges.
Is he better than OG Anunoby at $53 million?
Yep.
Nah, see, Paul George was awful last year. I mean, Paul George was objectively worse.
Though, so
that's the thing. Number one, in my opinion, health. If you're not healthy, you're not. You know what I'm saying? If you're not healthy, you're not good. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give it. I see they asked him when the debate start. I'm gonna give it another. Let's say. Matter of fact, let's get this cracking. Because I don't want, y'all know I'm respectful of you guys' time, and I started the show 9.
Don't let this fool get you all riled up, man. This is just another Zesty Jeffrey safe in the comments. Come on, Ro, talk about what you talking about.
No. It's just because I wanted to do the. All right.
All they're gonna do is be disruptive, anyways. They're not gonna have no.
No.
Ask him did he sub? Ask him is he a sub? I guarantee he ain't.
Oh, that's 30. Man.
Let me
see here convo.
The thing about Philly, a couple years ago, I think that was the 22 Eastern Conference semifinals. That's when James Harden was on the team, and he had like 2 big games in this series. Because I think that was that game 4. He dropped like a 40 piece, and they went up 3-2 in this series. They had game 6 at home. All they had to do was close it out. I was actually rooting for Philly because I want, I like Embiid. And I was like, man, James Harden got a chance to go to a finals. And they let Boston blow them out at home in game 6. And you knew they weren't going to win game 7 in Boston. I think that was their best shot right there. It's a 3-2.
It's a can't get right franchise. Let's keep it real. I was going at Zeno, who's a Philly fan, our British brother. I was going at. I'm like, bro, this is that roster outside. Like, if you ain't got no 4 or 5 depth, I can't take you serious. And your 4 and 5 is rotation is Andre Drummond, Joel Embiid, Trenton Watford, and Paul George. I'm sorry, there's gonna be a lot of nights of Paul George and Trenton Watford and Adam Bona in their starting 4 or 5 because the 82 game season is a grind, fellas. The 82 game season is a grind. That's the thing you got to realize. You got to get through the 82, get a decent enough seed, get the right matchup, and then be healthy for the playoff run. So that's what I'm doing the preseason preview on an over under. Like okay, what their over under is and how many wins I expect them to win. I got Philly at 34. I got Philly at 34. I got them as an under. They're 42 and a half, their number. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing, Herm. You're relying on a guy who's never healthy. You're relying on a guy who said, but you're relying on a guy who said, I'm not playing back-to-backs the rest of my career. Now, so that you talking about that to get regular season wins. And again, they can get to the playoffs, get the 7th seed, and surprise people. But they're never healthy in April, May, and June. They're never healthy. This is why they haven't been to a conference finals with all those number 1 picks, with all that trust in the process. I mean, they wasted number 1 pick. They wasted top 3 picks on Jahlil Okafor, and then pretty much pushed him to the side when Joel Embiid got back healthy, right? Yeah. So they've had a lot of talent there. They've had what? I mean, they had Jimmy Butler there. They chose Tobias Harris over Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy Butler went into back-to-back, went to 2 finals down there in Miami. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Philly just can't get right. So, I laugh at Philly. Cleveland, here's my problem with Cleveland. As I said, Cleveland is a soft team. I'm going to say it again. Cleveland is a soft team. Okay, I know they had injuries the last 2 years, right? I know Darius Garland was legitimately injured, but bro ain't suited up. I mean, no, not it was. He suited up and tried to play. It was that game 2 where Mobley and DeAndre Hunter did not suit up, and it like shout out to Kenyon Martin who made this. It's like, bro, this is the playoffs. Whether you're going to, you didn't have to play. But at least try to go through one of them. Y'all declared yourself out early in the day, and they said that put a rift in the team. And here's my thing about Cleveland. For as good as they've been the last few years, they haven't been to the conference finals. They've lost twice in the last 3 years in a gentleman's sweep with home court advantage. And 23 was to my Knicks. Yes, it was a different team. Right? It was a different team. But remember, we had a Julius Randle hobbling on a bad ankle, and we still gentlemen swept them while they had home court advantage. We got better. We got better. We got Karl-Anthony Towns. We got Mikal Bridges. We got OG Anunoby. We've gotten better since then. They got the same core 4. Now I understand Mobley has gotten better. Mobley was a baby back then. Both Mobley and Jared Allen said back then, when Mitchell Robinson absolutely destroyed them on the boards, the lights were too bright for us. When you say shit like that, that's like Rebuttal Durant saying no mas, man. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. So you mean to tell me a couple of years later now that ain't been over? Well, let's be real. They got smoked by Indiana last year. So somebody tells me that Cleveland is that team because they won 64 games. Look, you win 64 games, you better play in the conference finals. Or that's another choke job like y'all debated on Saturday. I'm just saying. Spider, he's another one. Been on a couple of number 1 seeds that didn't get to the conference finals. So I would say this. If Cleveland gets that 1 seed or 2, I think Cleveland and Knicks going to be 1-2. Whatever side of the bracket they on, if you tell me Cleveland smokes through the first 2 rounds, all right, then I believe in them. Until then, nah.
It's gonna be Orlando in 4 coming out these.
Orlando in 4.
Orlando
scares me. Hold on, Orlando scares me. Now I'm gonna get to the Southeast Division later on, but Orlando scares me. That big 3, if that big 3 is, with their defense and that big 3 with Bane. And I like Bane because he's a player with no wasted motion. He doesn't need the rock. He doesn't need to dribble 20 million times. Somehow he gets his solid 20.
Great 2-way player.
Yeah, great 2-way player. And then the sky's the limit with Paolo and Franz.
Yeah,
and Jalen Suggs is
probably the best.
Is a hell of a defensive
It might be the best
guard.
combo in the league this year, honestly.
Yeah,
That,
no
that
doubt.
front court. That's what kind of gives Orlando, a good chance to do something.
Yeah.
I like their front court.
All right, yeah. So Chicago public transit might not be working good for King John. So we finna get the debate. I gave it 30 minutes, good solid 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's get this debate popping. All right. So Travis, you gonna be the timekeeper. We got Herm going first. We got three 3-minute rounds. Eddie TV, that's not King John, right? No, because you would have gave him the link. He'd have pulled in already. We're gonna drop the link after the
King
debate.
John's gonna
though.
show up as King John. It'll say King John or John.
Okay, yeah. I don't know.
Backstage? Who is backstage?
I don't see nobody backstage. Hold on, let me look.
I was gonna say who backstage.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, we were just waiting on the third judge because we don't want Ajani saying that the deck was stacked against him. But nah, we me and Travis are very, with integrity is our middle name. So we ain't got no, trust me. Trust me. I've judged the debates that I've against my rooting interests. Pretty much most of the time. So let's go. I ain't telling you who I root for, but listen.
Hey, King Rowe, can you tell Sturdy what's the topic again? Sturdy asking about the topic.
Yeah.
So the topic is stats versus intangibles, and honestly, it's up to the debater to show this is stats versus intangible. What's important? Which one is more important in the game of basketball? That's pretty much.
You could put.
But I'm gonna let the debaters state their case. Yeah, and so since we got a lot of brothers up in here, we're gonna let y'all vote. Y'all gonna take King John's place as the third judge. So, let's get it cracking.
Are you gonna put everybody backstage or everybody gonna stay? I was
JB can stay. You can stay.
Yeah, everybody can stay. Okay. Everybody can stay. Okay. We just mute up. Give the debaters their just due, and let's get it.
All right.
So who's going first?
Yeah, I'm going
so Herm is going first.
Okay. All right. So I'll give you a 10-second or a 5-second countdown, Herm, and then when you start talking, I'll start at 3 minutes. Okay.
All right, let's get it.
All right, man. So you're good in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, people wonder all the time what is more important than basketball, stats or intangibles. I'm gonna say intangibles. Stats only measure what happens on paper, but intangibles measure why it happened. I mean, you got leadership, resilience, hustle, sacrifice, defensive communication, poise under pressure. They don't catch it the box score, but those things actually lead to championships and lead to wins. So intangibles always important to the game of basketball. For example, look at Tim Duncan late in his career. He wasn't the same player that he once was. He wasn't the guy that was dominating like he did in the early 2000s, but later on in his career, his leadership, his defensive communication kept the Spurs afloat, kept them as one of the best teams in the league, competing for titles still late in his career. For example, look at the infamous block of 2016, Game 7 in the NBA Finals with LeBron James. That was hustle and determination and heart and will and resilience as well. Under pressure, they was down in the game, close game. LeBron James sprinted full court, got that block. Yeah, it only resulted in 2 points when the Cavs scored off of that, but that hustle, him not giving up on the play, resulted in a momentum change for the rest of that game in that series, which resulted in the Cavaliers winning that title. I could also bring up another chase down block, the infamous 2004 block with Tayshaun Prince. Most of the time with Reggie Miller, hey, that's an easy layup. They'll let him come back down the court and hey, let's start over and run the possession. But Tayshaun Prince sprinted full court, blocked that shot in game 2, blocked that layup in game 2 for Reggie Miller, and that shifted the whole series. That kept Detroit Pistons to defend home court, and they went on ahead and won the series. That ultimately won the series, and that was a momentum shifter. So it's not always about a guy getting the triple-double because, look, LeBron had a triple-double in that game 7 of 2016. But guess what everybody remembered? They remember the block that LeBron James displayed. They remember that hustle when he was sprinting full court to get that block. That's what they remember first rather than the triple-double. So when we emphasize on what's more important to the game of basketball, whether it's stats or intangibles. I'ma always say intangibles because those things always show up in the game. Those small things always matter. Hell, guys like Draymond Green made a career off of intangibles. Bill Russell didn't rarely had the stat lines, made a career off intangibles. Hell, he's in the GOAT conversation because of intangibles. Ben Wallace in the Hall of Fame because of intangibles. Dennis Rodman in the Hall of Fame because of intangibles, not because of skill, not because of the stats, but because of intangibles. That's what's important to the game, the most important aspect of the game of basketball. Done.
All right. Just right on time. Round one in the books. And Johnny, I'll give you the same countdown here, and then I will go when you start talking, okay? All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, peace and blessings, everyone. This is going to be a very simple conversation because stats and intangibles are two separate things. First off, we got to understand that stats are measurable aspects of the game of basketball. Intangibles are not. So when we're sitting here talking about intangibles, all right, these are for people who want to use their subjective matter. They want to take stuff outside of the game of basketball because everything that we need to know about the game of basketball is in the stats. Everything that we need to talk about are within the stats. So these are the 2 pointers that I'm going to bring out into this debate about how stats tell us everything we need to know and why intangibles are only being used for people to be subjective. And on top of that, they only use the stats to validate someone's intangibles. So when we're talking about the idea of what stats provide to the game of basketball, whatever it is that you want to consider that is a part of the game or important to the game, you're going to find it in the stats. If it's not in the stats, then it's not important. All these other aspects, the hustle, that's in the stats. They actually track LeBron James's speed. They track how fast LeBron James got from one distance to the other distance. They also track the actual block and when he made the block and how crucial the block would have been if we look at the actual stats, which tells you what time he actually made the block. So all of these things are available for you in the stats. But the only reason people don't want to stick with the stats, which tell us everything we need to know, is because in reality, they feel their subjective their subjective factor or matters in this debate. It really doesn't. How I think, how Herm thinks, how Roe thinks really does not matter. People do not watch us speak basketball to tell us what we think. They want to know what we know, what can we provide, what are the facts, and the stats are the facts. So when we're talking about using intangibles over any stat, is ridiculous because the stats tell us exactly what we need to know. If there is something about the stats you don't understand, you run to intangibles. So intangibles are used for people who don't have any understanding of stats or know how to speak of stats because the stats basically tell them things that their eyes or their mind cannot accept. So when he brings up mentioning all the players that he mentioned, forget the actual attributes for the intangibles. We'll get to that later rounds. But the players, you heard the players he named, LeBron James, the Tim Duncans. He doesn't name average players when it comes to intangibles. Intangibles do not apply to players who are not productive. So again, they like to use intangibles and prove and validate intangibles with players who have production and stats. And you cannot do that. Intangibles are things that are immeasurable, and that's why it's useless in basketball because you can't measure it. We cannot diagnose why it happened. We all know luck is a factor in the game of basketball, but we can't determine it. So how important is luck? It's not that important. No coach is going to tell you we just need to get lucky today. No, he's going to tell you exactly why they won or lost looking at the stats. They're going to look at the numbers. The numbers are going to tell you everything you need to know. That's why the NBA tracks everything now. They do so much a great job tracking the NBA. We shouldn't even be talking about intangibles because they don't matter. If it's not something that we can see within the paper or within the stats, then it didn't happen in the game. It's not real. It's all just your perspective.
All right. Good points there. So we got to go on to round 2. Same deal, Herm. I'll give you a 5-second runoff, and then we'll do whenever you start talking, okay? So 5. You all set? Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, I mean, that's a point blank lie. Look at 2004 in the Western Conference Finals with the Lakers, where Derek Fisher hit that shot with 0.4 seconds. The man only had 8 points in the game, but with him being resilient, with him staying composed, with him not being afraid of the moment, he was able to hit one of the most clutch shots in NBA history. So it's not always about the stat line. People look at 2010 in the game 7 with the Lakers. Kobe went 6 for 24. But guess what he did? He fought with grit. He fought hard, getting those rebounds, playing hard defensively in that game, which propelled them to win with his leadership, with his defense communication, with him playing hard on that end and getting those rebounds, showing that grit, showing that ground. Like, hey, I'm not making my shots, but I'm gonna give them my all. I'm gonna do everything I can to help us win. And it paid off for them. So it's not always about the numbers. Hell, we could go to game one in 2018, Johnny, when your boy LeBron had the best stat line that you could ever have in the opening game in the NBA Finals. 51 points, 9 rebounds, 9 assists. And he shot over 59% from the field. But ultimately, what it came down to, Johnny, intangibles. George Hill not making a free throw like he was supposed to, being scared of the moment. J.R. Smith got in the rebound, not understanding that they still had a timeout, or not understanding that, hell, you could get a shot up. And then even after, when they went into overtime on the bench, the whole team looked defeated. Their leader, the guy that was killing them, that dominated the game, basically, LeBron James, he had a frustration look on his face. Basically, they gave up in that moment. Imagine if LeBron didn't let his frustration get the best of him. Imagine if he would have galvanized the team and get the team together. Hell, they probably still could have pulled off that game one upset. We're not saying they're going to win the damn series, but hell, be the leader. Stay composed. Keep your composure. We know JR fucked up. Hell, we know George Hill was supposed to make the free throw, but Bron, you cooking. You got 51 points. None of them bums can stop you out there. You unstoppable in this game. Hey, be the leader that you know you are and bring us home. So intangibles do matter. Stats and intangibles work hand in hand, but honestly, the intangibles always get you to win. It always comes down to those things at the end. So we can't ignore it and act like that stats is the only thing that matter. And they not. Intangibles, intended communicate, team chemistry matters. That's the intangible. Defensive communication matter. That's the intangible. Have a heart. Having the will. Even Gilbert Arenas talk about this. He says certain guys in the league, when they come into after college, they don't be the same person they was in college. Some of them don't have the heart and the will to be great. Some of them don't have the heart to try to get in the gym every day and get better. Even Gilbert Arenas spoke on this. So intangibles do matter. So just in all the sports, you need intangibles. You need somebody that can be composing in mad situations, a tough situation when things are going wrong. You need somebody to galvanize the team.
All right. Fiery round two for Herm. We got round two coming up for Johnny. Give you 5 seconds here, and then we'll start off. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And as I knew, my opponent would bring up stats to validate the quote-unquote intangibles. You heard him bring up a bunch of stats. He brought up a shot, Derek Fisher shot. He brought up LeBron James. He brought up all these players, all these plays, these aspects of the game which revolve around actual stats. He even admitted that stats and intangibles are supposed to be combined when it cannot be combined. That is the point of intangibles. There is no measurement for it. Because there is no measurement for it, it has no value in the game of basketball. We all know Patrick Beverley has grit, he has grind, he has all of these things, but guess what? He doesn't have the production. Nobody cares. Udonis Haslem has the same thing. You talk about composure. Guys like Draymond Green are great players, don't have great composure. Guys like Ron Artest, great players, don't have composure. There are plenty of players that are great at the game of basketball who don't, quote-unquote, hold their composure. I mean, this is an actual part of the basketball that existed for many of decades until they changed the rules recently to make players a little bit more or less aggressive. So at the end of the day, holding your composure, all these things do not matter. Now, chemistry, you brought up chemistry. That's a great thing that you brought up chemistry, because chemistry is actually an intangible that we can use in the game of basketball. But that has nothing to do with the actual players and what they do in the game. That is a coach's job. It is a coach's job to provide the chemistry for a team. That is reliant on everybody getting along. And we know players and teams that have great chemistry, and they have players on that roster that don't even get along. We know Shaq and Kobe did not get along for a very long time, and look how great they were. How great it was a chemistry in that locker room when these guys wouldn't even get taped by the same guy. They wouldn't even let the same trainer tape them. That's how upset they were at each other at one point, but they were still a great duo, still a great team, and they were still able to succeed in many ways, in many facets. So at the end of the day, it's still about the production. You proved it with the actual mentioning every intangible with a player that's either one, very productive, or something that they did that produced something on the basketball court, whether it's a rebound, a steal, a clutch this, a clutch that. Even when we look at the J.R. Smith moment, yeah, that's a blunder in the minds of everybody's mind, but how does you grade that towards J.R. Smith's performance as a player? It doesn't hold nothing against him as a player. No one says J.R. Smith is bad at basketball because somehow he's dumb with it. And we're going to use an example of him grabbing a rebound and running out for 3 seconds and saying, well, look, that's an example of how he's not a great basketball player. That's why none of that matters. What's going to matter is his production, what J.R. Smith does. And we all know without J.R. Smith, they probably don't win a championship in 2016 due to his production. So all of these factors that you're mentioning that are quote-unquote intangibles cannot be used with stats. And once you use stats, you're proving to me and everybody in the world that stats matter over intangibles, because stats are measurable things that we can actually pinpoint, touch, talk about, speak about, not the intangibles, quote-unquote eye test or whatever you thought and your perception of the game of basketball. So again, all of these other players that hold all these different attributes that you might consider negative or positive doesn't affect the game of basketball in total. Not only that, it doesn't even affect how we compare players in rankings. Nobody sits here and ranks. Okay, yeah.
You're just getting to go. All right, let's see.
I ain't gonna lie though, we ending right on point. We want to continue, but we are ending right on point. Like we did end on point. Yeah.
I hate just like stepping in. It's just like so awkward.
Sure, if y'all wanted to go 5, y'all got some.
Yeah, next time.
No, the 3 is good.
No, the 3 is perfect.
This is great.
I love these arguments, honestly. All right, Herm, we got you. 5-second runoff, and we'll get you around 3 at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Man, fans remember moments. They remember the blocks. They remember the hustle plays. They remember the leadership speeches. They remember the whole nine more than the box scores. Rings and dynasties are built on intangibles: trust, chemistry, leadership, not PER and value over replacement, not those type of things. But intangibles explain why players with lesser stats like a Bill Russell, Udonis Haslam, Draymond Green, Dennis Rodman, even the Tayshaun Princes are the world I remember as winners. You already know Bill Russell got 11 rings, right? Never led the league in scoring. But his leadership, his defense, and intangibles made him put him in the GOAT conversation. That's why he is revered as a top 5 great of all time, if not the greatest in a lot of people's eyes. Look at the 2014 Spurs. They didn't have a stat star in that series, but with their unselfish play, with their ball movement, with their team chemistry, it crushed the Miami Heat, even though Miami Heat was top heavy with the stars that have stats that always, you know what I'm saying, be the monster leaders in the league. So when we look at Michael Jordan's play in 1998, we seen him having that defensive awareness, understanding what Karl Malone's been doing the whole series, basically. He cheated off a Hornacek, got the strip. Him having that composure, him understanding the moment. Most teams would probably call a timeout, but him understanding the moment, he know what his team needed. He was the only offense in that particular game, 6 of 98. He got that steal, hit that clutch shot, was composed, led with his killer instinct, and he propelled them to win his sixth and final ring. But to end this, though, stats measure greatness in numbers, but intangibles measure greatness in history. Appealing to whatever guys may believe, but intangibles always measure the greatness. That's why you had the dynasties. Because, yes, you always have all-time great players, but it takes the small guys to get it done. It go take you a Robert Parrish to do the small things like he did for Boston in the 80s, being physical, getting the rebounds, getting the blocks, fighting amongst giants in there to make things happen for the Boston Celtics. Go take a Dennis Johnson with his hustle, with his defensive tenacity, with his focus to prepare to make it harder for ball handlers like a Magic Johnson or Byron Scott of that nature, guys of that nature. So you always need guys that's willing to do the small things, to prepare you to win, to prepare you to win championships. Yes, we understand that stats always get you the individual accolades. Hell, this is gonna make you look good in the history books. But people always remember the winner. They don't remember second place. So intangibles, man, that's the separator to me, man. Done.
All right. Third and final round from Herm out the way. Ended strong. And Ajani, and we got a 5-second runoff for you, good sir. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes, and as I expected, as usual, getting to round three, my opponent would help me prove my case. Again, I said intangibles are used for people who want to give their subjective take or their personal preference in the conversation. You heard him speak again about everything that's revolving around stats and how stats actually validate somebody's intangibles. He mentioned leadership and screaming in the locker room, giving leadership speeches. If I'm correct, my man Jameis Winston's give the most greatest leadership speeches game in and game out, week in and week out in the NFL. Nobody trying to hear that because when he go on the NFL field, he throwing interceptions. He's getting sacked. He ain't doing nothing right on the field. He's not producing. When you want to talk about leadership, and everybody remembers leadership, it's LeBron James looking at the Miami Heat in 2012 and telling them, don't worry about this, y'all, I got this. But it wasn't because he said that. It was because he went out for 45 and 15. Same thing with Magic Johnson when he got on the plane and told those guys, what do y'all worry about? Yeah, we ain't got Kareem, but we got this. It wasn't because he said that. No, it's because he went out for 42 and 19 or whatever he went on for the finals that time. Same thing with great speeches by guys like Ed Reed, who go out there and tell the Miami Hurricanes at halftime and we not losing. I mean, he was literally crying, but instantly gets out on the field and causes a turnover. That's the production part. Again, none of that matters without the actual production, the stats, what you actually do on the actual court, the field, in the game. That's why they jot these information down. It's very important. That's why they create the stats to jot all this down so we can completely understand the game. Nothing else is being told more than what the stats tell us. We can attach any kind of seasoning we want to the chicken, but it's still going to be chicken. It just might taste different because Herm seasoning it with, maybe just salt. I got real Lowry. I got real seasoning here. I ain't gonna disrespect Memphis, but I'm from South Florida. I'm Haitian. We cook with real food around here, but it's still chicken. Stats are stats. You can talk about intangibles all you want to, but it doesn't matter unless you're talking about guys who are productive and great at what they do in the game of basketball. And perfect example, 2007. Cleveland Cavaliers had a brilliant mind, great leader in Eric Snow. On the bench, can't do nothing for them. Miami had a great guy on the bench, great leader for 10 years, Udonis Haslam. What did that do for us? How did that help us with the Jimmy situation? Nothing. Because at the end of the day, it's all about production. It's all about what you do on the court. Nobody would have cared about the Jimmy Butler situation if the Miami Heat are winning, pulling up points, doing everything. It's very easy to look at what happens and then bring up your personal perspective or your subjective take to say why it happens, then try to add intangibles, which is something we cannot measure, to talk about. So at the end of the day, what's most important in the game of basketball is the stats. The stats tell us everything we need to know, and just because you can't understand the stats or you can't accept the stats for what they are does not mean your intangibles matter. And that's the end of the story.
Fantastic. All right, Ro, you heard him. That's all 3 rounds in the books. Take us away.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let you go first, Travis. I'm gonna come
I
in
just want
later.
to say that was a great debate, man. That was really good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
Appreciate
yeah,
that.
dog,
What
it
y'all
was
think out of
very
Herm and I?
interesting.
What did y'all think out of Herm and I? This is Herm.
Yeah, man, that was
top
really
play.
good.
Look, bro, you know how lucky you is to have this? You should.
Hey, we
Come on,
appreciate
man.
y'all
Hey,
coming.
good,
Shout
good
out
shit.
to the
Good
whole
shit, Ajani.
GoatCast, the whole GoatCast podcast
Good shit,
alliance.
man.
Shout
Yeah,
out
we
to all y'all, man.
appreciate y'all
Peace and
coming
blessings,
through.
man. Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, appreciate y'all coming through. I'm glad y'all looked here to settle y'all little argument.
Nah, good shit though, Ajani. Good shit though.
But yeah, I'm gonna let Travis go first, and then I'll come with my thoughts, and then we're gonna go. I think we're gonna put a if we do have a split decision, I think we're gonna put up a poll. We're gonna take some of the votes down here, but we're gonna put up a poll in the
Put up the
community.
poll now. Put up the poll
Yeah,
now.
you can
Put the
put up
poll
the
now.
poll.
Yeah, let me
If you
see.
can, put the poll up
Shit.
now. And while y'all do that, you'll let people
Hey,
vote
hey,
as time goes on.
hey, I'm low tech over here. Can you do that, C-Dub? Put the poll up.
See, Dub's getting a paycheck. He ain't got no time for your nonsense,
Yeah.
bro.
He loves drunk.
Yeah, I'll put it up. Yeah, I'll put it up.
Yeah, C-Dub
He
got
loves
it.
wine
I'm low
waste
tech
tech.
over here.
You got to put up in your on your chat, but I'll put it in.
I'm gonna try to put it in my chat. Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
you just got to go to your. Are you on a laptop, bro, or are you on your phone?
I'm still on my phone.
Okay, yeah, because you would have to go to your laptop to put a poll on your channel.
Yeah, so I can only do it in the community post, and I'll tabulate
Yeah,
that
put
again.
it. Put it in the community post, and again, y'all subscribe to King Speech Roast channel, and make sure y'all vote.
Yeah, man, we do good things over here. We building up. You know what I'm saying? We keep it interesting. You know, we don't do the same three subjects all the time. No offense to anybody personally. You know, we do more than the same 3 subjects every week. So just keep it at that. All right. So yeah. Travis, you give your thoughts. I come with mine, and then we'll go to them.
All right. I mean, obviously, we know that these two guys are going to bring it every time. Had years with Johnny bringing it, every week, so that wasn't a doubt. Recently, of course, my respect for Herm has grown because exponentially because yeah, we faced off a couple times. He just beat me last week in a very great debate, and so I knew this was going to be. And honestly, this is I think Herm had the much harder argument of that just because I think it arguing for I'm not going to say it's easy, but I think there's a lot more to work with conceptually. But I got to say this is probably one of the better debates and tougher debates I've ever read. So round one, uh, love the way you guys brought it out. Herm immediately done things that I would have done. Right, just said not everything shows up in the box score. Used Tim Duncan as an example, especially I think brilliantly used him as he wasn't just that dominant guy he was from his middle early career, but he was still the anchor, he was still the leader, he was still the heart of that team for reasons that went beyond the box score. Brought up LeBron's hustle play, his heart, his dedication in 2016 when they definitely weren't the favorites or anything like that. Mentioned a bunch of other players, right, that kind of operate not in the not necessarily in the box score, but they get things done. They go beyond that. And Johnny, I think I think countered it beautifully when he said, you know what, the you can measure stats. Stats are objective, not subjective. I thought that was a great point. Stats are fact. It does. And then one thing, the reason why I gave round one to a Johnny is because the guys that Herm mentioned, right? And I think Herm mentioned these beautifully. Guys that aren't necessarily Hall of Famers because of their stats, where he said, hey, guys like Dennis Rodman, Bill Russell, Draymond Green, all these guys are there. We think of them, goes beyond stats, right? But Johnny said, you're not going to use guys that are just complete bums to make your example. And guys like Russell, best rebounder in history, that's a stat. Like Dennis Rodman, he has statistical titles too. I think that's why I give it to Johnny, because he did what I would have done, which was like, hey, that's a bunch of guys that you might be right. They have hustle and intangibles, but they are statistically dominant as well. And so I give that one to Johnny just because he countered that hard. But great round by both people, by both contestants there. And round two, uh, it went. I gave this round to Herm because he went deeper into his argument, which is what I was hoping he would do for round one, because he used Kobe 2010 finals. I think there's something to be said for things that when you're in drag down, knockdown, drag out matches like the 2010 finals, right? Stuff matters like that. Stuff that doesn't necessarily translate to the box score. Like, hey, I'm Kobe Bryant. I'm shooting like crap, but I'm going to start boxing out a lot better. I'm going to start playing way better defense. I'm going to start giving, leading by example, not folding. That invisible stuff rubs off on a team, rubs off on, on you on your psyche, makes you maybe give the edge over there. But obviously, Kobe wasn't inept statistically, but that was a great example. Use the J.R. Smith thing about how that may have debilitated the team a little bit as well. Maybe LeBron could have run, even though they were heavy underdogs, sure, they could have, he could have led a little bit better as well. Just the body language matters. All that stuff matters, especially in team sports, regardless of the stats, right? He did a great job mentioning LeBron's insane stat line, right, during that game. But how that really didn't matter if they were going to lose or they lost there because of maybe some things at the end. And then he went on to talk about preparation, right? How that was a key. And that's, obviously nothing that's ever going to show up in a box score, but all the greats, right, have an insane work ethic, etc. So great thing, Herm. And then, Johnny also, doubled down on the intangibles without composure. Doesn't matter. The J.R. Smith. I like the J.R. Smith counter where he did say, just because he made a couple mistakes doesn't mean he's a bad player, because he did produce at times, right? He was a key cog of, them winning when they were good. So great round. I don't think there was a poor round up until this point from both men, but great job. I just thought Herm was a little bit more articulate with his argument that round. Round three, I thought though was Johnny's best round, and I gave that to him, and I gave the debate to him ultimately because one thing that he said, Herm obviously went back and was talking about the Spurs chemistry, the stats, bunch of greatness, kind of finished out there. I was hoping he'd come up with a couple more examples just to illustrate his point, which he was doing in the first couple rounds, but he kind of just summed it up and said, you know what, we can't really measure guys like, the guys like the Dennis Johnson, the Paxtons, these guys who just get in there and do the dirty work. I was hoping for a couple more specific examples of that and to counter some of Johnny's points specifically, but still go around by Herm. But when Ajani said, you know what, everyone gives good speeches. Jameis Winston gives good speeches, but throws 3 picks. Fantastic example, right? Ed Reed could give the best speech in the world, but if he was a poor corner, it wouldn't matter, right? They wouldn't take him seriously. His team would just say, you know what? I don't care. You suck. Why are we going to listen to you when you don't produce? You're all talk. Things like that, right? And then, uh, he also kind of summed up that stats are subjective, which I think, it goes without saying, but he did illustrate that by all these examples. And I thought for that, just like there was a little bit more substance to his argument. And fuck you, King Speech. Uh, yes, safety. But anyway, I very, very close debate. That second round or the first round, I thought could have went either way. That was the closest round I've ever had to judge. But in the end, I just thought Ajani 2-1'd it. And I mean, just because I think he had the easier argument, but he just did it so well. And I think he didn't leave a lot of meat on the bone, which was I was looking for, which was key to me. And so I just gave it to him for that reason.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And to Mr. Helly, if you allow me real quick, Ro. I never said Eric Snow was the best player on the team. I just said that he had leadership qualities, and they could have used it, but he's not productive. It don't matter how great of a leader he is, experience, all the stuff he had. It didn't matter. He couldn't produce. He couldn't play on the court. That didn't matter. He could have gave 101 speeches. It didn't matter. That's all I said. Yeah. So I don't know why that. Again, you're proving my point. Is your production matters more than anything.
Also, Herm, really fast. Herm, I'm going to go back and listen to your round 2 because that was probably the best round I've ever heard you do in any of your debates. I'm going to take some notes from there.
For sure.
Well, it's funny. And this is the thing, man. Me and Trav, we've gotten a lot of mutual respect for each other, but we see things a lot opposite. And I think that's what makes us a good tandem when we get on stream together. So this is gonna go to the poll. And let's keep it. I got it 2-1, and I got it a close. I think Ajani did a really good job. I think Ajani was a very good salesman here. Bruh, you know, I don't know what your business is, but if you're in sales, you probably do a great job.
Sales.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, bro.
Did you buy it?
Almost. And the round I gave you was the second round. Because here's the thing, I am a rebuttalist. If you guys can understand something with me, I love for you guys to talk, and I love to rebut your points. And then I want you to, So you had a great rebuttal in round 2 when you brought up Herm bringing stats. Herm did bring up a lot of stats in his argument to prove intangibles. Now, again, stats, obviously stats do matter. I don't think Herm's argument was stats don't matter. But he's telling you that there's a lot of immeasurables in the game, and he brought up a lot of examples of Hall of Fame players who did have stats, but most of what they did and most of the reason why they stayed in one place or made their way to championship teams was in the immeasurables. Again, the locker room leadership. Okay, you could bring up Jameis Winston throwing the picks. I mean, he does have a Heisman Trophy. He did bring my Florida State nose, and I'm a Florida State fan. I don't know if you of M fan, but I'm a Florida State fan. He did bring my Florida State nose a championship over Auburn back in 2013.
So you rather his speeches over his 3 picks? I think
again, that's one example, but obviously that's why he isn't a great NFL quarterback. But he is a guy who sticks around, and they do like to have him on teams. So look, there's always something, a locker room presence. But he also brought up the stuff that's on court. So again, you said one thing one reason I didn't give you round 1, you said everything important in the game is tracked with stats. Now, again, you did bring up how they track
everything that's important in the game can be tracked with stats. Everything.
Yes, they can be.
If it can't, then it doesn't matter. That's what I said. Those were my exact words.
So let me ask you this: is there do they have like pick impact stuff like that? Because
it's called screen assist points. It's screen assist stats.
Screen assist points. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, again,
points generated and screen assist. Yeah. Screens. They do track screens.
Okay, then could you tell me off the
Pick and
bat
roll,
who?
man. Pick and roll handler. Pick and roll,
Can
man.
you
Yeah, they track that.
can the average fan or you tell me who led the league in that stat in any given season?
Well,
See,
that's the
I mean,
point.
and
That's the point, bro. If you want to know that information as a basketball fan, if you feel that it's important to know, you can find that information. Nobody tells you that. That's the whole point. The stats tell you it. It's available
so
for
do
you.
you know?
So
So
instead of
do you?
making up somebody's good screener or somebody not a good screener, go look at the stats. They'll tell you.
Okay. So in other words, then basic things like picks and stuff like that were
Yes,
so important to the game. They decided to make a stat to do it. You deal with
of
it, right?
course.
I mean,
They start tracking it. Yeah, yeah.
It's like the offensive line in football, right? You basically have to use the eye test to determine who's the best offensive lineman in the game because
No,
they came up with
they keep
pancake,
pancake
right?
block. Yes,
They
yes.
use
So they
the
all of that.
pancake block and stuff
Yes,
like that.
the
And,
amount of times you go off. I mean, the amount of times you fall starred or you get calls for
yeah,
holders. All that is tracked. All that goes against you. Yes,
completely understand.
and also remember the amount of yards the running back runs behind you or the amount of sacks you don't give up.
Yes.
All those
So,
tells you how good you are. Those are stats, sir.
yeah, but what if you have a shit running back? See, no, I'm not, and I get, and again, I get that point, but I would say this. All right, defensive stats. Is there a defensive
A shit
stat?
running back can run through a hole.
Is there a defensive stat that actually? Because I mean, like when you see defensive rating, you have poor defenders with great defensive rating. Case in point,
Who?
Carl
Who?
Anthony Towns.
Yeah, because
He
remember
co-
that's a team stat. Again, that's what I told you. Because you don't understand the stat. You're using it incorrectly, sir.
No, okay, I
It,
get
it
it.
doesn't
I
mean the
get it.
stat doesn't tell you something. The stat tells you something, but you're using it incorrectly, sir. That's what I said.
No,
That's why I got to go to intangibles because you can't really explain the stats that they provide to you.
no, and again, see, that's the thing. It's like you got to tie up a lot of things and intangibles. Again, you got to tie up a lot of things intangible wise to make a stat make sense. Because again, you could have poor defenders top of the league in defensive rating if they're in a great defensive unit. So no, I mean I do understand.
Right.
And again,
That
you sold it very well,
that lets you
right?
know right there. That lets you know right there. Defensive rating doesn't tell you how good of a defender you are. There's other aspects, other stats that can
Oh,
tell you
okay.
that.
So in other words, you're telling me a stat can be misleading, and that's see,
Oh,
that's the thing.
definitely, of course. This could. I mean, bro. If you read the word road and you read it as roll, the road is still the word. You just read it wrong. You read the stat wrong. It's not my fault. You can't
Um,
read stats. Stats are just like
so,
reading, sir. It's not my fault. You can't read the
so
stat.
and see again, I'm not trying to debate you. I'm trying to judge you. I'm trying to judge.
No, I
It's
know you're not
simple.
debating me. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to let you know. Don't
No, I
misinterpret
get
this.
it. I
Call me
get it.
a salesman. I'm just telling you anything you want
No,
to deal with
but
in
look, that
stats.
was a
It's all in
hold on,
there.
Johnny. That was a compliment. You like this is a part
No,
of
I
debating.
appreciate you. You said you was gonna be
Yeah,
objective. I got the
you have to.
message.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
got it.
You're right. You're
Don't
right.
let me post it.
No,
All
you're right, and
right.
I am
All
being no. See
right.
again, I am being objective. I gave you a
This
round.
nigga,
I
this
gave you
nigga
a round.
always, this nigga always arguing with Johnny though. That should
No,
be
it's my
funny as
fault. It's
hell.
my
Though.
fault. It's my fault. Let
See,
me
that's what
mute
I'm
my
saying.
mic. My bad.
Hey,
I'm gonna
no,
mute
no, 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 no,
myself.
no, 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 no. We probably need to debate after this. We probably need to debate after this. But I'm not trying to debate you. And again, we're gonna go to the. Let's. You got a lot of fans up here, so we're gonna go to the poll. It was a close
Yeah,
debate. I
you
gave
said
you
it.
the second
It's a
one.
like.
The second round was your best debate,
Okay.
your best
I
round.
appreciate that.
You
Thank you,
did
sir.
you did close out strong, but so did Herm. Again, Herm brought up the guys who, like
LeBron.
again, I
He
don't
brought
know.
up
I don't
LeBron.
know
Did y'all
what.
know that? He brought up LeBron several times. We love that.
Yes, he did. He did, and he actually gave LeBron credit. He gave LeBron credit for a lot of intangibles that a lot of people say LeBron doesn't have. Everybody says it's all in the stats, but intangible. Again, I think he proved the point. Even guys with great stats need intangibles to actually win. He brought up guys who did not have their best stats, like Tim Duncan in the first round. I think that was a strong one. When his stats went down, he still had a contention team, and he was still viewed as the most important player on that team. You know, so again, yeah, obviously they brought in some young guns to help him with them, but nobody was a 30-point scorer on those Spurs team, and yet they won.
Wow.
No, but
Wow.
I'm
Wow.
just
Wow.
again. He talked about Tayshaun
Whoa.
Prince. He talked about
Wow.
he talked about the communication. See, communicate. There's no stat that measures communication. See what I'm saying? There are
It
intangibles that
don't
didn't
matter.
matter, and he
The
proved
stat
that.
right there don't matter. Then it don't matter. You communicate all you want to. It don't matter then.
Actually, it
Right?
does. It actually a big part of
If it
defensive.
if it I know everybody communicates, so obviously it don't matter. There's plenty of players that
And
communicate,
Johnny,
bro.
and see again, I didn't want to bring up your past argument, but didn't you bring up AD being a poor communicator is why he's not the good defensive anchor that you
He's
think
not an
you say
elite.
he's a
He's
bad.
not.
You actually
Yeah,
hold
our
on,
aspect.
Johnny, you've
Mm-hmm.
actually called LeBron James the best
Mm-hmm.
communicator defensively
Mm-hmm.
on the
Mm-hmm.
Lakers unit. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
okay, so I
Let
mean,
me
right
ask you.
there,
Let
the
me ask you this though,
contradiction.
Ro.
Go
Let
ahead.
me ask you this, Ro. Let me ask you this, Ro. Where did I use to prove it? What did I use to prove it?
You use a lot of film to show AD not
No, I use a
communicating.
stat. I use stats to prove everything. I use the stats. The stats
There's
tell
a
you that the
communication stat.
communication. The
There's a
communication
communication
stats
stat.
on defensive anchor. Yes, it's called points per game defensively.
But is, okay, so wait. Point
Man,
per
get
game
get get
defensively.
to the votes and y'all can argue after the
No,
voting,
Yeah,
we
man.
gotta
yeah.
let
It's
y'all,
just,
y'all gotta let the votes.
so
Y'all gotta let the votes tally up. Well, I mean, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
I mean, look, and that's the thing. I don't want Johnny to ruin his case, but again, he said he
no,
was
we
brought
having
up.
fun. I'm not
No,
having
yeah,
fun.
you're
I'm
right.
just
You're
saying.
right. This
Oh
is
I
fun. This
told
God.
is
you
fun. Hey,
any.
you
I
know me.
told you
I'm gonna.
any. I told you anything that you think matters in basketball is available in the stats. So if you
But
think that matters, I'm giving you a
Johnny,
stat that matter to make it matter.
Johnny. But here's
Oh man.
you
Bro,
made.
you
I mean,
got baited, man.
I remember the 9 hour live stream and whether AD is a great
I
defensive
know he
anchor.
did.
One of
Did
your
you remember me
arguments
bringing
was
up that he never
he's
had a
not.
top 10 defense? Did you remember? Did you bring up me bringing up that? And Herm bringing up all kind of other players that had top 10 defenses or didn't have top 10 defenses, like Kevin Garnett.
What weren't the Lakers a top 10 defense in 2020?
Yeah, with what's his name there? Dwight
Oh, so
Howard
you
and
mean
JaVale
before?
McGee.
You
The
mean
center. He's
yes,
not the
yes.
center. He's not the
But
center.
Ajani, don't sales talk your
He's
way
not the
out of.
center. No, listen, I'm selling lemons, so you got to make lemonade. You ain't making lemonade,
I'm
bro.
gonna
Oh,
ask my I'm gonna ask my
hold on,
boy
Ajani,
I'm gonna ask
Ajani
my
is the
boy
center.
Johnny some questions after we get through with the
Yeah,
voting and
Ajani is the
everything.
center always the defensive anchor or not?
Yeah, I've always told you that it's always the center because the center sees everything. He plays the low block more than anybody else.
So Tim Duncan was never the defensive anchor when he was playing power forward. Was it always Robinson, or was it
No, when Robinson was there till 2003. I don't believe he was starting till 2003. Was he?
yeah, he was starting until 2003. Then
Okay,
Russell
then so so
Starovic
then
became the
so
center after that.
okay. No, Tim Duncan was the center from like '09 and on, right? So it was something like that, '08 and on.
Yeah, but I mean, Tim
I
Duncan
think more than
did play
matter
a
of fact
lot of.
more than half of Tim Duncan's career he was a center. He played 20 years. So I think he played 10, 11 years as a center. And if you go look at that, he was a defensive anchor and definitely top 10 defense for those some of those years. That's what I'm saying, bro. Again, I go look at defense. I don't go look at intangibles without actually giving you the stats. A part of defensive
But
anchor, a part of being a good defensive anchor, just the same thing as a part of being a good passer is ball court vision. But ball court vision is an intangible that I don't consider an intangible because you can see it in the stats. I can tell how good you are with your ball court vision and your dribbling by how many passes and turnovers you make, bro.
question: was Kevin McHale ever the defensive anchor of the '80 Celtics?
No. There was definitely Robert Parrish, and that's why he's one of the greatest centers of all time.
But obviously, the guy who actually
Robert
like
Parrish was blocking shots, shutting the paint down. Robert Parrish.
yeah, so is McHale. No,
Communicating
no,
this screen, that screen.
Well,
Yeah, because again,
well,
that's what it was. Again, back in the 80s and the 90s and the 1900s, the rim protector was definitely, that was easy. That's why I told you, if Anthony Davis played back then, he would be one of the most elite defenders of all time. But in today's NBA, you got to do more than just protect the rim. That's what I've always told you guys this. This is a
well,
new thing. This is new
but
basketball
see,
for real basketball fans.
no, look again. I
And
thought
shout
you
out
had
to
a very
Herm, man. Shout out to you, Herm, man. Great debate, bro. I knew
Hey,
it would be great.
that was a classic, bro.
Thank you
That
for
was a
putting on your
classic.
camera as well. Thank you for putting on your camera
Hey,
as well for the people
got
who.
to.
Yeah.
For
Oh,
the
shit!
person,
Also,
the
I put
people
on
who
mine,
just.
but
I'm
I'm
cursing
in my
out.
car.
I'm actually cursing out somebody from work right now. Them motherfuckers
Say
fucking up, man. I'm
that if
cursing out
they
somebody
messing up,
right
look,
now.
Herm say, look,
Uh,
I take the night off just one night, and all you mothers done messed up
well,
everything.
let's do this real fast because obviously, Roe gave his 2 cents. He
Oh
got it
man,
2-1. We got it 2-1. Let's go down the panel here and see very quickly, like in 2 minutes. What do you guys think about the debate there, Scott?
this shit
uh,
crazy, man.
Johnny won 2-1. To me, Johnny won the first, won the second, and I gave him the last. To me, Johnny's strongest point when he brought up Patrick Beverly, when he said, "Sure, you may have grit, but if you're not producing," and also he didn't brought this up, but the greatest trash talkers not known for the trash talk, but what they do. if you just say all this stuff but don't produce, then you're you can talk the talk, but you can't walk the walk. So that's how I take.
All right, cool.
That's how I took.
Let's go to the next guy. Eddie TV, you came up here right after. Right after. Who did you got? Who did you have?
I say, man, Herm has some good points. Johnny was cooking too, but I think Herm missed out on a couple of things that he could have mentioned as far as intangibles. He missed out probably on JJ Barea. We know JJ Barea wasn't that greatest player, but as that smaller guy, he had the heart to go out there and produce like he did. Same as Jason Terry. You had guys like Charles Barkley. He knew he was only 6'4", but he was still banging with them big boys and
Hell
them big bodies
no.
and still getting them damn double-digit rebounds. That's intangibles. That's the dog in you. You had you had Kobe Bryant. He only had Paul Gasol and a couple of good players when he won those two extra championships. That's the dog in you to want to go out there and win and get them championships, man. I mean, intangibles plays into stats as well, but I say intangibles, it plays a bigger as a player, my opinion.
My bad, but me using JJ, hell no, that would have got me clowned if I used a damn JJ Barrero though.
Bruh, if you that
Yeah.
I
small
would have
ass
got
nigga,
clowned. I used a damn JJ Barrero.
That myth needs to be exposed. JJ Bird did not lock up LeBron. That
Well, to
myth
just
needs to
respond
die.
to that,
I'm
as
he
one
a
of my
actually
small
co-hosts next.
he
I'm
proved
one of
my
my
point.
co-hosts next.
That was my point. That was my point in round two. That you guys were going to use stats to validate intangibles. So without the stats, even intangibles don't matter. But go ahead.
But I mentioned Kobe though, Eddie. I did mention Kobe, but hey, Johnny, to my opponent, man, that was a good ass debate. But I gotta ask you this though: you don't think that was intentional for LeBron James to hit Kyrie on the shoulder and basically in that time had to tell Tyloo, hey, let Kyrie get that shot. That's a form of leadership. Even though
No,
LeBron got the right to do everything,
Different.
even
no,
though
because
Braun got the right to take that shot, but Braun showing leadership, understanding that Kyrie is a great one-on-one player. He got it going. He gonna have a mismatch with Steph Curry, and he got confidence with his guy Kyrie Irving to take that shot. Even though most of the time it would be Braun, but for him to show confidence in his young player Kyrie, young teammate of Kyrie to take that shot out of that timeout, that's leadership. That's an intangible because he didn't have to do that. But he did that because he was worried about winning. So I mean, I think intangibles get slept on. I think they honestly work hand in hand, but intangibles always win you the chips. Intangibles always start the dynasties.
no,
They give you
no.
dynasties, man.
Like I said,
Salute, young disciple.
all of that is measured by the fact that we know Kyrie Irving is a great scorer. He's a great one-on-one player due to his production. All that's tracked and what Kyrie Irving can do on the court. And I think that at that point in time in the game, even I think Tyronn Lue said it. He didn't think Kyrie was going to take that shot. I don't think LeBron thought he would take that shot, but I know LeBron thought he would have the advantage, like you said, obviously predicated on the numbers and the stats. The stats let you know how much of an advantage he's going to have over Stephen Curry compared to Klay Thompson or being guarded by someone else. They're going to use the stats to determine all of that. And we got to give Kyrie his credit because, again, it's not necessarily, if we want to say his composure, but his work ethic on knowing that he can take that shot and make it. Because that's one thing Kyrie Irving said, I practice that shot all the time. And that's something LeBron saw as a teammate, right? But again, all of that doesn't matter if he breaks that shot. The fact that he makes that shot, it's a stat, it counts. It's all in the stats. All of that is in the stats. It all tells us it, but the stats tell us everything we need to know. Without the stat, we're not talking nothing. So that's why I said the stats tell us everything we need to know. We can make all these illustrious stories out of this one great 3-point shot, but at the end of the day, it's the shot that matters. It's the 3-point shot.
Real quick. Let me interject. One of Herm's strongest points was the Derek Fisher shot. Right now, here's the thing. Do we have a stat? Kobe drew two defenders. He drew Antonio Daniels, and I believe he drew Robert Horry.
There's a stat.
There's a stat of gravity, off-ball gravity,
Yeah.
inbound play.
Not off
See,
ball.
now,
He said, "What's the off ball back? What's LeBron James's shot percentage when he takes a shot with less than 1 second left on the clock to tie a game or win it, bro?"
Is it high? I don't even know. I say again, these are
That's
stats
the
you gotta
stat
go
right
look
there.
up.
That's the stat. When you go look up the stat, who made a playoff shot with less than 5.5 seconds or 1 second left on the clock to win a game? It's gonna be
Now the
Derek Fisher.
question is, you're right. Okay, well, now the question is what is the distance? Because we know LeBron, a lot of those
That was
game
like what, an
winners.
18 footer? That was like an 18 footer. That was a mid
Okay,
range shot. That was
again,
nasty.
no, but I thought that was a strong point with Herm because Kobe drew
Yeah, it was a great
two
point.
defenders.
It
He
was
drew
another stat.
two defenders. He
It
was a
was another
decoy.
stat.
No,
It was another
no.
stat.
Okay, I just want
It
to
was another
compare
stat.
that. Hold
It was
on.
another stat.
Okay. But I want to compare that to '94 situation
Another stat.
with Scottie Pippen, who did not want to be a decoy. Now, again, obviously that was a very
Here we
important
go.
shot.
We're gonna get down to another rabbit hole.
What the hell is
Yeah.
that?
But
What the decoy said? The decoy.
No,
Now
because
No,
decoy
we're
is an
good.
intangible. Being a decoy is an intangible.
yes, it's not. Oh,
No,
you
it's
can
not.
measure it now. How
No.
many
Why?
people
Okay.
do
All right. Let me ask you a
ball
question.
action
Let me
and
ask you a
inbound?
question. All right. Why is Scottie Pippen the decoy, not the person they replaced him with?
Well, who threw the inbound? I can't remember.
I know. No,
Because I
tell me
listened
who's
to
going
it
to be this
later.
decoy. This decoy. Why is Scottie Pippen such an important decoy? If decoy, why is it Scottie the
Well,
important?
that's
Why?
because
Because
that's the
Scottie
way the
produces,
hold
nigga.
on.
Because
But
Scottie can
yeah,
score.
wait. That was the way the coach drew up the play. Now, as we know, I'm a Knicks fan. I watched this series. I actually had to listen to that one on radio. I was like, "What? Scotty's not in the game? Okay." And Kukos made the shot. Now, again, here's the
Yes.
intangible part. Here's the intangible part.
Yeah.
Scotty, and again, this is he is 60 years old. He's still mad about it. Had to apologize to the team. Kobe was willing to be the decoy. Why is Kobe viewed as higher than Scottie Pippen? Even in the what do you call it? The sidekick role.
Because
You understand what I'm saying?
Not because of decoy and non-decoy. I tell you that much. Because Kobe got 15 All
because
NBAs, 12 All Defensive Selections, 33,000
Hey,
points, league
sturdy,
MVP.
sturdy, sturdy. To this point, I'm a dude. When I get on the court, I've
Yo, you
dominated
get on the
games without
court.
taking a one shot in the game. I'm a facilitator. It's
Bro,
facilitation.
stop it, bro. Stop it, bro.
Yeah,
Say
come
good.
on, Rob. Let everyone get
Don't
their
tell me
ticket.
stop it.
That's
Don't
what.
tell me stop
Oh,
it.
wait.
Don't tell me stop it.
So that makes a question. So whose side are you on, Trae Young or Pat Beverly?
Pat Bev, all the way. Trae Young is a loser. That's the problem. Trae
what
Young
is
is a
Pat
loser.
Bev? What is Pat Bev?
I
What is
think
Pat
Pat Bev
Bev?
was a guy. Hold on. Pat Bev was a
Pat Bev
guy
is
that winning team.
trash.
Hold on, sir. Pat Bev is a guy that winning teams. He was a journeyman, right? He wasn't the guy that was
Trash.
going to give
Who
you
do
the
you want on your
25
team,
to 10.
Pat Bev or Trey Young?
This nigga
Let me
said he
see. If I want to
Pat
win,
Beverly over Trae Young.
guess what? The last two seasons, where's Trae Young been in playoff
What has
time?
Pat? Where has Pat been?
Pat Beverly gets passed around like a blunt.
Yes,
For a
no
Yes, he
one
reason.
cares
does.
about
Yes, he
Pat
does.
Beverly.
But
Yo,
okay.
he get
So
passed on like Drea. He
wait.
gets passed around
Wasn't
like
wasn't
Drea.
Robert Horry passed on like a blunt
What? No, no,
Well, yes.
by winning
bro,
championships?
Ain't
Was
nobody
Pat
picking
yeah,
Robert Horry
was
over
Pat
Trae
Beverly
Young.
the best player on a conference championship team? Trey Young has. But
Okay. See again.
Has Pat Beverly ever been a second, or even a third, or even a fourth best player on a conference finals team?
Okay, that's great. But had Pat Beverly been on two straight lottery teams that was supposed to win? If
Yes,
he's
because he's
that if he's
trash.
the man.
He's trash.
Oh
He's
no,
trash.
I'm asking you, has Pat Bev been on two straight
No,
lottery
because he's
teams that
Yo,
was
trash.
bro,
They're
do you understand that Trae Young is
see,
about to be
see,
one of
see,
the most
see,
coveted free agents coming into next season? Do you understand this?
I'm sure he
he's
is, and I'm
trash.
sure
no,
whatever he hold on.
I think it's things like you need to mention things like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar actually, you know what I'm saying, taking the
Again,
back seat, basically
great players.
saying that, hey,
Yes,
I'm
guys
gonna
who
get it.
put their ego aside.
I'm gonna
Yes.
get the team to Magic Johnson.
Pat Beverly
This
is
is
all
Magic
ego but no
Johnson team.
talk.
See.
He has ego
That's
but
the
no
intangible.
talk.
Look.
Pat
Here's
Nah,
what
Beverly
he can
is
happened.
not
have
And
it.
this
good.
is a great.
Just to
This is
use
a
that
great
not
against him
subject.
good.
when y'all want to talk about Michael Jordan versus Kareem. Again,
No.
continue. Go ahead, Ron.
No. See, here we go. And then you know what kills me? There's a lot of intangible talk being thrown in here, right? Because it's funny. I love the contradictory because you guys said Jordan hurting people's feelings was what hurt the Bulls. Well, they kind of won, right? These 60-year-old men, y'all throw up on there, Horace Grant and Scott Williams. Y'all interview Scott. Didn't Lamont interview Scott Williams and all this nonsense? These are 60-year-old men whining about shit 30 years ago when all of them motherfuckers can go anywhere in Chicago. Go anywhere in Chicago and get motherfucking beers bought.
Bro, I got this,
guess
bro.
what?
Hey, John,
Guess what, bro? You hang out with A-L's and sports fitness events, where
All
nothing
right,
but
we
little
gotta
girls
get
inspired
to.
by another
I know
grown
we got
man.
a full panel. Hold on, I know we got a full panel. I know we got a full panel. Go ahead. Yeah. Let the debaters get their questions off.
Yeah. Hey, John, I gotta ask you this though, hey, John. What you think about Gary Payton, man? Around the time with the Miami Heat, when he went on and publicly said this. He said this when Gary Payton told Shaq that, hey, you gotta put your ego to the side of that D Wade lead us, bro. That's the intangible to check a guy alleged like Shaq. Gary Payton for him to go to Shaq, and Shaq was big on, man, I'm the diesel, I'm the man, and man, everything going through me. And the fact that he actually listened to GP, and GP actually went to him because he knew that was the thing that was holding your Miami Heat back from winning in 05. Because y'all should have won the year before, but hey, things happen. Y'all probably should have ran it through where D Wade did get hurt. But the thing is, with Gary Payton going at Shaq and letting Shaq know this is D Wade team, that's an intangible. Cause that's a leader letting the guy know, hey, we gotta give this to the young bull. We gotta let this young bull lead us, Shaq. This is the only way we gonna get another chip.
Shout out to Ruddy.
Sturdy got me dying over here. Sturdy got me dying.
I got a question for the exposer.
Is crazy.
The link is in the chat. There's 2 more available spots. Hold on, I got a question for the exposer because shout out to Rudy Sport. He said Horace is catching
strays. Ask me the question. I'm gonna answer both questions. Go ahead. Answer the question. Go ahead.
Okay. Here's the question. Horace Grant in Game 6 of 1993 against Phoenix. How many points did he have in that game?
Against Phoenix in 1993?
1993, Game 6. Y'all watched it.
That's kind of
unfair, Juan Boy. I wish you'd have brought Juan Boy because y'all watched the film. Y'all watched the film. I just watched this last week. I got a 1.5 year. I ain't got time to watch film like that. But I watched Game 6 versus Phoenix. When y'all challenged me.
A 1.5-year-old sleep like 12 hours a day. What you mean you ain't got time?
No, my 1.5-year-old. My 1.5-year-old motherfucker, this nigga want to swim. You see, I got a pool right here. He want to swim. He want to. My son was climbing before he could walk. My son was. He want to put the water. He want to put the. He want to get to the water in the bathroom.
Hey, Ro.
But hold on. No, but answer the question. Yeah. This is selfish. Answer the question. How many points did Horace Grant have in that game?
I don't know how many points.
We know he had 2 points. Keep going.
No, he had 1 point. But let me tell you what the intangibles can do. Michael Jordan on that last play, mind you, they're on the verge of blowing the 3-1 lead, right? He don't know if the 3-peat is in the bag yet. They got to win it. They don't win this game. They down 4. He got that back. He got that coast layup off the rebound, right? Without that, they go to Game 7. He went to Horace Grant, who had 1 point. 1 point in the entire game. Mark West, I remember you personally laughing when I said Mark West. Mark West was in Horace Grant's ass, and the 20 minutes that he was in the game, Horace Grant could not get free because Mark West was on him. Is that intangible to go to a guy when you got 33 and you the only player that scored? Mind you, Mike had the only Bulls 9 points of that third quarter up until that point. He went to Horace Grant. Horace Grant went to Paxson. Paxson hit the 3. See, they don't tell the whole story of that. Is that intangible when you're the Michael Jordan and you draw a double and you go to a nigga with 1 point? Is that intangible? Or is that what?
It's called. Why would he not go to the guy with 1 point who can score off a free layup?
Hey man, but look though, that's why we pay. That's why the guys like LeBron and the Michael get paid the big bucks just in case. Guys like Horace may struggle. Guys like Scotty may struggle. Guys like D Wade may not come through because he hurt. Guys like Chris Bosh may be playing timid.
Chris Bosh had 0 in Game 7, right?
That's why they
get
2020,
2013 through 20 years later.
He got that key zone rebound and
He on rebound.
gave it to the
Chris
greatest
Bosh.
shooter.
Hold
Gave
on.
it to the greatest shooter
I'm
of
gonna
all
ask
time.
you: Was Chris Bosh important, even with scoring
Yeah.
0 in Game 7? Because let's be
Yeah.
real, Chris Bosh changed his position
Yeah.
to get LeBron better driving lanes.
You're not
Clearly.
gonna so you're not gonna give Horace Grant his props for being the only Bull to get blocks in that whole game. The Bulls had 2 blocks the entire game because of Horace Grant.
Yes, he did his job
You're not gonna give him.
defensively.
You're not gonna give him props for passing the ball up to a wide open man in John
How many
Paxson.
offensive rebounds Charles Barkley had though?
Yeah.
How many
Yeah, you gotta
offensive
give him
rebounds?
credit.
Oh no,
You gotta give
Hold on, wait,
Horace
hold on,
credit.
wait. In this
Because y'all
game,
challenge me to watch film.
first of all, there's no offensive rebounds. Well, let me see if they show me how many offensive rebounds. Charles Barkley got.
At 7.
Okay, let me see here. Charles Barkley had. Okay, yeah, he had 7 offensive. He had a total of 17 rebounds.
And he was destroying Scotty
He played
and
40.
Scotty
He played
Horace
44.
and
He played
anybody else that
44.
was down there.
He played 44 minutes. Horace Grant played 33 minutes. Horace Grant was in foul trouble because he had 5 fouls in this game. Scotty didn't play bad. Scotty had 23 points, 12
And
rebounds
23 had
on his
0
own.
points in the fourth quarter. 0 in the fourth quarter.
So what does that matter?
What does that matter?
Where do you see? First of all, the Bulls as a team scored 12 points in the fourth quarter. Nobody was scoring for the Bulls in the fourth quarter.
Except for Michael Jordan, who had all 9 of the Bulls'
Well,
points in that fourth quarter.
Michael Jordan probably took all the shots in the fourth quarter, bro. I mean,
really?
what do you
Did he
want to
take all
do,
the shots
bro?
and did not?
But it's not the only aspect of the game, bro. There's other aspects of the game. These guys are still
You
rebounding.
already explained away.
Scotty led the team in steals. And Horace Grant led the team in blocks. The Phoenix Suns scored 19 points in the fourth quarter, so obviously they were playing defense on Chicago as well.
Oh, it was hey, Ajani. I watched. Shout out to Juan Boy. I watched the film. I watched that film. Oh,
So
it was a brouhaha in the fourth quarter. So every point was needed. Every shot, every offensive rebound was needed. Every hustle play. See, this is
Exactly.
And
Scotty and them were all on the floor helping, doing all of that.
No,
and that's
Scotty was on the floor. Hold on. Johnny, I watched the film. Scotty was on the floor after Barkley was fucking horsing him, knocking him to the ground, getting this set at least 4 or 5 of his 7 offensive rebounds for the game.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with intangibles?
What does that
Nothing.
do? That's not an example. You just
what
said
intangible is that?
Name
the intangible. Name the intangible you just mentioned by throwing him on the floor. Physicality?
No, he threw. No. He didn't throw him on the floor. He muscled him to the floor legally. There was no foul.
Bro, I'm gonna bounce out because
no doubt.
Fantastic debate from you guys. Someone shoot me a text. Let me know who wins in the poll.
No,
okay?
perfect.
I will let you know. You know me and you.
Scott, I emailed you by the way.
Okay.
Real quick,
Herm, I got a question, bro.
Oh yeah, let me let CW and let CW in. Say CW.
Just want to know who won the debate.
Oh,
didn't quite get to.
Yeah, we're gonna have to tabulate. So it's gonna be guys come in here, vote on GoCast. If you're watching on GoCast, if you're watching on my channel, go to the community tab, vote. The vote now, vote or die, like Diddy said back in 04. I know this is not the nigga to be talking about, but back in vote or die. If you want to know who won, you actually got a chance. You got a chance to decide this debate because me and Travis, we judged it completely oppositely, kind of like I knew we would because me and him we jive, but we don't. We see the games a little bit differently, and that's why But
hey,
yeah,
let me ask Herm a question.
Sure, no doubt.
Yo, is Harder intangible?
Yeah.
What?
Hard? Yes.
Hard.
Hard?
Yeah.
Yes. Hard is intangible.
I don't care about Hard. That's a made up thing you guys made up.
No, it's not, man. You do need Hard though. You do need Hard because
Scott.
A
16-year-old.
Hey Scott, some
16-year-old knows more basketball than grown men.
Scott, some cats be scared in the moment though, Scott.
Yeah, they're right. They were scared of Jordan.
At the moment, man.
Hey, Scott, you a good public speaker. Are you gonna be valedictorian?
What?
Are you gonna be valedictorian?
No.
Let's just say you be valedictorian. Could you go up there and give a good speech?
No, I don't give good speeches. Besides,
so that's a hard thing. No, let's be real.
Oh, it's just not.
Real talk. But real talk. No. Public speaking, Like people have fears.
Yeah,
So for people,
Not
no, for
fear.
me to have a basketball platform,
Scott done
no,
sober me up, man.
yeah, see, for me to have a basketball, I'm a little bit scared of public speaking myself. But one thing, when I come on and speak of what I know, hey, I get nervous before every show. I think a lot of us up here might get nervous. You know, are we gonna
I,
carry the show the whole nine? But you know what? Once we get up here, we just that's
You
part of
done sober me up.
yeah,
I,
facing your fears. If you're not good, hey, look, we've seen Nick Anderson break those 4 free throws. I mean, he wasn't a great free throw shooter. He was a
I'm getting
70
ready
something,
for this.
71%. This motherfucker was 35% for the rest of his career. That's in his
Like,
head. That's in his head.
Oh,
So that's
okay,
you
I'm
learn
gonna
that from
want.
get to your
MJ.
public speaking.
MJ did that just
Oh,
MJ
look,
did that
look,
just the series
Johnny
before.
blaming MJ for Nick Anderson. Like MJ wasn't even on the goddamn court. MJ was
Did MJ break 2 free throws to tie the
wait,
game
wait,
in
wait.
game 6?
Listen, no,
Yes.
hold on, wait.
He
This is the
did,
guy
you
who's
know.
no, I'm talking about Nick Anderson. Nick Anderson's the guy that got the steal
Penny
two
was cooking
rounds
too, so
earlier. But because it's
shout out to
MJ's
Coach
fault that
Penny,
Nick
man.
Anderson couldn't make no free throws for the rest of his career after '95
Motherfuckers
finals.
clown me about JJ Barea. Goddamn, ain't that a
Yeah,
bitch?
because they were scared of MJ.
Shout
Like
out
you
to
just
Coach
said.
Penny, man.
Hey,
Shout out
their
to you,
heart
Coach.
does matter.
And
Some niggas
to the
don't got heart. Let's
and
keep
to
it
the
real.
point,
Some
Say
niggas don't
it.
got heart. Some people do.
no, it's just you're good at basketball or you're not.
That,
Draymond Green got heart. Patrick Beverly got heart. Wilt Chamberlain is known for his laziness. Didn't care that much getting in. But guess what? His talent was way better.
Chamberlain died 10 years before you were born.
I
What else
know.
you know
I
about
heard
Will
his
Chamberlain?
story. I heard his stories. I know his
so what?
stories.
You heard.
All
You
right,
heard.
Scott.
I know
All
the
right,
story. You
Scott.
weren't even alive with Wilt Chamberlain.
I
Hold on. I
wasn't
gotta
even.
ask
Well,
Scott
I was
this.
alive when he was alive, at least.
Well,
I
Scott,
I don't.
did see
You
him.
didn't see him
I did
play.
see him shake. I did see him shake the shit out of Shaq. I saw that live when he
Oh
shook
my!
Shaq's
Shaq,
hand and
Shaq
jolted
would
that big man
destroy.
down.
Shaq would
now,
destroy.
Scott, I gotta ask you this question, Scott. Do you think Bill Russell better than Wilt though?
I don't know. To me, it's tough.
Facts you got to think
I
about it,
don't think it's
fellas.
tough. I don't think it's
How
tough
is
to
it
be honest.
telling?
I don't think it's tough
The
though.
only thing that hesitates me with Russell is his because his defense is
Hey,
amazing, but
hey,
at the
Jersey,
home
you got to
at
go to my community tab
at the
for the poll. My
at,
community tab.
at their best, I'm taking Wilt because he can do more and impact the game more. But what hesitate me with Chamberlain and Russell is to me so
Hmm.
hard for them to rank because Chamberlain, it's always that fear that he's going to care too much about his stats, and
I don't
Russell
think that's true either though about Wilt though
Yeah,
because
I don't think that was true either.
I hope you realize, Scott,
or his
half of
his
half
playoff
of
dropping, his playoff drop.
half of Wilt's and Bill Russell stats wasn't even taken.
Yes.
Half this shit wasn't even taken. So
Well, what hurts me about Will is his playoff dropping, and
Hey, Johnny, I see you getting bored. I got a question. So,
No, wait a minute. I'm just here chilling. What you mean? I'm
yes,
listening
let
to
him
the
chill. Why you
conversation,
guys worry
Herm.
about Ajani? Why you
It
guys are
just
worried about
reminded me
Ajani?
something. It reminded me something.
Yeah.
So
What remind you
do
that
you
you want to
with
get
the stat?
exposed? Nigga,
No,
damn,
no,
I ain't
no, no, no,
exposed
no,
you
no.
in what, 3 days? So
So do
expose
you
you today.
believe?
You can get
Wait,
exposed tomorrow,
no,
not
no, no,
tonight, nigga.
no, no.
Uh,
No. You
so,
guys have made the narrative that Jordan's stats, his defense, blocks and steals
It's fake.
were inflated.
Fake.
So with all these
Given.
new generation stats, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
You just told me that stats could be manipulated. Do you believe all these new generation stats that the average fan got to look at some goddamn glossopedia, glossopedia, something to find this?
No. You don't have to do none of that. I don't know why
Oh,
y'all
so
think
wait.
why you
So
think
Jordan
basketball is
steals and blocks could be
trigonometry.
manipulated. Hold
what?
on. Jordan steals and
No,
blocks could be manipulated, but
it's not
all
being
these
manipulated.
next generational
Fake.
stats you tell us to go look up, they can't
It's
be
fake.
manipulated.
It's fake, bro.
You tell me pick impact can't be manipulated, that
I
we can
judge Jordan
manipulate
based on the
basic skills and
stats.
blocks
I
by
refuse
Still
to
can't be
Yes,
believe.
steals and
manipulated.
hold on,
blocks. Yes,
official,
that means that. Hey, listen,
the
I
NBA
can
stat
write down.
keepers.
I can write down. You had 4 steals and you only had 1. That's very easy to
So
do in 1988 than to do it in
wait. So aren't
2025.
Aren't you now telling me that stats now have less importance because they can be manipulated?
No,
No,
I'm
those
just
are
telling you,
fake stats.
Jordan got fake
Fake stats.
stats. Why
Oh,
you going?
only
Why are you trying to
Jordan.
discredit stats because of Jordan?
Only
He was the
Jordan.
only
Hey,
one that got
Herm,
caught.
listen to this.
Anyone
Only
caught Jordan got
Fake
caught.
Jordan.
stats. Hey,
Who else
Only
got
so
caught?
he's the only one that got caught. Got
Hey,
it,
hey,
Damn.
Najee.
Johnny. Hey, Johnny.
Snitch. Look at he dry snitching
You remember
already.
what your boy Bron said? They believe that Wilt didn't get 100. You know what I'm saying?
I know
Bron,
that. I know a lot of people say that, but
So
guess what the numbers say? The
he's
numbers say he
already
got
questioning
100, bro.
the
The
integrity
records
of the
say he
league.
got 100.
Mr.
His
Stats.
his
And
teammates and
I
the
think
people
that's
who
what it
were
is,
there said
jealous.
he scored
Hey, hey,
100.
hey, 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 Mr. Stats himself is questioning the validity of the stats taken
Who
before he was
cares?
even born.
If
Right
you
on,
talk the
Bobby
stats,
D.
LeBron's the GOAT.
Assists can be manipulated.
So in other
Yes.
No,
words,
he can't.
stats can be manipulated if I can't reach them. Like
Again,
No,
LeBron will never get
LeBron can
200
listen,
pass for
kills
you.
on the 100
Jordan's
block.
Jordan's stats were
Ro.
not manipulated. They were given to him. He didn't accrue
And
them. He
only
did not
Jordan.
acquire them.
Only Jordan.
Yes. Only Jordan.
You should have
That's
mentioned
fake.
Yeah, they wanted to build a fake
all
narrative.
you gotta mention, Ro. All you gotta mention, Ro, is that niggas are going to jail because they rigging stats, rigging parlays. So numbers always be manipulated, always be
Listen, how
fucked
about
with.
hey,
And
Niggas
hey
guess
going
what?
to
JB,
jail
hey
for that
JB,
shit.
hey
Record
JB,
keepers. And
hey
And
because
Harden,
JB.
and
Harden
Niggas
can't
because
going to
of
control
that,
jail.
and
Is
because of that, y'all all play fantasy. Y'all all see the stat
mm-hmm.
corrections every
Yes,
time on
please
fantasy
vote, guys.
football.
Vote. You
Why?
guys
Because
are decided in this debate.
they have digital ways of keeping records, bro. It's more everything is imprinted. It's just easier to do it now. It's just better
But
now. It's easier.
niggas is going to jail for bullshitting with the
Hey,
stats though.
Herm, I'm gonna get back to
Me
this
and
Hart thing.
JB have talked about this
What you
behind the
say, Scott?
scenes.
I want to go back to this Hart thing. I'm tired.
Okay. Okay,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
Hart
Go
thing.
ahead. You got the flow.
Yeah, the Hart is overrated. Just because you got Hart, you can't be on the floor. This
Let me ask you this, Scott. You have a certain talent? Are you like you can you rap? Can you sing? Can you bust a 16 bars real quick? I mean,
no
can you
talent.
dance? Can you dance?
No,
No, but
Um.
King Road, this is what I'm gonna tell
I
Scott though. Scott, I think LeBron got hard though. So to come back for 3-1 in the finals, everybody counting
Oh
you
yeah.
out, and you came
Oh
back for
yeah.
3-1. It takes some heart and determination and willpower to do that because most people throwing in the towel when they down 3-1. In any
So
playoff series,
um
and
most guys are
they were getting smacked.
throwing the towel in, especially in the NBA finals, because nobody never came back for 3-1 in the NBA finals. So for him to take it game by game, they had the focus, they had the determination, they had the heart and the will to do that. That's a sign of heart.
not the,
Intangibles
not the Hart.
rallied Cleveland together, and Cleveland took off, man. And they took
Not,
off. They smelled that blood, and they went from there. You know what I'm saying? So
it's
you
not
got you
the
got that
well.
takes a lot of heart to do that, though. Everybody can't do that. Because if that's the case, a lot of motherfuckers would be coming back for 3-1 every year.
It's
Hell, we
not.
would have saw somebody
It's
come
not
back for
because
3-0
LeBron.
in the finals
Not
by
because
now.
So that's
Everybody
what I'm
can't do
saying,
that,
Herm.
bro.
So
Everybody can't do that.
when you say Hart, so for a bench player to come off the bench and score 12 to 14 points, and he's usually not used to getting that playing time, what is that?
No, but I would just tell you that I don't think JJ Barrera is like a good talking point to use in a debate, though. I know what you're saying. I know what you getting at, but I would not use no damn JJ Barrera in the
Yeah,
debate
there's
conversation.
a million other examples. I feel you on that. I mean, I would have been like, all right, we
But
all
bro,
know that the JJ
bro,
Barea situation was a
yeah,
little overdone, but but shout out to Wade because he did say JJ Barea was making a lot
bro,
of plays.
but
Again, that was
but
his job.
bro,
Uh-huh.
your sports fitness, angry old hoops, slacky, MMB sport. He, he's the
Oh,
next
oh,
the
oh,
talking block.
so are you debating NB sports? Because I know you
Yeah,
won the poll
yeah,
I know you won the trivia
I,
last night.
I'm
So
gonna destroy him, and
Eddie
I'm
so what
gonna.
y'all
TV,
debating about?
who said that JJ Barrera was a good talking point? Who's the better player, Chalmers or JJ Barrera?
No
I'm
one
gonna
said
say
that.
I'm gonna say
Who you asking
Mario
that?
Chalmers though.
Mario
I'm gonna
Chalmers.
say, yeah,
Why?
Chalmers
Because
is the
because
better
he got more
talent.
heart than JJ Barrera.
No,
Who
because
you
he's
asking?
No,
basketball player.
I actually
Whoever
think
I
he
think he
whoever
got more
do.
whoever
talent.
whoever
I
think
actually
whoever
think he
thinks
do.
JJ Barrera heart meant something.
He talking to Eddie. Eddie,
It did mean something, but I would go with Mario Chalmers.
Mario has bigger heart.
Yeah, Mario Chalmers was an All American man. I think he got more
I ain't
talent.
asked you,
More
Ro.
skill.
Well,
More skill. He's more skilled than
No, I
JJ
didn't
Barea.
ask you that. I asked,
Absolutely.
does he have, who has the more heart, Chalmers or JJ Barrera?
damn Eddie.
They can't measure heart.
Exactly.
So we
Thank
all
you. That's why that shit don't
Hey,
matter. I appreciate you
hard.
bringing up skill because skill shows you that Chalmers is better because
Mario
Chalmers does a
Trump.
lot more with the basketball court and does more and
Chalmers is
more on the
better.
rim.
I said Chalmers
Yeah,
is
of
See,
better.
course he
y'all,
is.
Chalmers
keep
got
interrupting.
Because of the
Chalmers
stats. The
got
stats
now,
tell us this.
but
I mean, I don't know
Chalmers
what else
got
gonna tell us.
but Chalmers got more heart too though, cause he had most niggas ain't
Udonis got heart. He
challenging
played 20
LeBron
years and on the
James.
bench.
Let me ask
But
you this. Let me ask you
most
this.
niggas
And
ain't
this is
UD got
challenging
hold on, hold on,
LeBron
hold on.
James.
UD got
When
He
I
heart
do
too.
my
That's
challenged
their
co-process,
problem.
LeBron.
hold on, guys.
He
Let
challenged
me get it. Let me get
LeBron.
it.
He
Let
challenged
me
him.
get it.
So yeah, Mario got more heart. Yeah, he
Let me
do.
get it real quick.
He
Let
said,
me
I
get it
he
real
said,
mean,
quick.
good job, Herm.
Because
Good job,
here's
Herm.
a
Good
really
job,
good
Herm. Good
example.
job, Herm.
Here's a
Good
really
job, Herm.
here, hold on. We talking about no, I mean there's no shot, no distance to JJ and Chalmers. But let me get down to the cream, right? My top 10. I recently changed my top 10, right? I put Shaq in 10 and I put Akeem in 9, right?
Where's Duncan?
Based on this fact. Hold on, based on this fact.
he ain't got Duncan top 10. I don't think.
No, I don't got Duncan top 10, but that's it because y'all gonna go down another rabbit hole. And that's another thing. But Shaq's free throw shooting is one of the reasons why this man was swept 7 times. He was swept 5 times in the 90s. Remember that Plumbers era in the 90s? That one of the greatest of all time got swept 5 times. He got swept being guarded by Greg Ostertag. Greg Ostertag. Now, being scared of the free throw line, is that hard? Is that not an intangible?
Why is Wilt
Shaq,
Chamberlain number two
Shaq is
then? Why
clutch in
why
free
is Wilt
throws.
Chamberlain number two then?
Yeah, that's a whataboutism, sir.
Shaq is
What is
clutch in free throws.
Why
what
is Will
why
why
is
is Will
Wilt
Chamberlain?
Chamberlain
Why is Will
number
Chamberlain?
two then?
No. But Will Chamberlain gets swept 7 times.
He got
No,
owned
he
by
didn't.
another human being.
He got owned by another human being.
Yes,
What? We got a massive.
That's another
yes.
intangible. They go. Look, Scott Butler intangible. Owned. You got owned by another human being. Another
Oh,
intangible.
Got literally
he
owned.
need to prove that.
He
What do you
got
mean
he got
owned?
literally owned by another human being.
Who
That
was
was
that?
And Shaq was swept in
As far
2007.
as far as
You act
I
like
know,
Shaq wasn't swept in the 2000s.
slavery was abolished in 1865. So we
and
even
guess what?
celebrate
Bill
that as a
Russell
holiday.
had parental rights over him.
Who was that?
He
Bill
had
Russell.
parental rights.
Okay, what happened in 1967?
Yeah, the one year Wilt could be his daddy, but outside of that, his daddy owned him.
Okay. So then he also owned the logo too, right? So I mean, see, that's the
The
problem.
logo
This
better
the
than
problem. This the problem with you guys. This the problem with you guys, though. Yeah, I brought up the Shaq situation again. An all-time great being swept 7 times. An all-time great, never improving on what was the weakness. And we also know that was a weakness for Will Chamberlain. But I don't remember Will Chamberlain getting swept 7 times because
why was Wilt
he
missing the
was
playoffs? Why was Wilt missing the playoffs in his prime?
okay. Why was Will
There you
missing the
go.
playoffs
There you
with his
go.
prime?
There you go.
Hold on,
Using
Hey,
misleading
Mr.
with
Scott.
stats. You misleading with stats, man. You are. Shaq free throws got nothing to do with him getting swept 7 times, sir.
It actually does, sir. It actually does. I mean, it
Why
has something to do. It has something to do with it. When you're
why
when
was
you're
Wilt missing the
hold on, hold
playoffs?
on, hold on, hold on. When your matchup is Greg Ostertag, you should not be fucking swept. I'm sorry. And I know you got 3 other All Stars at your side. Young Kobe being one of them. Even though Kobe was young, and I know Kobe missed the shot at the end of the game because I know this is what we like to do. We like to blame other people. Well, guess what? An intangible that would help Shaq later on was him patting Kobe on the back and saying, "Young fella, take that goddamn shot." That's what I used in my first debate against Travis. The judges ain't feel that shit. So I'm glad we doing this debate here
Who the
tonight.
Lakers had to stop Malone?
Who the Lakers had to stop Malone? Didn't they have the combination of Elton Campbell, who was the starting for that year? Was it Oregon? No,
And
I
you
don't
think
think Oregon
and you
did that.
think and you think Eldon Campbell and
Well, wait a
and
minute. Why didn't
Van
Shaq
Exel
himself
can
start?
stop
Hold on,
Stockton?
hold on. Why didn't Shaq
It's
himself
the
stop Carmelo? Why didn't
because
Shaq himself stop Carmelo?
because
Why
Shaq has to
didn't
go.
Wilt Chamberlain stop
He
Bill
has to play
Russell?
against
Because he has to
Ostertag.
stop Greg Ostertag. He has to stop
Yeah,
Greg Ostertag. We already know that Scottie Pippen can do the job because Scottie Pippen did the job in the finals. Scottie Pippen with a bad back. Scottie Pippen with a back with
Scotty
a
was
George
guarding
Jefferson
Stockton.
back. He needed
Scotty was
Florence.
guarding Stockton.
Scottie
They
Pippen
had
needed Florence to step on his back like he
you
did
forget
in that
Dennis
famous
Rodman.
episode of Jefferson.
You forget they had Dennis Rodman for Carmelo.
No, we're talking. Shaq had Dennis Rodman.
No, the Bulls did. That's what you
No,
forget.
no.
That's what
I'm
I asked
asking.
you.
You said who could stop Carmelo? Why
Yeah,
didn't
all right.
Shaq
So
himself do it?
who's the better defensive combination? Scottie Pippen guarding Stockton and Dennis Rodman guarding Malone or Van
Scott didn't
Exel.
guard Stockton, sir. Scott didn't
Exactly.
guard Stockton.
Yes, he
Scott didn't
did,
guard
sir.
Stockton.
It was him and Ron Harper. They both were doing playing on him. Yes, they were.
Okay, there were a point when Scotty was immobile in the '98 finals with his back problem that they put him on Greg Ostertag, the least mobile.
He was still the third
See,
best
see, what
scorer.
you
He was still the
see,
third
you're
best scorer in
going
that whole
all over,
finals.
but you're going all over the place, all to
Why
distract him
why
from
did why did
Jack.
why
You the
did
one who's
Wilt get
bringing up his
swept?
bad back. He didn't play bad. He still played
Why
good.
No,
why
no, no.
Wilt,
See, but
why
wait,
did
okay,
Wilt
we're
get
not
swept
talking
by
about
Dolph
the
James?
Bulls. Wait a minute, you're
Why
bringing
did
up a subsequent series. I'm talking about Shaq with 4 All-Stars being swept by
Wilt
Yeah,
Greg
and I'm
Ostertag
telling
as
you
a
swept by
backup.
Dolph
why. And I'm
James?
telling you bring it. It's not Greg Ostertag. It's because of Karl Malone and John
Why
Stockton.
why why was Wilt swept by Dolph
So
James?
you just asked the question of Johnny, who was supposed to stop Malone? I
But
said,
why
why
was
didn't
Wilt
Shaq
swept by
himself?
Dolph
He can,
James?
Because
there's
Shaq
no
can't
way
stop
if
Malone. Because then you have
Malone,
nobody. Because
hold
then you
on,
have
Joe
nobody to
John.
stop Ostertag. Because then you have nobody to stop
Now
Why
nobody
Ostertag.
can stop
swept by
Ostertag.
Dolph James?
Yes,
Nigga,
because
nobody can stop Greg
Ostertag,
Ostertag.
Ostertag's gonna get all kind of rebounds if Shaq's not boxing
I
him out,
just
keeping him
watched
from the
Eddie.
boards.
I just watched Eddie. I just watched the movie Eddie. Ostertag played my man Sparks. The dude that fucking tripped over it. No, it's funny
What?
because Ostertag was decent. I
Oh
know
my
that's a
God,
character he
bro! It's the
played, but
1900s, bro. You don't have to be that
the
special, bro. You just
1900s, I
it's
know.
the
And
1900s,
Shaq,
bro.
your man, got
Bro,
swept 5 times
bro,
in the
bro,
1900s.
why did Wilt Chamberlain get swept by Dolph James?
You're going back to the 60s.
Why did he
Why
get
would
swept?
Nobody
I
cares about
think
missing
PCT
free
number
throws,
one,
bro.
Shaq. It's not a one-on-one. It's not a
Shaq's in your
one-on-one.
top 10, and he's a horrible free throw shooter. It don't matter.
That's fine, but he was dominant. I got you. But
bro,
what? This is
you're
the
Exactly.
point.
making no
So free
This
throw
is
sense
what
right
shooting
I'm
don't
now.
making.
matter.
But this
So
is the
you
point
so
I'm
you so
making.
you using
No,
some
no, because y'all
intangible to
said
talk about
heart
his
don't
free throw
matter.
shooting don't matter.
Y'all said
It
heart don't
don't.
matter.
Shaq
Doesn't
got
I'm telling
heart.
matter.
you a top
It
10
do.
player. Hold on. I'm,
That's hard.
I'm telling you a top 10 player. So somebody got a mute up. I don't know who got that
That's Scott.
background
Scott
noise.
got bad again. Scott's moving around. That's
Okay.
Scott.
Just if you wanna come through, I mean like bounce out. And that then probably will work. Balance out. Just refresh your browser. I'll bring you back up. But again, this is the point because y'all are deflecting. Y'all say heart don't matter. Shaq being scared of the free throw line, and that's what thing. Heart is actually facing your fear. And you know, later in his career, he did do a better job in the fourth quarter at the line. So he couldn't, so you wouldn't, when they did hack a Shaq or whatever, they didn't sub him out. They actually didn't make a rule, right? You can't foul a guy off the ball. The rule is I don't even know when that rule came in, but they did wind up making a rule because of the overuse of that situation. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, these things do matter. Heart does matter.
Heart
So again, you
don't matter. You're not good at anything. Straight up.
well, if you're in
Like,
the NBA, you're good at basketball.
no, what
Let's
I'm
keep it.
saying
Let's
is,
keep
I'm
it.
talking
Let's
about
keep it on
life
it.
in general, bro. I'm talking
You
about
know,
if
I
you don't
get it.
have heart in what you're doing,
Yeah,
then what confidence and heart do you have? What do you have to achieve your goal? What
yeah.
confidence
No,
and heart do you have?
yeah, no. And I asked young Scott, man. He's 16 years old. I asked him, "Do you rap?" I asked him, "Could you give your the valedictorian speech? Could you give a speech in front of your whole school?" Not everybody can do that, guys. And heart, to me, heart is facing your fears, getting up there and giving a what's the name.
Absolutely.
Facing your
Absolutely.
fears, doing what
And
you're
none of
not
that
comfortable.
matters in basketball. None of that matters in
It
Yes, it
does,
basketball.
man. It does.
is.
See what I'm saying? It does.
Yes, it is.
It
You got the
does.
confidence. You got to have the confidence and heart to take that shot, to
Shit.
ask for the
Look,
ball when it's
I'm
two,
watching
two, 3
JaVale
seconds left
McGee
on the
right
clock.
now.
I know
Hold
a
on.
lot of dudes who got confidence to take shots and they brick. Nobody cares about that. It's about
I
production,
know
sir.
JaVale McGee is playing overseas right now. I'm looking at this motherfucker look like a little mini Akeem right now. I know he's playing against, I don't even know what league he's. He probably in China somewhere. But I'm watching JaVale McGee look like he have a whole game over there overseas somewhere. Again, all I'm saying is, look, sometimes you got to get in the gym, do what you do, face what you're not good at. Face what you're not good at. Dude, because you know your team might need it. Your team might need you to hit that 18-footer if you're not. You got guys that done worked on a jump shot, whatever it is. Again, look, you're in the NBA, so you're good at basketball, right? The basketball actually is the simplest sport. The whole goal of basketball is putting the ball in the hoop. I'm like, yeah, that's why we have 100-point scores. No other sport where the scores can go into the hundreds regularly. And now, in this day and age, every game goes to 100 just about. When you see a double digit score now, that's like a fucking defensive throwback. You know what I mean?
I see Rudy Y Hood Sports say, kid at my gym had a lot of heart tonight, still got his ass whooped, but he still stood up there and fought and
Stood up there for it. That's my point.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's
like, shout out to Nick Young. I saw that when Gilbert had it, and Gilbert could not understand why Nick Young got a ring, and Nick Young was trying to say, look, I was a good practice player. That's why Golden State kept me around. Keep it real, Gil. When your knees went out, nobody wanted, because you were never a good practice player. You were never that guy that could bring those intangibles. So what? No team that was with your bum knees bringing you nowhere. Nick Young, again, they said Nick Young was the main guy in practice. He was the guy they wanted because Nick Young still had that, he had that Kobe in him. Like, even though he wasn't Kobe, but he had that Kobe imprint from all the years he played with Kobe, and Golden State knew that. So heart and tangibles, they do matter. Again, that's my personal thought, and I came in here with an open mind. But again, Ajani, I'm gonna say it, you contradicted yourself quite a few times. Now you made some really good points.
He ain't never played no sports, bro. He ain't never played no sports to even know it.
Here we go. Now y'all want to talk about me. I didn't make no inconsistencies. Nobody cares about a player with hard grit, no fear, courageous, that's averaging 2 points per game. Nobody.
Okay. Ajani, when you got that best rebounding title at the Boys and Girls Club tournament?
Because I got the most rebounds, sir.
That's what was your average? What was your average?
I don't remember what my average was, bro. That was Boys and Girls Club.
You don't even remember?
I was the best rebounder. I was the best rebounder on my team. Again, it was the Boys and Girls Club. I played one season with the boys. It was the Boys and Girls Club.
So in other words, they weren't even keeping the stat. But they used the eye test to give you that.
They did keep stats, bro. But I don't remember stats from 1996 because I can't go back and go look at the stats. They're not available to me.
I remember spelling test grades from motherfucking 6. I remember my man.
I don't care how many times you can bring up a lie, nigga. I can't remember a stat from a 1996 Boys and Girls Club game.
Really?
Wow. Yes, bro. That's why I got the plaque. That's why I got the plaque. The plaque is there to remind you that I was the best rebounder because I was actually rebounding. So wait a minute. You think they gave me the best rebounder because I was getting 2 rebounds per game?
I'm just you can't give me the number.
Yes, because I don't know the number. But obviously I was rebounding, bro.
Sports knows their best game. You've never,
sir. You cannot tell me what you scored at a church league or you didn't play in the Boys and Girls Club. If it's high school,
AAU, my best game was
because AAU keeps a record of it. You gotta go to the remember AAU. Hey, I'm older than you, nigga. Like 1996, nigga. Can you remember what you did in 1996?
No, I was playing the Tabernacle. I was playing the Tabernacle League. Led my team in points and rebounds.
How many rebounds were you averaging per game in your Tabernacle League? Can we go find the stats right now for you to say that? Can we go find the Tabernacle stats right now? Or you just gonna make some shit up?
Hey,
just like you said, you niggas just want to make shit up. Niggas making shit. Okay, you want to make shit up? I was averaging 15 rebounds per game, bro. So we making shit up. I was averaging 15 rebounds per game, bro. That's what I was averaging.
Hey, Ajani. In 1968, motherfucker was 6, whatever it was. Al Bundy scored 4 touchdowns to lead Polk High to the goddamn championship.
That's in the record books. High school teams keep records of their games. There's no records of the Davie Boys and Girls Club basketball club in 1996, bro.
So in other words, niggas use the eye test to give you that trophy.
No, I legitimately was getting rebounds. Whether you want to see the eye test or not, I was legitimately getting rebounds. The same way Bill Russell was getting blocks, even though they wasn't recorded, he was still getting blocks.
And I don't understand that. My team won the championship of the Junior Knicks, and I played against a couple of guys that went D1. They went to my school. They went D1. Rob Jones is the head coach of Norfolk State.
Sir,
he was in that tournament as well.
We were the champions too. We were the champions too, sir. We were the champions too, sir. We were champions
but I was the best rebounder. And I remember, Johnny, I remember approximately I was getting about 9.9 rebounds a game.
But we fucking won. I don't remember the
He
score, but
never
I know we
played
won.
sports, bro.
See, but you play. See, I was trying to give you props,
Whatever.
bro. And I was,
No,
I just wanted to
whatever.
know. You, okay,
Whatever. You
Ajani,
just
what was
love
your
talking about
high?
Ajani.
No,
You
no, no, no,
niggas be
no, 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 no.
liars.
Ajani,
Come telling me some church
Ajani.
league. You
Okay,
average
what you
30
telling
points
me?
in my best score in
Okay,
my church
so
league. Nigga, you ain't got no proof of
best
it.
game,
I got
your
proof I
best
was the
game
best
rebounding.
rebounder. You ain't got no proof you did anything in your life. I guarantee you gonna give us your real name,
Yeah,
Mr. Eddie
Ajani
TV,
crashed it
and let
out.
us go look up your AAU records. How about that? You do that and watch you look like Skip Bayless averaging 1.5 points per
Ajani
game.
crashed it
Give us
out.
your real name, nigga. Come on.
Ajani, can I ask you what was your high? What was your rebounding high? What
Nigga,
game
man.
was you just? What
Bro,
game was you just dominant in
I
prime,
do
nigga?
not, bro, I do not remember my stats from
You
1996.
can't
I
remember your
don't.
best game?
I don't remember
God
my
damn!
stats. No, I don't remember my
I remember
stats,
my best
bro.
man. Well, look,
Bro, you're
I got a
lying,
95
bro.
or 100 on
You're
every
lying,
one.
bro.
I'm
Bro, you're
lying.
lying. Go
I'm
get the
lying,
records then. Go get the records. Go get the
nigga.
records and I will believe you. If you don't have it on record, it means you're lying. That's why the stats
I'm just
matter.
asking
Recording
you,
stats matter because you can say whatever you want as long as you don't have the stats to prove it. That's why you guys
Ajani.
love
But Ajani,
intangibles.
I'm asking you. I will
I
believe
don't
whatever you
remember
said.
stats from
Nah,
1996
Ajani,
because
what are
it's not
you, 6'1"?
recorded.
Ajani, what are you, 6'1", 6'2"?
I'm 6'4".
Okay,
I've
you're
been six.
6'4".
I've been
So,
6'4"
so
since I
I
got
believe
16
that
years
you were a
old.
good rebounder.
I've been
Ajani, I
six.
believe
Listen,
you were a
I've
good
been
rebounder.
six. Listen, I've been 6'4" since I've been 16 years old when I was playing on the Boys and Girls Club. I was the starting
Okay.
center on my Boys and Girls Club team at
And I was
16 years
starting
old.
power forward. And I was power forward.
Okay.
Now,
And I got a plaque that says I was the best rebounder. You're on YouTube lying every day without any information in
nah, bro.
Brazil,
Oh,
lying.
I'm lying now. I'm lying.
Show us where we can find Roland Chisholm or Chisholm or wherever your last name is on the record books and anywhere where you were getting any amount of rebounds. Anywhere. Show it anywhere.
Hold on. My only claim is that my team won the championship of the Junior Knicks that same year, 96, 97. And
Yes.
I was the best rebound on the team. I didn't say
Where
this.
is your proof of this?
Goddamn, go to the Chinatown Y. The Chinatown Y in motherfucking Manhattan, New York.
Now niggas got to go to New York to get your proof. See what I'm saying? You ain't got no proof of this, bro.
We won the championship. I can even bring up some of the guys that were on the motherfucking team that know we won. And yeah,
bro,
goddamn,
all of this should be recorded. If you have a high school team stat, all this is recorded.
no.
High school
Again,
team stats.
it was a Junior Knicks tournament that we played at the Chinatown Y. Okay? It was a junior, and we won
the YMCA, nigga. Don't even say the YMCA.
But bro, you can't even tell me what's your high game. Like,
there's no record of this. There's no record of this. I can tell you a lie, bro. You want me to tell you a lie?
See,
no, I'm not gonna lie. That's not what I do. I don't remember my best rebounding game, but I know I had 10 rebounds or more in every game I played. I know I had 10 rebounds or more in any game I played.
I remember how many assists I had the last time I put Brian 3-on-3 half court. I just do. I don't understand it.
I don't know. I was the best rebounder on my team, so I get the plaque that shows it as a champion. I was the best rebounder on a championship team.
They didn't record it. They didn't record it. You didn't look. You didn't say, "Let me go look at this."
Goddamn, LeBron. I got it recorded here. I got it recorded right here on a plaque that says I'm the best rebounder on the.
And it don't say how many rebounds you got. It didn't say how many rebounds you got.
I'm the best rebounder. Why are you looking for stats to prove what? I thought intangibles matter. I got hustle. I got grit. I grind. I box out. What are you talking about?
Sir. Thank you, sir. You just proved our point. Intangibles do matter because you don't even have
prove my point
to justify your goddamn play, man.
Again, you asked me for a stat that I can't give to you, bro.
You won't even tell me your like this one game. I was just fucking cleaning up the rock. I was
averaging 2 rebounds per game, and I was considered the best rebounder, averaging 2 rebounds per game, bro.
Smith know his goddamn stats.
I mean, it is kind of hard.
No, you don't.
Shout out, Philip
Steve Smith lied. All y'all lie about y'all stats. That's why y'all can't talk stats. Y'all all lie.
So you gotta lie about stats to prove that you were on the team.
Yeah, I mean,
again, no, you got no proof of none of this. None of this. You just talking shit. Like I said, always talking
trust me.
shit.
We were the junior Knicks champion. That's all I said, and I was that shit.
I want to
Because
know where
goddamn,
was your stats in this championship, nigga.
no,
You could have been the bum on
I
the
know
bench.
I know that I was on the court cleaning up the
You
boards.
were the
That's all I
bum
know.
on
That's
a
all I ever
bench.
said.
Just like
That's
Eddie
all
on
I
the
said.
bench.
Real quick,
Talking,
I'll
telling
say
the coach,
this.
I helped us win a championship because I gave some kind of leadership
C Dub,
speech.
you remember your stats from high school?
Some of them,
No,
but
because he
we
can't
didn't
prove it
have
to it. He can't prove it
we
to
didn't
us.
have max.
Show it to us. Where is it?
The
Hey,
sad part.
CW got a
All
son
that's
to play
recorded.
AAU.
That's a lie. My brother
I'm
played high school
saying.
basketball, and I can go to right now and show you the game where he
Dog, you
played in high
crashed it
school
out,
I'm
bro.
basketball
trying
because
to.
they keep a record
Yeah,
of
All right,
everything.
let's see them have it
Because
though.
y'all
Let's
the
see them have it.
liars.
Let's see them have
Yeah,
it.
I'm just saying.
Whatever.
Like,
Y'all again, because y'all love talking about me. Like I said, bro, y'all niggas love talking about me, but
I'm
can't
actually on
talk
your
basketball.
side.
And for that being the case, y'all can catch me on a Friday night exposure with
I'm
the
on your
exposure.
side
If not,
here
stay
because
safe
I'm
in the
saying
comments. Peace and
max prep.
blessings.
Max
JNCO
prep.
jeans.
I was on your
JNCO
Oh
side.
jeans
man,
and
Max prep.
I
skateboard,
was on
nigga.
the nigga's
I don't
side.
believe this.
I
I was
was
on your
trying to
side.
give him props for his best rebound, and this
I
dude
was.
can't even tell me. One game I had like 18. Estimate, I would take your word, nigga, but you didn't. You just destroyed your
I
whole
I
talking
was
Bruh,
point
just
in
gonna.
the
I
if
was
you
debate.
just gonna
played, if
say.
you
I
You
was
got
played
it.
just.
You got it.
actual sports, you will
I was
remember
just
your
gonna
best
say.
game, whether that be high school, AAU. You remember this shit. He couldn't even tell that. He
Hello,
ain't never
gentlemen.
played no
Yeah, I
sports,
was just
bruh.
gonna say
Hello,
that max
gentlemen.
preps. We didn't have max preps when we were playing because I played in the '90s, so we didn't have
Hello.
max preps to keep our stats in high school. My
Hello,
Yeah, I
son
gentlemen.
was
had
going
them.
to say the same thing. I thought they only keep stats for like varsity, like you can see.
Yeah,
And I was really just looking in the newspaper. I didn't know that like you kept definitely not in the Boys and Girls Club. So
yeah. I mean, if you played high school,
Salute
if you played
Philip. Salute
varsity, they
Philip
kept
Fry.
it.
He got mad. He
But it
gets
was in the
mad every
newspaper.
single
Yeah, I
time when you
mean,
bring it up. He
I was trying
never
to be on
played
his side
sports.
over there.
Hello, gentlemen.
Yo,
This is
I was
JB
too,
here.
man. Yeah, my man challenged Johnny. And see, this is the thing about a Johnny, man. When he get defensive, the voice raises. I was trying to like, yo, nah, cause real talk, he was a good. I'm 6'2". I was a good rebounder for that little junior Knicks team. And again, we played against dudes who was on, on the varsity, right? And we were the guys that not on the varsity. Yet we won with a team that wasn't on the varsity against dudes who were on the varsity. So it was like 6, 7, and 8 teams in the league, a
Yeah,
couple of
I'm
Chinese
6'7",
teams.
so I played high school varsity basketball. I don't know my stats. I mean, I have pretty good stats, but we didn't have any max preps to keep up with them. So I had to go to
yeah,
my dad. My dad set
I
my
wanted
stats.
to address one thing that I've heard of Johnny say a couple. And I wanted to address him, directly, but he brought up the whole Jordan's inflated stats. I think when that guy had that thing, where they went through like 20 games and counted. I hate that I missed the debate, but I kind of caught the recap, and I think one of the brothers was judging them or whatever. But let me say this: there's been multiple videos of showing how LeBron James assists are overrated.
Overrated, and what they count
And
as
Facts.
assists is different from the 90s.
right,
Hey,
totally different. And if they counted an assist in the 90s the way they do today,
yes,
Jordan would probably would be averaging like 10 or 11 assists a game. I've
and
seen these
Stockton
videos, and
probably
these
20.
videos are not like one play or two play. We're talking about multiple plays where LeBron James will pass it to a player. This guy will pump fake, take 2 jab steps, then take 2 or 3 dribbles to the rack, take a shot, miss it, rebound it, take a shot, miss it again, then finally make the shot, and then they'll give LeBron James the assist. I mean, when we want to sit here and try to LeBron James, comparing him to Michael Jordan, there is no comparison. And you want to talk about, I think he's talking about subjective and objective and all that stuff like that. Really, you can make any stat subjective. Okay.
Yeah,
Objective, yeah, it's 30 points. Subjective on how those 30 points were gotten. Was it 30 points on 35 shots? You know what I mean? So because the whole argument is that the whole it's 30 points, so he scored a lot of points. But if you're taking a lot of shots to get the 30 points, then all of a sudden your argument is really minimalized. So, I hate that, one of these days I'm gonna catch a Johnny, and I was hoping I could have get him tonight, but
You ain't
it is what it is.
gotta catch him. You can catch me, bro. You an old
Hey,
hating ass nigga, bro.
hey, real quick,
All
real
right,
quick,
let's
You an
do. What
old
did you say
hating
again?
ass nigga, bro.
real quick.
Hello, this
Why?
is
What did I?
JB right here. This is
Real quick.
JB
I'm
right
gonna
here,
announce
brother.
the poll real quick.
Okay, what did I say that was wrong?
Hold on, one second. Let
Hold on.
CW
He
have it.
brought
Hold
up
on,
LeBron.
Hey, real
We got
quick.
They count everybody assists like that,
hold up.
bro.
Decorum. CW got
Nigga, a
something to say.
clown, bro.
Yeah,
CW got
I'm gonna go
something to
to the
say.
poll. The poll finish.
Yeah, that rigged ass poll. Y'all did.
Herm won 54% to 46.
Y'all niggas sad, bro.
I gotta look at
Y'all
mine as
sad
well.
ass
Did you
niggas,
look at
bro.
mine, CW, or did you check? Did you because we got.
No,
Y'all some sad old ass
All right.
niggas, bro.
All right, relax, man, relax. I know your
Y'all
master
niggas
got cooked.
sad, bro.
I know, but hey, bro, your master cooked himself, man.
This nigga,
Your master,
no.
hey,
This
your
nigga
boy.
came up here and said some bullshit, yo.
Oh,
Like
no,
this
what?
for
No, okay, Mark.
everybody assistant saying
Mark.
the
Just question.
scorekeepers came out and said Jordan was getting fake assists. Everybody was getting fake assists and fake steals and shit.
Oh, so now
That's
everybody.
how they
Oh,
was
wait, you
counting it at
disagree?
home. So
Hold
what
on,
the
that
fuck is
means
you
you
talking about?
disagree. Yeah, that
The
means you
scorekeepers
disagree.
from the fucking 90s and 80s said that. So what
You
is y'all
disagree,
niggas talking
but
about, bro?
wait. That means you already disagree with Ajani, who said only Jordan
Yeah, I
was getting
disagree with
inflated
him on
stats.
that. Yeah, I do. Fuck yeah.
Okay,
Because like I
okay.
said, nigga, the scorekeepers came out and said that. And you know that.
I don't
So
know
y'all
nothing,
niggas sad as
honestly.
fuck, yo.
Okay, Ma, you all
This
right?
is that dude
Y'all
from
niggas sad
Baltimore.
as fuck.
This is that dude from Baltimore.
Y'all
This is
What's
the,
that
niggas
got to
the
sad
do
as
with
same
fuck.
All
anything?
right,
dude.
all right.
What's
Hey
that
man,
got
this
to
is
do with
JB right here, gentlemen. Can I say something?
Yeah, JB, you
Yeah,
got it, bro.
because I promised my boy Ross that I'm going
Don't
follow
listen.
proper decorum, and I've been quiet this whole time, and I knew eventually, because I was really focused on the conversation at the start, and I knew eventually, Jordan name was going to be brought up from what happened or what they think happened in 1988 and 1989. I knew that was coming, but I wanted to say, when it comes to championship play, uh, really the outcome really surpasses focus on stats or intangibles. I think about Willis Reed and what he did, willing to play in that game 7. That was the 70 finals, right, Ro? The 70 finals between the Knicks and the Lakers, right? And the series was tied. Now, Willis Reed got hurt in the previous game, and he really should not have been playing in the game 7. But because of his presence, even if it was just for a couple of minutes, that instilled the confidence and belief in his teammates that they can propel themselves when he was longer able to play on the court and win that championship. If Willis Reed don't step up and show his presence and his leadership at that key moment, because the Lakers were favored to win that game 7 because they didn't think Willis Reed was going to play. He instilled that confidence in the team, in particular, Clyde Frazier, to go out there and win that championship. I can look at Isaiah Thomas, Game 6 of the '88 Finals, Pistons and Lakers, where he twisted his ankle, and it looked like the size of a watermelon. He shouldn't have been playing, but like he said, he it was like an out of body experience that that gave him the strength to go out there and play on an ankle where he shouldn't have been playing. And that determination created one of the greatest moments in the history of the NBA final, or just the NBA history, where he got the highest scoring quarter in history of NBA championship play. So a lot of times I think when it comes to the championship, I think the higher degree of competition and the pressure that brings forth from that really determines what your greatness is. Where it surpasses the focus on stats. I mean, the stats are gonna come. The intangibles gonna be there. But at the end of that, I just think, me personally, I think it's like when you watching a game 7, you're not really thinking about going into it, man, who gonna score what, who gonna do this, who gonna do that. It's a game 7, it's do or die. Someone may step up that come out of the blue. or someone who you may expect to come through, they may fall short of expectations. So I think a lot of times, man, greatness, I think it encompasses the elements of everything. But I think a lot of times the outcome when it comes between winning and losing, because it's a fine line, it surpasses stats as well as intangibles.
No doubt, bro. No doubt. No, yeah, I mean, yeah, and more, bro. Like I
But
say,
intangibles or keto, intangibles do play a role that don't
yeah,
show up in the stat sheet
yeah. Look,
that contributes to winning. Intangibles do play a role in that.
I mean, I like it's here we go. Woodage, shout out to Woodage. You know, we have, you're right. But let's keep it real. We haven't made the extra pass. We didn't have that extra whatever. So intangibles do matter, man. Like it's stuff that if I see a team that didn't have a 20-point game scorer beat a team that with three 20-point game scorer, a couple of 30-point game scorer, there's something intangibly in that, right? Because conventional wisdom will tell you the team with the more dominant scorers wins most of the time, right? Team with the better closeout players win most of the time. But sometimes there are intangibles that overcome the conventional wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Mar, again, I'm going to add you back to the stage, man, but you can't just keep calling everybody an old nigga and this, that, and the third. And, ask questions. Let's keep it decorum-wise. Because even with Ajani up here, he was he crashed out at the end when we asked him about his playing career. But, so let's keep it one mic. Mar, you got the floor.
I'm gonna try.
Ask anything of the panel you want to ask. Ask questions of it.
I just be saying y'all niggas embarrassing. Like, okay,
wow.
He came up here and talked about assists. I don't give a fuck if Jordan averaged 13 assists. Bron a better passer than that nigga. Like, and that's the bottom line. So
does that bother you? Is he a better passer than Magic or Stockton?
That's actually a debate.
It's a debate.
That's actually a debate. It's not a debate between Bron and Jordan. So him coming up here talking about assists.
Michael Jordan early in his career got to 8 assists a game.
Like, what?
Hold on. 8 assists a game is considered sort of elite. And Michael Jordan did that in an all-four position.
I don't give a fuck.
Early in his career than LeBron James did.
LeBron a better passer than Jordan, nigga.
Now, being a more willing passer and being the guy that's the main playmaker is different than being a better passer.
Man, I don't give a fuck. LeBron a better passer than Jordan, nigga.
Okay, all right. Do you want that? Do you want us to concede that?
Check
this out. Do you want us to concede that? No, but Mar, it has been proven. I actually remember. Hold on, Mar. I'm so old that I remember in 6th grade I got Sports Illustrated for kids. Right?
I came up here to get up at this nigga with the fucking fade, whatever the fuck he got. Right here.
All right, relax. Okay, y'all can have a one-on. Hey, invite him to Go James Kingdom, man. Y'all can have
Nah, because he came up here with this shit before, bro.
No, okay, but it's true. It's actually true. Mar, it's actually true. Because as I'm saying, an assist, it used to be you would have to immediately, within 1 or 2 dribbles, or immediately go up. You could not do 6
we don't give a fuck. Jordan is not the passer that LeBron is, nigga. I don't give a fuck what you're talking about, nigga.
That's fine.
I don't give a fuck, nigga.
No, that's fine, but they have They have redefined. This is the point. They have redefined what defines an assist.
I don't give a fuck, nigga. That's what you said. Whatever excuse you want to
come up here. Economy.
Bron is a better passer than Jordan.
You can have the floor. You always come in with this spicy bullshit comment.
Bron a better passer than Jordan.
Okay.
Period, nigga.
I'm getting cooked. I wasn't even debating you, dumbass. Economy, please come up here and debate.
You can't argue with these.
I know.
You can't argue with these LeBron fans, bro.
No, nigga. Bron a better passer than Jordan, no matter how you dress it up. I don't give a fuck. They give the nigga 5 steps. He made a better pass.
So then Jordan's the better defender. I don't care if they make up 20% of his steals. He was the better defender. He got the defensive player of the year trophy to prove it. LeBron never came close to leading the league in a defensive stat, Mar.
You a genius,
LeBron never
nigga. You a
came close
stripper.
to
You
leading it.
easy as
So
shit.
even if they made up the stats for LeBron, he's still not the defender that Jordan is. So now what?
How the fuck he ain't the better defender than him? He can guard more positions than him.
Jordan was a defensive first All NBA first team defense at 35.
I don't give
LeBron
a
has
fuck,
not been in his.
nigga.
Hold
He
on.
can't guard like LeBron, nigga. I don't give a fuck.
You mean you
Now
right?
check
He
this out,
can't. He don't get
bro.
cooked for 40 by everybody.
Bro,
at his
Goofy
position.
ass old nigga.
bro,
I don't give a fuck what he did.
bro.
He
Can I?
can't fuck with no Bron. That
Bro,
nigga too little.
bro.
Right. All right.
Now, bro, check this
Jesus
out. Check this
Christ.
out. Now, I've been quiet for 2 hours, and I'm gonna follow decorum. Now, we were talking about what the discussion was about, but see, when the rubber hits the road, it's always going to result in LeBron versus Jordan. And I'm not gonna talk. I ain't gonna bring up 88, 89 tonight. I was trying to focus on the task at hand, but it always gets back to that subject. No matter what, we can sit here and try to avoid it. I mean, like you can, like when the season start, when the NBA season start, they're not gonna cover all the teams in the league. They're not gonna cover the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder. They're gonna be fixated on this debate, and it's been like that for basically definitely since he's been in LA, but over the course of the past 10 years. And this is what's hurting the product. So my point is, I sit here and listen. I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna listen to the rest of it. But I just wanted to see where it was gonna go, and then boom, all of a sudden they bring up the so-called inflated stats
Hey,
of
Rodney
88 and
Stuckey,
89.
you could come up.
It
Again, the
always
link is in the
well,
chat, man. For y'all that talks are spicy, the link is in the chat. I put the link up early, man. I put the link up right after the debate was over. Y'all, go ahead.
I'm sorry, bro. No,
No, you
go
got it.
ahead.
You got
No,
it.
this is your thing, man. Go ahead.
No, you got it. No, I just
All right.
want to. This is
Yeah,
a program. If I interject, it's a programming note. So go ahead, and make your
okay.
point. Land your plane.
All right, cool. Thanks. Yeah, I agree. I understand. You know, it's always going to come back to Jordan versus Brown, but I mean, the problem, as I see it, a lot of times we having these kind of conversations, and people don't want to be honest. Okay, I mean, I would ask the brother that you had to drop down for the second time, if everything is, excuse my French, I don't give a fuck, then why the hell are you up here then? Take your I don't give a fuck ass under the closest rock that you can possibly find, and you'll be good there.
Is this the real Rodney Stuckey? No, serious. This is the real Rodney Stuckey, because we do know that pro players be in the watching us. I doubt this is the real Rodney Stuckey. Shout out to Sharon Wright and any players that might be watching us. You understand what I'm saying? Honestly, I just want a 10 toes down mission statement. I'm so sick of the LeBron versus. I'm so sick of this whole goddamn GOAT conversation. But I have it because it seems to be what drives the algorithm, right? That everybody wants to do. I'm sick of the GOAT conversation. Again, I said the first time I went on GOAT James Kingdom, Ajani, I met Ajani that night, and I said, first thing I said, look, we have the GOAT conversation because it's fun. It's subjective. There's no right or wrong answer. You understand what I'm saying? What we do is we debate our criteria. You know, you have the debate because it's fun. It's competitive discourse. That's why we do debate leagues and all that stuff. It's not about arguing. It's not about taking it personal. You old nigga. I mean, let's keep it real, Mar. You know, and again, there was a minute where it slipped up and you was on camera. I'm not gonna look. I ain't the best looking nigga in the world either, but bro, you look like one of old Daddy Bastards seed, bro. So let's stop with the old ad hominems and all of that, man. Let's keep it real. All right, the ad hominems are not necessary, man. You know, let's talk basketball up here. Shout out to FYF Sports who pulled up in the chat. What's going on, man? Did you catch the debate? Did you catch your partner?
Nah, I missed it. I didn't.
It was classic. It was a good debate. Nah, real talk. It was a good debate. It was really close. Me and
What was the topic again?
So the topic was stats versus intangibles. If you want to talk to Herm is still up here. You know, if you want to ask him what his highlights was and what he thought Ajani did, you know, I thought both guys did very well.
I'll go back and
watch.
I'll go back and listen. But my thing, just my opinion on it, just like from playing and coaching, I just feel that intangibles to me is mostly BS. I think it's it's just like inspirational talk. But for the most part, you need guys that get the job done. And like for example, I know some of the most talented basketball players and that I've ever seen in my life who probably don't have these so-called intangibles. There's some of them that don't even care about the game, but they can go out and drop 40 and get the job done. And there's so many players in the NBA like that as well that really like if you look at Nikola Jokic, this man really is just out there to get his money, get the job done, go home and go ride his horses and do whatever. He has more interest in his horses than he does the game of basketball. Some people are just talented and can put on the stats that you need to win games because just without talent and without guys that can put up the stats, you are not winning a game ever. And, you know, you can have all the heart in the world. And I say this all the time. The two guys walk in the gym, one guy is 6'9", 250. The other guy's 5'11" with all the heart and intangibles. You're always going to take the 6'9", 250 guy. It's just how the game of basketball works. It's just like, so that's just from my experience. I think the other stuff is just like a lot of media, hype talk, makes you feel better about your team, will, and all that stuff. It's throw it in the garbage can because I don't care how much will Jordan had. If he wasn't the most athletic, if he didn't get in the gym and put in all them hours to put up a whole bunch of stats, it won't mean nothing, man. Stats trump everything. Because nothing can happen in the game of basketball without stats.
Thank you, Lamont. Thank you.
Okay, well, if I could say something real quick to that, maybe the name, maybe we need to change the term intangibles and call it impact. Would that be better?
Impact. You judge stats off of impact.
Yeah, but you can only judge somebody's impact based on because there's going to be something that you value their production. You have to look at their production somewhere.
Let me
But
ask
see,
you a
wait a
question,
minute, though.
Lamont.
But see, basketball, just like
Hold on, JB. Hold. You got it right after this. I'm gonna ask Lamont one quick question. Julius Randle or Zach LaVine, who's the better player?
Zach LaVine.
Oh, no way.
Okay. I mean, but I asked it of FYF, and I mean, you can give your why later after I get it from FYF.
Hold on. So, are you just asking me who's a better basketball player?
Yeah, just who's the better player? Who would you take? Who would you like? You know,
the better basketball player is Zach LaVine.
Okay, so is there a reason why that Julius Randle actually has a successful playoff run? Is there a reason why he's been on 2 All-NBA teams, 3 All-Star teams, and
no,
2?
I'm not. This is not to say that Julius
and they won the same draft.
This is not to say that Julius Randle isn't good. You just asked me who was better.
Okay,
I think Zach LaVine is a better player.
I get it, but then why in similar situations? Because again, I would say, as far as talent they played with, almost equal, almost.
What?
I mean, but King Rome, but now you're incorporating team and a whole bunch of other things because in the game of basketball, the one thing that I've seen as well is that your production and your stats can be severely impacted by the system, by the coaching, by the players around you. Sometimes, so what I'm saying is when you didn't ask me about team, you asked me who's the better player.
Well,
Zach LaVine is the
one
better
has
basketball
more All-Stars, one's been on NBA team.
I didn't, hold on. So first of all, one player, you can have more All-Stars all you want. Like, for example, Bill Russell's going to have all the accolades in the world over Hakeem Olajuwon. Hakeem Olajuwon is the better basketball player any day of the week.
You see, that's a bad example.
It's not a bad example.
Bill Russell's contemporary.
It's the same thing. I don't care about accolades.
No, because they came in the same draft, and Julius Randle missed his whole rookie year.
So
he got one less year to accomplish.
But King Bro, see, this is about preference. See, this is where you cannot force your preference on me. The way I see the game.
I'm not. I'm just asking.
What I value in the game. What I see in great players.
Okay, but then again,
if I had to start my
player has less accolades.
If I had to start my team, and I only had to choose between Zach LaVine and I had to choose between Julius Randle, I would choose Zach LaVine 10 out of 10 times.
Okay.
He's the better
And again,
basketball player.
you would be satisfied with one playoff in 11 seasons.
That's team.
Yeah, because
That's team.
Zach
No,
Levine's
hold
on a
on, hold
worse
on, hold on,
team.
hold on, hold on,
But
hold on, my
no,
guy.
I want you.
Hold on.
Okay, cool.
The
No,
playoffs.
I want you to
I
understand
can.
this, Lamont. Hold on, Lamont. You're right. It is team.
There you go.
But
But you said hold on, but you don't know what you hold on for because you didn't hear my thought.
Because I gotta interject. I know you're gonna go because JB got to go after you, and that's another long-winded rant.
Yeah,
Here's the thing.
I'm not trying to have rants. I'm just telling you.
Okay.
I cannot put the onus of winning and losing on one player.
I asked this question: has Zach LaVine proven? Now again, I accept your answer, but has Zach LaVine proven that he's a better floor raiser, like of a team? Does he raise a team's floor?
I don't believe in that stuff. That is all fake stuff.
Oh, so floor raising is not.
Yes,
So meaning
yes,
a single player. Because you said
because it's like this.
You just
King
said.
Roll, let me explain. Let me explain.
Go ahead. You got it.
For example, if somehow Zach LaVine became a free agent and was able to sign with the Oklahoma City Thunder, he's going to look really good on a really good team. He's not. He doesn't floor raise. The thing is, your ability to win, your ability to have a lot of success in the NBA is a lot of it is contingent on the pieces that's put around you, the system that you're in. He has been playing under one of the worst coaches in the league, and Billy Donovan. He has been one of the most oddest systems with Chicago Bulls, who've had the worst injury history in the league, can never stay healthy. There are so many facets that go into their success. You asked me about his individual talent. You did not ask me about team success. Talk about the individual. Don't correlate team success with the individual. They don't connect.
No, but that's cool.
They do not correlate.
Lamont. What I just said. I said, look, the GOAT argument is a very subjective argument. Same way this is subjective. And again, then I ask you, is there a reason why someone has more individual accolades? So another argument that I would make for Julius Randle, because again, this is the debate that I had on SROS. You know, he's a good content creator. He puts out those polls. So I've been having an argument in the comment section all day. Again, I chose Randle. I'm not the biggest. There's a lot of Knicks fans that don't like Randle. I'm one that appreciate Randle's ability, right? You said you made a whole thing about injuries and this and the third. Randle, his first season under Tom Thibodeau, led the Knicks to a 4 seed. That's something LaVine I just want to the starting lineup was Reggie Bullock, Elfrid Payton, Nerlens Noel at one point because Mitchell Robinson got hurt, and RJ Barrett, who was in his second year. Now I'm just saying that I've seen this guy play with DeMar DeRozan, a guy who was a fixture in the conference finals. Nikola Vucevic, he played with as a youngster. He played with Karl Anthony Towns, and both of those players went on to have. I understand they're not the greatest players either, but they went on to have success otherwise. LaVine, again, that's what I'm saying. As a floor raiser, I'm going to say Randle. That's just my argument. And that's something that I will give in that certain debate. Now, again, it's all subjective. I'm not saying that your answer was wrong, but it just goes to show you that it is.
How do you measure floor raising?
Oh yeah, hold on. Herm is trying to play something. You might have to sit. Do you guys see Dub's info? Because I'm low tech, and I know I could probably do it on his phone, but I'm not real good at it. Hold on, Herm.
I'm gonna ask FYF something.
I'm gonna send it to what's the name? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. See that.
Just real quick, I want to say something because I actually agree with you, bro. I mean, you're talking about impact, you're talking about results. I'm a Bulls fan. There's no way you can look at. We're just looking at stats, okay? Like, I was just looking at that 1 year when you had Ball, LaVine, I can never say his name. Nikola Vucevic. I can never say his name. And who am I missing? DeRozan. You had two guys that was giving you 25 points a night, and another guy giving you 17 and 10, and they couldn't even break 500. Because the impact is not there. You know what?
No, I can tell you exactly what happened.
Hold on, bro.
It's very simple.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You a coach. You know what coaches call that? Empty stats. It's empty. The results are not there. That's what you mean by a floor raiser. He's not making the team better.
Okay, so this is the way I look at it. I mean, if you want to look at the Bulls and you want to grade them that way, have at it. The way I look at the Chicago Bulls was they had two guys in Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan that heavily relied on having a point guard out there that could facilitate to them. As soon as Lonzo Ball got hurt and you didn't have his ability to pass the ball and get assists at a high volume and also defend at a high volume, that entire team tanked because the system was built around Lonzo Ball's ability to run the point guard. So they lost a big piece of that team, and the backup could not fill that role. And Billy Donovan and the organization did not bring in a competent replacement. Does that mean DeMar DeRozan is not a good player? No. Does that mean Zach LaVine is not a good player? No. But the system was broken when they lost a key piece. As with any team, if you lose a key piece to your system, it will look broken. That's any team in the league. You cannot expect it to look the same. So that's how I look at it. They didn't lose their ability to play. There's no such thing as an empty stat in basketball. If you ever played in a collegiate game of basketball, scoring is hard. I don't care if it's in garbage time, and I don't care if it's the beginning of the game. There's no empty stats when the other team is aggressively trying to stop you. They're not free buckets. Nothing is easy.
Can I respond to it? Okay. All right. First of all, you can't just look at names. You gotta look at the fit. They didn't fit together. The Bulls were a terrible floor spacing team. Zach LaVine had 0 floor spacers. He had Vujacic, who was not a good playmaker, who's terrible at defense.
Why would you need your center to be a playmaker, Scott? Here's the thing, right? And it's funny. No, it's funny because one thing that's very underrated and it was proven in Minnesota that Julius Randle actually is a good playmaker. He actually was one of the best playmakers against the Lakers in that series. Julius Randle, as I said, to a lot of Knicks fans, he was second in the league for a couple of seasons running since being playing under Thibodeau in 3-point assists. Meaning they keep us at three assists of 3-pointers. He was second in the league to Luka Doncic.
That's not playmaking.
Why are you trying to silence Julius Randle? Like, what's the Julius Randle?
I'm only making an argument. See, no. See, again, Lamont, there's no right answer here.
I'm just asking you a question, King Rowe.
You went on the defensive about because you guys one second. You guys said when Lonzo went down, there's no play. There was the playmaking went down. Well, here's the thing. Then why would Zach LaVine plays the guard position? He's actually, they tell me he's an underrated playmaker himself. So why didn't he step up to get a few more assists when Lonzo went down?
He was the only playmaker.
I didn't say he was the only playmaker, but see, this is my point.
No, he was the only valuable playmaker.
Okay. Well, then again, he should have been done a better job.
They're telling you to support the players around him.
Okay. Look, again, I didn't want this to be a kill Zach LaVine thing, But
why are you defending Julius Randle?
This goes into the impact argument that we're making. Sometimes guys have impact that are beyond their stats.
Randle has no impact on the Knicks.
They have stats that are not conventionally sort of. Yes. Hold on. Julius Randle being a guy that, because Julius Randle was a specialist at finding corner off the low block, finding guys in the corner, because he's one of the few fours that still commands a double team. So he's one of the guys that can get that gravity to get guys at 3-point shots. So again, he was second in the league in 3-point assists. 3-point assists are better than 2-point assists, just based off the actual value of the shot, right?
You guys are overrating Randall.
So you're not accepting. I can accept your facts. You have to accept mine because they're facts.
Julius Randle. What did Julius Randle do against the Knicks? The Hawks. What happened?
He do double teams with nobody, triple teams and double teams with nobody to come after him. He actually had a double.
When he got treated like a superstar. Let me respond. Let me respond. When he got treated like a superstar, they found out he wasn't that guy.
He averaged 18 and 11. Hold on, he averaged 18 and 11 on a very. Hold on, Scott. All right, Scott, come on now, decorum. You asked me what he did. He averaged 18 and 11 on a very poor shooting percentage, right? They lost in the first round. His next chance in the playoffs, he was battling a severely sprained ankle that he wound up getting surgery on. Now, he actually had a clean playoff run this year. What did he do in this playoff run this year, Scott? Since I answered your question, please answer mine.
Yeah. He had a good playoff run.
What were the numbers? Give me a proper numbers. Give me points, rebounds, and shooting percentage.
Yeah. Okay.
It was about 20. It was 21. I believe 21 and 7.
But
on 52%.
To be fair, he wasn't the best player though. He wasn't the best player.
It doesn't see the thing.
He wasn't the best player though. Zach LaVine has never had the privilege to play with
as an easy one. I want to know your answer to this, Kingo. Can you tell me and okay, so if we're going to talk intangibles and impact, give me an all-star or an all-star caliber player who has significant impact with no stats.
A significant impact without the stats? Let's see.
I mean, their impact. Like you can explain their impact without stats. Like
okay, Malik Rose.
Stats typically.
I'm just like guys who stuck off.
You said
like,
who?
Malik Rose.
Hold on. I said all-star caliber.
Okay, all-star caliber. Draymond Green, Mr. Triple Single himself.
Yeah, but hold on. His stats are elite.
Are they elite? Wait, he's Mr. Triple Single. What is he elite at?
They are. Hold on, but his stats show his versatility. 6-7 rebounds a game, 6-7 assists per game, over 10 points per game.
What is that elite? That's an elite for a 4-5 guy.
No,
yes.
for his.
So that's the only thing that's elite.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying, my guy. See, this is what I mean by y'all can't his stats are elite because it's production across the board. It shows his versatility because his role is what? A point. Hold on 1 second, Scott. Please, hold on 1 second. His role is a point forward. So as a point forward, his job is to facilitate. It's going to show in the assist. His job is to defend and rebound. It's going to show in the rebound and steals and blocks categories, which it does.
7 is an elite, Lamont. 7 is an elite, Lamont.
So hold on. For his position,
let me ask another question.
That's elite?
I want to ask another question. So would you consider 12 points and 6-7 assists? Is that elite?
Didn't you guys cry about impact?
Well, hold on.
Yeah, you're kind of proving our point. You're kind of proving our point.
Let me say
hold on. Let me know when you're ready, C-Dub. Just give me a heads up.
Yeah, just real quick. The reason why I'm asking that question is to go back to the Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan and all them players, and then FYF said, "Well, the key piece was Lonzo Ball. Lonzo Ball doesn't put up great stats. But see his impact and that the intangible.
That's not true.
That's okay. So you look at his
stats. Hold on. Okay, all right. We're gonna land it right here. Hold on. We're gonna play a clip right quick. See, Hollywood Herm wants us to play a clip. CW, he's lending us his time. He's got to be working right now. So CW, play the clip.
The one got mad. It had nothing to do with a play call or Kosov outsmarting Calipari and nothing like that. It's just they decided, you know what, we got to play a little bit harder than we've been playing. We got to lock in a little bit more than we've been. That can turn it up. Then just the experience of the actual players. Like Kosov, when you got a point guard like the one, you don't have to call a bunch of stuff. He already know what you want. He telling them what to look for probably before you even can get to it. That's part of the reason why Coach Self loves his guards and is hard on his guards and stuff, because you have to have those moments where the feel of the game and what's going on in the actual game, he's not going to be able to dictate or puppet master, even though he's so great at seeing the game. It's just certain times it's like it's a feel. This is a feel thing right now, Coach. Unless you're right with the basketball, I got to make this play right now. Again, like when you're down 15, 16 points, bro, it don't matter what he calling. You got to execute. You got to lock in and focus. You got to get this stop, get this rebound. He trusts us to do that. Like you said, the game changed when DeWan got mad. They had nothing to do with the play.
So like it's repeating itself. So that was the short. All right. Herm, you wanna jump on that?
The thing is, it's a lot of skilled players in basketball, man. Like Lamont, I'm disappointed in you because you a coach. The small things matter. Guys diving for a loose ball in a crucial part of the game can change the momentum. A guy sprinting full court just
What?
to hustle
What?
just to change somebody from a shot and they miss it. Now we get a rebound. We stop the easy bucket just off of hustling. That type of shit
But
can
guy
win you
getting an
games.
offensive rebound.
That type of shit wins you championships. So the damn play intangibles, like that shit don't matter. Come on, man. You better than that, bro.
So let me ask you this,
Better
sir.
than that.
Let me ask you
Lamar
this.
respond.
So my thing is this right here. This is what I mean by this, and this is why I say stats over intangibles. If you're scrambling for a loose ball, you can hustle hard, you can jump and grab the ball, but when you collect that ball, that's you securing the possession. Sometimes it could be called a rebound, sometimes it could be called a steal, depending on who has the possession. So, but what if you do everything right? You hustle, you jump to the ground, but you don't secure the ball. It rolls to the other team. They score the game-winning bucket. But you hustle. You didn't see what I'm saying is the
You
great
can
players
live.
like
You can
Dennis
live
Rodman.
with that though.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
You
Let
can
me
live with
finish
that.
what I'm saying. Let me finish
I'm
what I'm saying.
saying you spinning
The
bullshit.
great
You can live with
listen to what I'm. You can say that, Herm, but you talking to somebody who has won a national championship. So what I'm
what
saying is
national
this:
championship you
is
won?
that what I'm saying is this
When?
right here. What I'm saying is this, Herm. It's the end result of the play, which is what wins the play. So successfully securing the rebound, successfully securing a possession after a loose ball, or let's say you get a deflection, which is a stat, and you secure the steal. Those are stats. But if you don't successfully finish it and secure it and do all those things to secure it, which ultimately results in some form of a stat, deflections are stats, steals are stats, rebounds are stats. If you aren't successful at that, no matter how hard you play, it's not going to result in wins. This when that clip brought up Bill Self. There's a reason why Bill Self recruits all 5-star athletes. He does not recruit 2 stars that play hard. He recruits 5 stars
He
that
did that
already
too.
know what the heck to do. He doesn't recruit. He doesn't recruit low-level players because they play hard. He gets the best in the country, and he basically says, "Y'all go out there and do what you need to do." He does not recruit guys that play hard. He recruits the best in the country.
Why did Bobby Knight cut Charles Barkley in the Olympics the
I
year
don't
before?
know. I don't know. You tell me.
Because even Charles Barkley was probably the talent level was right there with Michael Jordan, but the intangibles wasn't there. He didn't have the heart. He wouldn't. I think Charles. I mean, he told Charles Barkley, "You need to lose some weight." Right? Talent. We
Yep.
already know what Charles Barkley can do. Right? But
Hmm.
the intangibles, the things that are important, as far as like just putting forth the effort, wasn't there. So I mean, I get what you're saying, Lamont,
Um.
but
No. Hold on. Let me ask you a question because I like that you brought up the Olympics. Who was the best player on the '92 Olympics?
He is a grifter.
on paper,
Who
I
was
mean,
the
as
best
far
player on that? No.
It
Who
was
was the
Charles
best player
Barkley.
on? No.
It was
Who was the best player? Who was the best player based on play? Who was the best player on that '92 Dream Team? Who was the
By
best player?
performance, Charles Barkley. But what does that
Thank
got
you.
to do with 1984?
I know he just used an example because sometimes what I was trying to explain is that like I feel like coaches like Bobby Knight, and I think Bobby Knight, who
And
was a
so you,
great
you tell me
coach.
Bobby Knight wasn't a great coach?
Okay,
That's where we
listen to
going?
what I'm saying, bro. Listen, bro. I just said
I got you.
Bobby Knight, who is a great coach, but there are sometimes coaches can get in their own way. And there's a reason why Bobby Knight did not win as many NCAA championships as he could have. And that's why, like, towards the end of his tenure at Indiana, he struggled to recruit because he was sometimes coaches are stuck in their way, right? They aren't able to adapt and change and be more understandable to players. And sometimes it can backfire on you and hurt you. And it really hurt Bobby Knight towards the end of his tenure, even hurt him when he went over to Texas Tech. Still a great coach, but he also has flaws. Hell of a coach, but he has flaws. And so all I'm saying is by him cutting Charles Barkley, that was probably a mistake because we saw what Charles Barkley did in '92. He was literally the best player on the '92 Dream Team, the best player.
Quick question. Marc Gasol, the year he won Defensive Player of the Year, was he a lead in rebounding?
I don't know. I would assume he was, but I would have to pull up his
He
numbers.
averaged 7.8. Do you consider that elite rebounding, especially for that year?
Um, if it was, I'm assuming that's probably around slightly above average for center, so that's probably pretty decent. But I got to look
Wow,
at the numbers.
Damn, 7.8 is. I mean, honestly, I'm coming from an era where even an average center should get you 8 rebounds a game.
But rebounding, so King Rowe, I don't look at rebounding the way you do because I look at rebounding
No, I look at
scheme-wise.
it.
So, for example, sometimes there are certain coaches that don't emphasize chasing offensive rebounds. There are certain coaches like Greg Popovich used to do with the Spurs. They always focus on getting back. They never chased offensive rebounds. That's going to impact your overall rebound numbers. So sometimes you scheme and what the coaches and what the scheme calls for you to do, where they need you to be on the court. So does it mean you're not as good of a rebounder because your numbers are down? No, I have to look at what you do. I have to look at the system. If you ask me about Marc Gasol, who in his prime was a really good rebounder, there's so many things that go into your numbers. So just looking at the number in and of itself, there's so many other things you got to put into that based on scheme, system, who's on your team. Because if he's playing next to another great rebounder, that's going to impact his rebounding numbers. So again, there's so many things that it can impact it.
Okay, no, I mean, again, I asked that question. Marc Gasol was 23rd in the league in rebounds that season.
So he's top 25 in rebounding is not bad.
But that's not elite. I don't know.
Top 25 out of 500 players.
So wait, you saw the 23rd best player as an elite player in the league?
No, you said rebounding.
Oh yeah, I'm just asking you. Is the 23rd best player in the league?
You said he was top 25 in the league in rebounding.
Best overall player, because again,
and wasn't he playing next to Zach Randolph?
Can I say something, fellas? Can I say something?
Look, here's what I'm trying to say. A lot of the case for Marc Gasol's Defensive Player of the Year trophy that he won was a lot of intangibles. He did make it easy for Zach Randolph to do certain things. He did make it easy for other guys to play defense. Again, he was 12th in block shots. There were 11 guys. Larry Sanders had more block shots. Roy Hibbert had more block shots. Joakim Noah, Brook Lopez. So sometimes, again, it's like usually the best shot blocker or the best rim protector or whatever, put it this way, the stats didn't tell the story of what Marc Gasol actually brought. And I think this is one case that can make the intangibles argument. Marc Gasol did provide a lot of intangibles. It wasn't just in the stats. And you're right. There's a different ways to look at rebounds. Woody Allen should have been Defensive Player of the Year if it wasn't going to be LeBron. Again, this is one of the things. This is one of the narratives. The media gave that to Gasol, so LeBron couldn't get one. Right? I mean, whether you agree with that or not, I know you've known that you've heard that been said. End of the day, that's one example of intangibles over stats. You understand what I'm saying? It's not to say that he was only an intangible player and he had no stats.
I don't use awards, but I don't use awards to determine who's a better player.
But awards.
There's a lot of times, like when Karl Malone.
Hold on, sir. You do notice DPOY is usually given to the guy that the media perceives has the biggest impact on the defense.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, King Rowe. If we're talking basketball, why do we care about awards that are derived from media perception? Let's just talk basketball.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying though. But it is a perceived impact. So again,
why are we talking about somebody else's perception? Talk about our perception.
But you know what? Then that's the whole thing about basketball discourse. It is perception. The same way I asked you about Zach LaVine. I didn't do that to play gotcha. I don't play gotcha as much as you do, as much as I don't play gotcha. See, I wasn't trying to win that argument, and I wasn't trying to sell you on Julius Randle.
I'm not trying to argue with you about that. I'm just saying let's just talk about our perceptions.
Okay, so that's my perception. There are impacts that Julius Randle provides beyond the stats, and it's a reason why I can sit there confidently and say, hey, Zach LaVine is a losing player. Because guess what? Zach LaVine, I'm a Knicks fan, right? Zach LaVine, there's a lot of Knicks fans say trade for Zach LaVine. He's the scorer we need. Keep Zach LaVine away from my motherfucking team because I think he's an empty stat losing player. Now, he's not untalented. He is very talented, but a guy who has been in that many, again, I'm not saying he was in championship situations, but he was in playoff situations, sir. He was like, this is a league where 60% of the league gets to the playoffs, or at least 67% of the league gets to the play-in. He's not there. So there's
you
something
literally just diminished your Julius Randle argument.
How? Well, Julius Randle has been on a conference finals. When Julius Randle brought the Knicks to the playoffs for the first time since Melo in 2013. Like, you can't.
I mean, you literally talk so much, you talk your own point down.
Payton.
Why didn't bring up a player like Ben Wallace? He don't have unique stat lines.
Yes, he does. Rebounding, block shots. Yes, he does. Deflections. He led the league in deflections. One of the best
CJ,
rebounders.
what's up, man?
Yes, there are stats.
All right, I don't want anybody to hog the mic. I want this to be a popcorn style debate. CJ, you just came up. You got any thoughts on the conversation tonight? All right, CJ ain't ready. Ruddy, you still with us?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm here. What's good?
Yeah,
y'all?
all right. Any quick thoughts or questions you want to ask Lamont, me, Herm, or JB?
Yeah, I had something. I just want to say peace to everybody, man. I hope y'all doing good, man. We out here.
No doubt.
Knicks in six, Lakers in 5. So listen, I feel like for me, here's my thing. Okay, I get it, right? I don't really even think this is a debate about like LeBron or MJ. I guess because that's what I'm feeling like the energy is, or since I've been listening, I
Yeah,
didn't
and it
really have.
shouldn't be, man. It
Yeah,
shouldn't be.
I haven't been able to catch the debate. I came like literally right after, and I've been here this entire time. So I was listening in. I feel like when people talk about intangibles, they mean shit that you really can't measure on paper. You know what I'm saying? But just hear me, right? Shit like leadership and all that other stuff, how they be like, oh, MJ had the killer instinct or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like his aura when he stepped on the floor, however you want to explain it. Like those are like intangibles. Like, and I feel like all that's completely subjective. It's your opinion. You can't you when it comes to stats, they're not an opinion. You can't argue with points. You can't argue with rebounds. You can't argue with assists. You can't argue with efficiency. You definitely can't argue with longevity. You can't argue with none of that. With intangibles, it's like because there's so many people in this era that one could value their intangibles over eras in the 90s. Like I've seen Steph Curry miss the playoffs, win a championship the next year when the narrative was that he needed Kevin Durant for them to after what happened in 2016. He went and won one. KD, he hasn't won one yet. So are we going to say KD doesn't have intangibles? You know what I'm saying? And we can surely say that Steph Curry does. I think those are great intangibles. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it really is just all opinion. And then I don't want to gloss over something because I got MJ as in my top 5. You can't the brother up
Top
there,
five?
top 5. Yeah, he's top 5. You can't I got him number 2, but you can't use Charles Barkley and say that the only difference between them was the intangibles, bro. Charles Barkley was not fucking with Michael Jordan, bro, in any way. So I just wanted to say that because that someone said that earlier or tried to make that insinuation or implication as if you cannot use that for this argument at all. It wasn't even if Charles Barkley had MJ's intangibles and his killer instinct and his heart or whatever, even if he had that, he still would not be better than that nigga. And he still would not have had the same success that Michael Jordan had. Let's just keep that straight. But that's all I had to say.
All
Well,
right. Go ahead. Who's next?
I mean, well, anybody else want to get in? Because I've already kind of spoke a few times. So
Cool. I mean,
All right.
I
Well,
do want to.
Oh,
Okay.
this
I see
JB real quick.
Lamont
I
left
just
because
want to
Lamont will leave when people all giving their what. Hey,
this
shout out
JB
to
right here.
Lamont. Shout out to FYF for pulling up. If anybody, you can get. I want to pivot into the Pacific Division because I damn near forgot. Oh damn, Amani pulled up in the chat. Lamont left. Oh, that's a little suspect, Mr. FYF. Amani, I got the screen. I got the screenshot. Hey, shout out to Lamont for pulling up. But Amani comes into the chat and all of a sudden Lamont disappears. Shout out to Amani because he been killing Lamont in his book and the inaccuracies and all that. It's funny, man, when you play gotcha politics, when you play gotcha, you always trying to prove, you gotta be pristine with your your facts. You publish a book that has a major inaccuracy, all the glazed LeBron James. And guess what? Michael Jordan average went 28, 6 and 5 in his rookie year as well. So that inaccuracy is pretty glaring. What up, Viz? How you doing, bro?
What's up? I actually got a question for Herm since he been on that platform a little bit longer. Maybe he can give me more insight or you can give me input too, but I know he's been around for a minute. Hey Herm, if you provide facts over there, do they really just like disregard the facts even though they don't like you? Because I done brought proof and everything to try to like not argue with these guys and they still like shit on me. What's up with that over there?
Sometimes, but the thing with Lamont right now, I guess he always said this. He really don't like the Jordan and Kobe fan base as much. Irritated.
It's feelings over facts.
So what he does, he irritates them. So everything that he do, he doesn't necessarily
It's a
believe
grift.
everything, but he does it to irritate motherfuckers that he know
It's a grift.
get emotional. So
It's a grift. Let's keep it real. Let me jump in on it. It's a grift, and he does it saying things he don't believe or saying things in factual. My thing is, why say things in factual? You can use facts to make your point. Why omit facts? Why omit things?
Yeah.
If it's FYF, which means fuck your feelings, or facts over feelings, then why are you bringing up non-facts to irritate people? I get it.
Hey, Mar, you can come up here and talk if you want, brother. How am I obsessed with somebody? I want the truth. So if I go and it's funny that it's funny. Hold on. I see him there. It's funny that you'll say that, but you didn't say that to Lamont when he was going at Dreamers Pro every day. You didn't say that to Lamont when he was going at Ticket TV every day. I'm just doing what he was doing to other people. He wanted the truth, try to correct people when they was wrong. I'm just doing what he's doing.
Nah, he don't like bad basketball talk. That's where initially.
And I don't either. I like the truth.
I don't need to. Just a mission statement of 10 toes down. We trying to. Look, I want to get on the Pacific Division. I want to preview these Pacific Division teams. I think I got the under on everybody except for the Clippers. I think the Clippers will win 50 games.
Real quick, since FYF and them are here, I just want to.
What's up, Lamont?
I just wanted to to run something by y'all back to that intangibles for stats thing. Real quick. And this is going to my son who's plays varsity basketball is 15. This is his last season. I think I talked to you and FYF about this earlier, but let me ask you guys: it's 29 points on 62% field goal percentage, 14 rebounds, 2 assists, two steals, 3 blocks, and 3 turnovers. A good game to you statistically.
That's a hell of a fucking
game.
Yeah.
That's an awesome game.
That's a monster game.
I don't.
Yeah, it's not a good game.
I don't, because that team let him score because they knew if they just let him score and not get the other teammates involved, they would lose. And that's exactly what they do. They lost by nearly 30 points.
30 points.
So that's garbage. You need to get him off that team. That's what you need to do. Get him off that team. Y'all trash.
Yeah, there's context when you look at stats. Because sometimes
I see where you're going with that. I see where you're going.
No, hold on. I'm gonna keep it simple for you. If you lose by 30 points, your team is garbage. Go to another team.
Good. I mean, I we were trying. But yeah, it was the fact if he had played his game.
I don't care how much he passed the ball. If y'all lost by 30 points, y'all teammates is trash. If he put up 29 and the others couldn't do nothing, they trash. Come on,
This is the thing I love about basketball, man.
In
There
a
could
way.
be things the team could have strengths where this team has weaknesses. It happens. You can lose.
Bro,
You can sit there.
you don't lose by 30 on just no. It just
Okay,
happens.
And I think that
Lamont.
every
Have you
game they
ever
did
had a
that every
team that was bad in
game.
the
They let him
standings?
score, and they kept his teammates from scoring. So he
Bro,
had good
his team. If that, I'm telling you right now, if he dropped 29 and nobody else could do nothing, your team is trash. You need to find a new team.
We've seen
See,
great
it's
teams.
not always,
We've
but it's.
seen great.
Look, I'm not gonna
Basketball is
fault the
very
coach for
simple.
his
If you
bad.
lose by 30 and one player put up 29 and nobody else can do anything, it's not a very difficult game to assess. These guys around him are absolute garbage. You just got to be honest with these other guys. If you're coaching a team and you know these little kids around him, so this is what I'm good at. Coaching is simple. If guys are trash, you got to be able to go tell them, y'all are trash. And this is the problem with coaching today. You don't have enough honest coaches. You have to be willing to go to some of these little kids. I'm gonna tell everybody, this dude just put up 29 and y'all didn't do nothing. Y'all is garbage. Y'all need to get y'all game up. This is that way you coach. You got to be honest. No, this is just honest. Basketball is simple. It is not a very hard game.
Just because you lose by 30 don't mean your team trash.
Yes, but if you lose by 30,
and they win a
We've seen
championship.
plenty of teams in the playoffs that were great or good and got
Cleveland
blown out.
lost by 30 to the Warriors and they won the championship.
Bro, he's talking about little kid basketball. We're not talking about NBA
Well,
basketball.
he's talking about, but you talking teenagers, right? So this is like high school, varsity high school, yeah.
In high school basketball, if you lose by 30, you are garbage.
But the
you
overall
never
thing of what
coached
he's
a team that
talking
lost by.
about.
Hold on, hey Lamont, none of your teams ever lost by 30 in any game and ever.
No, me? Hell no.
Okay, have you ever struggled with a team that was at the bottom of the division? Like y'all just had a hard time closing them out. Like there's no way they should be hanging with you, but you know that's never happened either.
Yeah, that happens.
Okay, so anomalies do happen in sports because again, you could just say, "All right, we lost 30 and he had a great game," but then there's certain because again, he said the strategy was to let the big man get his numbers and cut everybody else off.
Bro, basketball, bro. Hold up, CW. Get your son off. If you're whatever team he's on, I highly recommend that you put him on an EYBL team. Get him away from the garbage. Because the only thing that happens is when you play with garbage, you start to look like garbage to other coaches watching. Get him away from garbage, and you got to get him around. This is just me helping. I'm just because you cannot be running around getting blasted by 30. If he's anything close to a legitimate basketball player, you got to put him around other good players. Otherwise, he's just going to look like the garbage. And I've seen it so many times because I had 5 teams at GCU, and there have been times where sometimes I don't do my due diligence, and a good player gets stuck on a shitty team. And what ultimately happens is that good player, because he's with other trash players, he starts to look garbage because he's around so much garbage. But when you put him with good players and good teammates, so you gotta get good players with other good players. If you're thinking that your son is, because remember what y'all said, intangibles. If he had impact, so he's basically saying he was putting up empty stat numbers. So you don't put up 29 points. There's no team in basketball history that just says go out there and get 29 and 14 rebounds. Absolutely no way in hell.
I think what he's trying to say is that stats can be deceiving, right? I understand what you're saying. I mean, if your boy, regardless, is putting, hold on, bro. If your boy is able to put up those kind of numbers, I understand what you're saying, Lamont. But I think the overall point, like the Rams, I just the Rams versus the Eagles. The Rams held what's the Eagles? I can't think of his name right now. The Eagles tailback.
Sports, man. Different sports.
Bro, hold on. Just be quiet. Just be quiet. Hold on. Let me finish the point.
Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley, right? They sold out. They said, okay, we are going to not let Saquon Barkley go off on us, right? They stacked the box. Okay, it's strategy. All sports have strategy, Lamont. Every single sport. It doesn't matter. If you are going to sell out and say we are not going to let this person do this, and this, or we're going to let this person do this, but nobody else is going to be able to do that, right? The whole point is the stats might be there, but why are you able to have the stats that you're having? Lamont, one last thing. You proved
Y'all need to make sure y'all stay away from any little kids playing basketball. Don't teach the game because I'm giving them really good advice right now. Get your son, if
I'm
he's putting up
listening.
them type of numbers,
change
get him
that.
away from
That's
garbage players.
I mean, we're
right,
actually
but
trying.
that's not the point. That's at least,
I
and
was
you
just
can
trying to make
correct
a
me.
point.
Whoever said the story about his son, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But I thought the overall premise is to show that you can put up great stats, awesome stats, but it's also context behind the stats.
Yeah,
Lamont,
that
when
was
you
my
came
point. That was my point.
when you came
Oh
in and
my
you was talking,
God,
we was talking
man.
about Zach LaVine and all them. Zach LaVine put up great stats, and then what did you do? You immediately alluded to Alonzo Ball, and I agree with you. But Alonzo Ball, his numbers to me don't really reflect the impact that I felt he really could have had on the Bulls, because the few games that he did play, the Bulls was damn good. But the numbers that Lonzo Ball put up would only be like 13 points, 6 assists. You know what I mean? But again, I mean, to me, the impact that he would have on that game on his team, he would make, to me, he would take his 13 points and 6 assists and 5 rebounds, and he would make a 35 win team a 50 win team.
Yeah,
That
but
is
He
what
was a,
Lamont,
that is what
you
it
got to
means by
judge his
impact and
numbers.
intangible.
we are trying to get him somewhere
Uh,
else. Me and my wife.
no, and I'll tell you, like right now, because I'm telling you right now, your son, that hell of a stat line, there is no coach in the world that's going to go in the locker room and say, oh, that stat line is just empty stats. Any coach with a brain is going to be like, you had this guy out here working his ass off, and all y'all was running around. You couldn't do anything to help this man out. I'm gonna get on the others. That's a hellacious stat line. You got to get him off that team, man. That's a hot
I mean, but
garbage team.
look, and this is the
Yeah, we
thing
working
again,
on it.
and I probably agree because me and CW has talked to us about about his situation. I mean, like he's probably playing for the local squad, and his son is uber talented, and the talent around him, and maybe the coach. And he's also said the coach. He don't necessarily agree with the coach, and sometimes you need the best coach for your development. There's a reason why Melo's son played for 4 different schools, and Melo plays in every goddamn turn. Melo's son played in every damn tournament. Now he's going to Syracuse as a 4-star recruit, right? Didn't make a McDonald's All NBA, but I think Melo's son is very prepared, and I look forward to seeing what he does at Syracuse this year. Because he played a lot of competition, a lot of different competition. Long Island, he went to Christ the King. You know what I'm saying? So there's just certain things you need to do as far as especially developing and getting to a certain level. And some of these guys know it, right? Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, there's a lot of different ways to kind of look at a skin of cat. Obviously, you want to win, right? I don't want losing by 30. I don't care if I had 40. I don't losing by 30 is terrible. That's the thing. Somebody can score 40, get 20 from a teammate, and still lose by 30. It depends on the style. It depends on that this team might just have your matchup. This team might be good from the outside. This team might have a lot more quickness. It depends. Basketball is not that set, cut, and dry. That's why I kind of brought up the Zach LaVine point. Again, it wasn't like I said. I wasn't trying to play gotcha. I wonder, but at some point, 11 years. Well, look, guys played 20 years now, right? He's played 11 seasons. He's made the 1 playoffs. So at some point, Zach LaVine has to raise the floor to an AC at least. Again, and again, I do want to get on the West. I mean, the Pacific Division. I think the worst team in that division is the Phoenix Suns. Again, shout out to a guy like Devin Booker, but Devin Booker's the guy that needs to leave Phoenix because just on what you said, look at his numbers: 27, 6, and 5. This guy's he's been to the finals. Now he did have that when Chris Paul was there. Oh, a lot of impact. Old man Chris Paul. When Chris Paul was gone, they haven't, and you had. So I believe in this. teams need all the elements they need to compete. That's why I believe Phoenix, despite having a smattering of talent there, probably the worst team in the the Pacific Division. I got them at 29 wins. Anybody sees Phoenix doing better than that this year? I just let the panel jump in on that.
Like about myself?
Or anybody, yeah. I got Phoenix at 29 wins as the worst team in the division.
It's a Pacific Division? Yeah, probably so.
Yeah, maybe Sacramento. Maybe Sacramento could be up there with Phoenix.
Sacramento is the other, because I'm looking at the over-under totals. So Phoenix over-under total right now, their betting mark is 32.5. So I got them as the under 29 and 53. That's my feeling. The reasons why I feel it is because they do have. They don't have a point guard. They have not replaced Chris Paul at point guard. They got Cayman Malik, the Nigerian. The Sudanese center from Duke as a rookie. I don't see him coming in and filling the role as center. They don't have a point guard. It's still Devin Booker, Jalen Green. I don't know. I don't like the chemistry there. You got Dylan Brooks, a good defender, but as far as center, I still I don't know what the chemistry is going to be between Jalen Green and Devin Booker. If that chemistry, their high side is 35 to 40 wins, they could probably be a playing team. But I honestly, between the injuries that I expect them to have, and I just don't see them as a complete team. So it's one of them situations where Devin Booker, great player, very good player, on a bad team. So Sacramento, that's the next worst team.
New Orleans.
You got Mr. Zach LaVine. You're in season 12. Can you raise that floor? The over-under on Sacramento is 34.5. You got Nikola Jokic. I'm not Nikola Jokic. You got the best center, all-around center after Nikola Jokic and Domantas Sabonis. You got DeMar DeRozan. I know he's long in the tooth. You got Keegan Murray. You got Keon Ellis, defensive. You got Malik Monk, who I think needs to get up out of there. He's another guy that's too good at his ability to get. I like them going over. I think they'll win 37 games. I think they'll win 37 games, but that's not enough to make the playoffs, especially in the stacked West. Anybody got any thoughts on that?
I think with Sacramento, I think the one thing that's going to unlock them, which again, because they got DeMar DeRozan and they got Zach LaVine, and when we take it back to Chicago lost their point guard because Lonzo unlocked Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan.
I forgot to mention Dennis Schroeder. Yeah, I know you.
I'm saying that now that they were able to acquire Dennis Schroeder, I think Dennis Schroeder, especially coming off this summer, where in Germany had one of his best summers. He's looking to lead. He's not going to have to shoulder a whole bunch of the scoring load. He can just defend, play, make, knock down the occasional shots. They got a solid big and Sabonis. You got all the scoring that you want. You got Malik Monk who come off the bench and give you firepower. You got good size and brother Drew Eubanks.
Do you like the defensive back line?
Yeah, but it's you can defend as a team. You don't need seven footers all over the place. As long as you got competent players who can think and you got decent size. Like I think Drew Eubanks with Sabonis also brought in catch and shoot shooters. So you still got Sark.
What do you think the upside is, Lamont?
Actually plays, but I think they can be a top 5-6 team in the West if they peak, max out. Like if they stay healthy and they hit their max potential, they're like a top 6 team.
Can you give me a win total?
I don't know what a win total. Obviously, if I think they're going to be a top 5 team, over 40 wins, but I don't know a win total per se. Because the West is going to be crowded as it is.
Herm, you got any thoughts on it? And JB, you can go next.
37 was below 500. I don't believe that they'll be a below 500 team.
Well, I would bet they're over under if I'm you, because their win total as a FanDuel is 34.5. So they got a 34.5.
I'm taking it. I'm taking it over big time.
Okay.
Sacramento can
That's
win 20
easy.
games, bro. They can win that.
They're definitely going to be over 500 with Dennis Schroeder as their point guard for sure.
I don't. Who did this? So do you know anything about their coach, Lamont? I know you be on some of these coach. Do you know any guy that they hired? A guy I never heard of, but yeah, guys we never heard of. We never heard of Spoelstra at one point, and he's a pretty good coach.
I don't know. I just see the roster. I like Schroeder with Levine and DeRozan.
Schroeder is actually one of the biggest free agent getting. I will say they got one of the biggest free agent gets of a. Now, if they can get defensive center play, because again, Sabonis, while a terrific rebounder and a terrific facilitator, is not the best defensive rim protector and all that. Same way Jokic isn't. But if they piece it together, Keegan Murray makes another improvement. Yeah, their upside is in the four. I think it's going to be tough to win a lot of games. I don't know what the injury situation is going to be. And again, let's just see. If Zach LaVine is that guy, it's one of these put up or shut up years. I mean, get a team to get to your second.
But Sabonis is going to be their best player, so I wouldn't put all the.
No.
I'm not putting all because Sabonis is going there. Zach LaVine just needs to go be a good number 2 or number 3 option on some nights. He doesn't have to show the load of being a number 1.
Yeah, the best player is Sabonis
by far.
Like everything's going to go through Sabonis. DeRozan's going to be there. He could be the best scorer on certain nights. Zach LaVine. So now that they have a point guard that can facilitate these things, because that was the only thing that they were really missing in Chicago.
Yeah,
Dennis Schroeder doesn't have an injury history. I don't see him going down with an injury and missing a whole bunch of games. So I just think that Schroeder unlocks him, and I think Schroeder, and now that he can also make the three. The one thing in Chicago is the one thing that really changed the Bulls with Lonzo Ball, because he was essentially their fourth option, was Lonzo Ball's 3-point percentage skyrocketed that year. He got much better shooting the three. So those 13 points were far more impactful because he was a threat from the 3-point line as well. So he was one of the best. He was one of the best 3-point shooters on that team. So this team right here is going to be about spacing. Can they space the floor? Can Keegan Murray to help stretch the floor? DeRozan, obviously, we know he can't. Zach LaVine can make the three over 40%. So if they can keep the floor space, I think they'd be solid.
Well, this one gonna bring the house down, and I got the Lakers. The Lakers over at the highest over under in the division at 49.5, and I got them as a clear under. I don't see them winning 50 games this year. I don't like their defense. I don't like their perimeter defense. I don't like their backline defense. I've asked many times. What is the go-home lineup? I ask you this, Lamont. What is the go-home lineup? Well, you know when I say the go-home lineup, what lineup is finishing games the last 6 minutes of games? Go. What is JJ Redick? What should JJ Redick play as his close out the game lineup?
I probably, something with I would go Rui, Luka, LeBron. Probably depending on if you need more offense or defense. I think Cleveland can be part of one of your closing lineups depending on what you need. And I think Ayton, if you're looking to close games if you're up. Obviously you got Marcus Smart, so Austin Reeves is swaps. I think their strength is going to be in the fact that they can now deploy a lot of different lineups for a lot of different situations. So in situations where you might be up and you need to close in the fourth, I think Marcus Smart can take Austin Reeves minutes. If you're down, okay, Austin Reeves, you need the offense. I think with Jared Vanderbilt, now, if he's finally healthy, I think Jared Vanderbilt and Rui are switchable. I think Kleba and Ayton are switchable based on what you need. Obviously, Luka and LeBron, we know what they're going to do. Jackson Hayes is still there. He's just solid. So, again, I don't know what the closing lineup is because I don't think he should have a closing lineup. I think it's all situation.
He's a player by field.
Well, that's what the roster calls for. This roster.
I actually agree with that. I agree with that. And again, it's basically what you need. If they can close it out, and you should have one of the elite closers that they can win the 50 games. I don't like their defensive structure. I don't think
You don't
that
like their
can be.
defense?
I don't like
What
the
do you
defense
like
at all.
about their defense?
There's no clamper. There's nobody that I believe that can clamp. And if you're
So you
asking
got
41-year-old LeBron
They kind
to
of
be
no,
that
fixed that
guy,
no,
problem with
no,
Marcus
no,
Smart
no.
though.
Oh, you got Jared Vanderbilt, you still got Jake LaRavia, and you got Marcus Smart, and you got Ayton, who's one of the best defensive centers in the league.
but you're not even gonna. You didn't name none of those guys as your go home lineup, and so you're gonna have those guys in
Yes,
the
I
mid
did.
game
Really
in the
like
second
one of the
unit.
best defensive centers.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
Ayton?
Yeah.
hold on. What I said was based on need. If you're up, you can put more defenders in the close games. If you're down, you need offense. You got guys that can score that you want in the game. What I'm saying is, yeah, I did mention Marcus Smart in the potential closing lineups. I did mention Ayton in one of the potential closing lineups. What I'm saying is,
LaRavia or Vanderbilt.
no, but what I'm saying is now you now have options, which before in the past, I'm not like, you know, Jake LaRavia is a really good player. It was a reason why so many teams were looking to try to sign him. He might not be a flashy name.
I'll let you up. Mar, I'll let you up because you are a LeBron fan and I guess you are by extension a Laker fan. I just want Laker analysis. No name calling, no old niggas, no nothing. Just come up and give me Laker analysis. You can skip the line because I done kicked you out a couple of times. And if you want to ask Lamont a question, Herm a question, me a question, but you got it. I'll let you up, bro. You should have the link. I'll put the link again. But yeah, I don't want Ma to be like because I do appreciate Ma for debating me on Tuesday, even though I dropped the mic on him. He ran up out of here. But yeah, I got 40 wins, and this is since the first day of free agency, I did not like the Lakers. I didn't think they addressed their needs. I think they doubled down on what they already have. Yes, they did get the buyout guys and Marcus Smart.
What was their needs? What was their needs to you?
Wait, 40 wins?
Defensive perimeter. I don't think
that's all they added. They added Marcus Smart and DeAndre Ayton.
Well, time out. Can I interject, please?
Yeah, go ahead,
Can I interject? For the Lakers, bro.
I think I've been.
I'm gonna be on my best behavior, man.
I promise.
All right, I got you, Mark.
I promise my boy
real quick,
Ross,
JB.
I'm gonna follow proper decorum, and I hopefully.
This is the Laker fan up here. This is the resident Laker fan.
Hopefully, I've been a fan of my word.
He ain't no real Laker fan.
What do you say?
Okay. All right. Don't know the JB. All right. You got it right after it, Mar. You got it right after Mar. I want your analysis.
He said I'm not a real Laker fan.
Yeah. JB, don't ignore it, because we all know you are.
I tell you what.
We know you are, bro. Since the fucking 70s.
No, let him say what he got to say, and I like to finish it off.
All right, there you go, Mar. So Jamar, JB's giving you the floor.
Not a real Laker fan.
JB, you got the ad hominems. We don't need ad hominems. I want to know what you think about the Lakers, young
all
homie.
Y'all fucking do is cap.
Okay, I want to know what you think about the Lakers, young homie. Let's go.
What you mean? What I think about the Lakers? I'm gonna take your fucking $50 because you bet me on some dumb shit. So that's easy work. And that's that.
Portland play defense.
You said what?
Portland play defense.
Bro, Portland is not gonna have a better record than the Lakers. So that's what it comes down to. So that's
our bet.
And that's that.
That's our bet. Okay, so what? Oh, that's all you wanted to say? Is that's all you wanted to say?
Hell yeah. And I'm gonna piggyback off of whatever these niggas gotta say.
Okay, cool. All right, JB, it's up to you.
Easy work.
No. What I would like to do, because I've been accused of a lot.
I know you've been patient, bro. I got you.
And that was kind of comedy right there. So I'm going to be gracious and let him say what he got to say first, and I'll finish it off. I'm gonna be gracious tonight.
Damn, King, bro. I wouldn't have took it that far, man. I be trolling sometimes, but I wouldn't have bet Portland got a better record than the Lakers, though.
Yeah, that's some cap,
man.
Like,
this is the 10 Toes Down podcast. I'm good for the hot take. I'm good for the hot take. I like Chauncey as a coach better than JJ.
What you're looking for is a highlight.
But
that's kind of going too far, though.
So do I get
Adrian's comment is crazy.
Do I get to finish?
Yeah, you
like I
got it,
said,
JB. You got it, JB.
Portland gonna be
okay.
better than what a lot of people think, though.
Now
And I
Portland
think
didn't
the Lakers gonna be
improve.
worse. But let's go.
I don't think they're
Portland
gonna
didn't
be that
improve by
bad.
like about 10 or 12 games last year compared to the previous year. I will say that, but
This the same nigga that said he ain't gonna be a Lakers fan again until Brian get off the team. You ain't no fucking real Lakers fan, nigga. Shut up.
Okay.
Who you talking to?
All right.
Talking to you, nigga.
Hey, JB. I'm a backstage because I get it. He broke his promise.
That's all y'all can do.
I thought I was getting. I
that's
thought
all
I was
y'all-
getting Laker. I thought I was getting Laker. What's the name? All he wanted to do. Go
He
ahead,
gone
JB.
now.
You got
Is
it.
he gone now? He
Yeah,
gone
he
now.
gone.
Now,
He gone.
now I want to let everybody know that's listening that I said I'm gonna be respectable tonight. I'm gonna be on my best. Well, actually, most of the time I'm respectable. It's just when you communicate with a certain crew, that's when it gets off the rails. But well, Ro, I've been accused
Yeah,
of
I know.
being a
Listen,
Laker hater and all that stuff. But
we done been
like
through
I said,
some
man,
battles, but we
I
done been through
probably
some back and forth.
I probably been following the Lakers before that individual even
Was
was
even
conceived and
born. I
brought into
know.
the world. But
I
anyway,
know.
I now this is unequivocal fact, bro. We know this. 2 years ago, they said, okay, let's break it down. If I can get a couple of minutes because I've been kind of
You
quiet
got
tonight.
it. Yeah, you got it.
Okay. So when they traded Westbrook, remember they traded Westbrook, number 27 first round pick, and in return they get that it was like a 2-3 trade process. It brought back D'Lo, D'Angelo Russell. They got
D'Lo,
Rui
they gave up the
Hachimura.
first
They
round
got
pick.
Jared
Yeah, yeah.
Vanderbilt. They
Got
got
Vanderbilt out of it. Still there.
Malik Beasley who's gone. Then they got Mo Bamba in a trade for Patrick Beverly who Stanley Johnson was traded for to get Patrick Beverly. He lasted 5 months. He was supposed to have solved the perimeter defense in the wing, and he was gone in 5 months. So anyway, so they make this trade and they go to the Western Conference Finals, and then they sign Cam Reddish, they sign Jackson Hayes, they sign Christian Wood, they sign Torian Prince, they sign Gabe Vincent. And what did them talking heads say? They said the Lakers had the best offseason of any team in the league. They said they was the deepest roster in the league. You had some fans of this story franchise say that it was the deepest roster in the history of the franchise. They said Cam Reddish solved their need at the wing in terms of the 3 and D that the league coveted. They said Christian Wood and Jackson Hayes solved their problem in center. They said Gabe Vincent solved their problem as far as being a backup point guard. I heard all of this. So I'm so numb to it that it goes in one area out the other because I know what the outcome is going to be. So that being said, I'm gonna just sit back and watch, and then when the panic button start, matter of fact, they calling for trades right now. So at the end of the day, part of the problem why they keep faltering by season's end is because of the constant overhaul where you really don't know whose role is what. So it's gonna be the same. I believe it's gonna be the same pattern. There ain't nothing going. There's gonna be different than last year, the year before, the year before that. So, for the gentleman who say I'm not a Laker fan, I won't get into that tonight. I'll say that for another day, and I'll entertain those thoughts in another episode. But at the end of the day, I believe the Clippers, between both teams in LA, I believe they had a better offseason because they
Oh, it's not
really
even close.
addressed what they really addressed the needs that they absolutely needed outside this Kawhi situation. But getting John Collins at the 4, he's a true power forward. That would allow Kawhi, if he's still playing with the team, to play his natural role at the 3. Because in the playoffs versus Denver, a lot of time they would have Kawhi play the 4, and he would get outmatched by Aaron Gordon. So I think the Clippers, the offseason they had, it puts them in a great position to possibly do something. But that's just
And
me.
let's remind the audience that ESPN has I believe they have Luka Doncic as the 3rd best player in the league. They have him over Giannis, and they have LeBron James as the 8th best player in the league. Right?
Do you think LeBron's
What's up,
top?
King Ro?
What's up? What's up?
What's up?
What's up, Iron Man? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right. You want me to give you my like my list of who's the top 10 in the West, or what we doing?
Well, we just doing the Pacific Division. I know last night if you was on a GoCast, they did the whole. They took 4 hours, but they did the whole. They did the whole league preview. I'm doing division by division because I'm trying to dig deep. But we actually did dig deep. They actually, because I was on there for my Knicks at least. I was on there for my Knicks and a few other teams. So let's talk about the Lakers. What are you? Their over under is 49.5. Would you bet? Would you take a rack and put that on the over or the under?
I mean,
49.5 games.
I'm not going to bet, man. You know.
I'm just saying. It's monopoly money, man. Would you if you could look in your crystal ball and use your basketball expertise, would you have them as an over team or an under team? Portland's over under is 42.5. No, actually it's 30. I believe it's 38.5. Okay. Hey, that don't move me, Mar. That don't move me.
I'll probably say over.
Okay, so you like to win 50 games again?
Yeah, because this the thing is they have a center now. I think Aiden is underrated. I think he's going to help them out. Because I think he can do a whole lot of stuff on the offense end, like hit the mid range, offensive rebounds. I mean, being a lob threat that would help Luka, especially LeBron too. So I think Smart is a good pickup because I think he brings the defense and stuff, and I think they can do different lineups too. Because
So here's what I do, right? Here's what I do because a lot of times we preview a team and we look at it as if everybody's going to play 82 games, which we know never happens, right? Let me ask you the question: do they have a plan B on DeAndre? Because I do believe Ayton is going to be one of the most important players on the Lakers. Right, especially being not that he's the best player, or even the second best player, or even the third best player, but he fills a need that they desperately need. Right, they need him to be there. They need him to be there. They need him to be like 3 years ago, Ayton, or at least the Ayton that Phoenix went to the finals with. Do you see that? And do they have a plan B if he is to take any significant injury?
Well, I think Maxi Cleaver, if he's healthy.
You're gonna put Cleveland and they're gonna run a small lineup with him. So that's not a bad thing.
I like Maxi Cleaver. He's
underrated. I do too. I do too.
He can play defense. He can stretch the floor. I actually like this team, but I think it's gonna be their defense. I agree with you. I think it's gonna be their defense.
I think defense is gonna be a struggle.
If they don't find a lineup that can get stops. So I agree with you on that one.
And I'll tell you, this is going to be JJ Redick's real test because I think he has an offensive lineup and he has a defensive lineup. And he's going to have to mix that on an every night basis. Now, again, I think there's a lot of teams that are younger, quicker, faster, stronger, got more hustle. All this shit, it's funny, we talk about intangibles. Yeah, I think like Portland is a team. Here's the thing what I think about Portland, and why I say this. Again, I'm glad y'all up here because y'all think my takes are spicy and all this. I look at Portland the way I look at Detroit last year. Detroit was a team that I called out getting that playoff spot, and they got the 6th spot. They played against my Knicks, gave us all we wanted to handle in the first round. But I look at Portland the way I look at Detroit last year. They're gonna sneak up on a lot of people. They're well coached by a young black coach and Chauncey Billups, right? Chauncey Billups, former, I think Chauncey was doing a good job. I like guys like Kamara. I like, I like guys like I think Denny Avdija is going to be the best young player that you don't know about. A lot of people don't know about the cat. I'm not dissing anybody say they don't know about Denny Avdija, but the casual fan don't know who Denny Avdija is. He is a good downhill scorer, a good 3-point shooter. I like him particularly making an all-star spot. That's what I think of Denny Avdija.
And he did improve by about 12 or 13 games last year.
Now the intangible factor, them having number one having Dame back in the locker room. Again, he's in the locker room. I'm sure he'll travel with Tim. I'm sure he's happy to be back in Portland. and on the floor having a Drew Holiday. Yes, Drew Holiday is long in the tooth, but Drew Holiday is still an elite two-way guard. He's a mentor for a guy like Scoot Henderson. He's a mentor for a guy like Shaden Sharp. I like all of those guys get marketable improvement. I like Kamara. I like Klingon, who had a great rookie year. Then they got the steal of the draft in Chinese Joker, Jan Henderson. He might contribute. I'm telling
saw him
you.
play in the summer league.
I saw him play in the summer league. He's impressive.
Yeah.
He's impressive.
They are a big team too. They're a big team.
Ma, I'm gonna ask you again. Look, Lamar, we doing a basketball debate. Lay off the damn ad hominems, bro. Come on, man. We talking basketball. So I just talked about Portland, and I compared it to the Lakers. Any thoughts?
I mean, I think there's two differences between the Portland from
Portland does not even have the top end talent that the Lakers have at all. So
you know what? You're right. I agree there. I agree there, but they have a well balanced team. They have a better, well balanced team. They got guys that can score on you.
You're not making no sense. You made a dumb bet, and you gotta live with it.
Bro, we all, the bet is out there. Everybody, look, however many people watching, everybody know the bet. I stand on it, my nigga. And if you win, your 50 will be in character.
Where's your bet? Where's your bet between
is Laker win total versus Portland win total? That's
you should not bet Mars on that, man.
No, Lakers don't have perimeter defense. What do you call Jared Vanderbilt? What do you call Jared Vanderbilt, bro?
Okay, again, Jared Vanderbilt. So whose minutes is he taking to play that perimeter defense?
Jared Vanderbilt? I asked you a simple question.
Sir. Okay, first of all, I call him overrated. First of all, I call him. Hold on. Hey, Mar. First of all, I call him overrated. Second of all, I call him unavailable because the nigga has played 80-something games for the Lakers in almost 2.5 seasons since they made that trade. You realize he was traded there for Russell Westbrook, right? He's the second longest tenured Laker on the Lakers, yet the nigga played 80-something games. I'm sorry, Reeves. Reeves was there too. Say again?
So what is he? Call Marcus Smart?
See, my thing is, again, you say he's healthy now. But guys, you say he's healthy now, but you also have a whole season.
Crazy, bro.
I'm crazy, but you have a whole season when bumps and bruises and injuries occur. So again, when I analyze a team, I look at it. What are their plan B? What happens
if Portland's best scorer?
You got to look at the top.
I just said Denny Avdija.
That's their best scorer. So that's the best.
Yes, a guy that went 21. He went. Hold on. He went 21, 8, and like 4 last year.
You're already cooked. Shut up.
Okay, that's fine. But I know the way teams are built. Yeah, go ahead. Who's asking me a question? Who's that?
Right. Can I?
Didn't he average 20 a game last year? I don't think he did.
Yeah, he averaged 21, I believe. I believe he averaged 21.
Okay. Damn. So what are you going?
What's up, King Shay?
Oh, what's up, man?
What are you up in that to?
This Iron Man, bro.
What are you
I
up
say
in
around
that
23, 24, and then I say Shaden Sharp is going to up his. Then I say what Drew Holiday adds on two-way play is going to stabilize the team. Scoot Henderson is getting better. Donovan Klingon is getting better. You realize this team decided, hey, Ayton, we don't need your services anymore. There's a reason for that. So again, they got a plan B on their center position. They have defensive structure in place. They were Detroit last year.
Hey,
too easy, bro.
Go ahead.
You too easy, bro.
Kiro, I think Portland is on the rise, but I think they still young, bro.
Yeah, I agree.
They're still young, but they've added veteran presence to the locker room and the floor.
I like the team, but I think they still just young, bro.
Well, again, here's the thing though. The NBA season is a grind. It's a grind house.
Swindle this nigga out of $50. I done robbed you basically.
Bro. Look, what's that? What you get with the? I mean, look, we gonna do it. I stand on it. And I got a bet on casual. The Lakers got to get the 6th seed. So,
hey, bro, this is a bad bet, man. This is a bad bet.
I've taken the so-called bad bets before and won them. So
so stubborn. Like he can't even live up to the shit.
Yo, it just seemed
You a
like the
sad
goalpost is
nigga, bro.
moving. It
No,
seemed
it's
like,
not moving. See, here's the thing. Here's
but
the
bro,
thing. You
it's
got,
forever
you know what
moving
it
for
is.
the
You know what it
Lakers,
is,
bro.
sir. Hold on. But I've been watching NBA basketball for 30 something years, and there was a time when you could expect guys to play 75 games. What I know is the reason why they carry 15 players on rosters, the reason why they have G League teams where they call up guys and two-way players and this, that, and the third. I believe there's going to be 20 team players that play for the Lakers, and there probably 18 players that play for Portland. Here's the thing. I like Portland's structure. I like them as a team built top to bottom better than I like the Lakers. I think the Lakers have an offensive lineup and a defensive lineup, and one takes away from the other. And I think that's going to make them struggle to win games. I don't like JJ Redick as a coach. Last year they got through. Look, the Lakers won +1. Hold on.
JJ Redick
Basketball for the Portland Blazers. Take
Can I tell you why I said that?
Yeah, they won 50 games. They won 50 games last year. Does that mean they're gonna win 50 this year?
Yeah, I think they're gonna get it. I think they're gonna get it this year.
Mike.
I already put in the chat. I got Portland winning 44, and I got the Lakers winning 40. That's my official pick. 40 and 42.
I got hey, Kiro, I got the Lakers winning 52 wins.
Yeah, I got Lakers winning 50, 52, something like that.
50.
So that means y'all bet the over. Go ahead. I mean, look, hey, go bet that over. I'm not taking too many more bets. I want Mar to learn that I know some basketball. Viz,
You
what's
don't
good,
know
man?
nothing about basketball, nigga.
Okay.
Literally
Okay.
I'm just saying it.
None of y'all niggas do.
Because I'm the guy that called Detroit.
Yeah,
Detroit was one of the worst teams in the league 2 years ago. One of the worst, and I called Detroit taking the 6th seed.
This nigga next to me, Vince, don't know shit about basketball.
All right. So let's hear what Vince
I don't know basketball.
Niggas are
Hey,
goofies.
let's
I don't
hear
even get a
what
chance to
Vince
even
think.
talk. Y'all mute me so much.
Y'all niggas goofies, bro.
All right.
You
Yeah,
was a
we're not
Brian
gonna
Get off
let
your
Mar
knees.
over
Y'all
talk you
niggas
like
just
they
hate
do over
Bron.
there.
That's the only basketball y'all know. Y'all hate Bron. That's it.
I don't even talk about this nigga, bro. Anyway, man, I got them going. I'm a Laker hater. Just letting everybody know I hate the Lakers. They beat my Sixers in 01, so fuck the Lakers. But I got them winning under 50 games. Marcus Smart is not the same defender that he got. Y'all relying on Marcus Smart
Thank
to
you.
be their perimeter
There's a
defender.
reason why these guys were brought out.
We relying on Vando more. So.
Y'all got Luka, Vando. It's gonna take.
Vince. Hey, Vince. What do you think about Aiden? The Aiden pickup.
Yeah.
You asking me?
Yeah.
Is he asking me? Yeah. I think Aiden is a wild card. Aiden either going to be spectacular with Luka. I think he either going to be he going to be hot and cold. In between with him. You either want to get the 2021 Aiden or you want to get the 2023 Aiden. It really depends.
The eight in Portland said they don't need no more.
I thought he was pretty. I thought he was pretty solid in Portland. I thought he was better in Portland than he was his last year on the Suns.
Yeah,
that version of Aiden ain't going to do nothing though.
I think I think the wild card is going to be Vando. Can Vando stay on the court? You know,
brother, go somewhere. Vando is not moving no needle, dog. He's not moving no needle. Aiden is the one that's going to move the needle.
For him to be that guy, he has to take somebody's minutes. See, the thing,
but the weakness was the center, though.
He was already off injured when they traded for him 2.5 years.
Yeah, Vando stays injured.
And
I forgot Robert Williams III is still with Portland. Another guy that stays injured. But again, when he's the third option behind Klingon and Chinese Joker, I mean, come on, man, they got a lot of what they need. See, that's what I look at, man. That's why I challenge you guys. You see what Biz say is the top end talent is there. You're right. There's no doubt that the top end talent. You talk about number 3 and number 8 according to ESPN. Now, if you got the third and 8th best player in the league, should you not be expected? Because I want y'all to come back here when the Lakers don't win 40-something games, or if they're in a play-in tournament,
I mean, they can be good, but I think it's bank on Aiden. Aiden's going to make them a 50+ win team, or he's going to make them a under 50+ win team because he is a first. He's a first former round pick. Aiden actually got the capability to be an all around world class defender, world class offensive player, world class rebounder, world class shot blocker. It's all what version you get of him. I don't expect much from LeBron.
Over the last 4 years, 58 games, 67 games, 55 games, and last year 50 games. Now look, solid numbers. He's a great finisher. He's a decent shot blocker. Decent shot blocker. You
He's a
know,
great
again, the
rebounder.
good
He can do
rebounder.
more than that, bro.
No, he's a good
He a
rebounder. Yeah.
26. He a 25 and 12 guy with
Yeah.
2 blocks if he really want to be.
Yeah.
I
Let's
got
be
you, but
real
you
here.
know what? Again,
I
there's
like
a
that.
lot.
I
There's a
like the
book
Aiden
on
moves.
him.
Aiden can be that.
I like
Aiden can be that. He just don't want to be that. But I still think, and hold on, this not a wild take, but yeah, I mean, you know, for the LeBron sexual Mar over here, he not gonna like this. But also, if LeBron's starting, that's also gonna hurt him because he's not even a defender.
Yeah.
He only a one-way player. I think
I
LeBron.
said there earlier
For them to
on. I
really
said LeBron.
for
Hold on.
them to really excel.
Iron Man.
That's
Iron
bad.
Man. What would you if JJ Redick came out and publicly said, "I'm trying to reduce LeBron's minutes to 30 a game"? Would that be a good or bad for the Lakers? Because remember, you said would that be bad?
I mean, I think, you know, Kiro, I think his ego.
I see why y'all don't like stats.
Is going is not going to allow that, but I think they need to reduce his minutes. But I think he's going to start, but I think they need to reduce his minutes though.
Yeah, because look, you guys are talking Vando.
I think he should play about maybe 28 or 30 minutes.
I agree. I agree.
I say for
Hold on,
25 to 30.
I say
he's been a liability on defense for years now.
And I have LeBron as the GOAT, so I'm saying this as somebody has LeBron as the GOAT.
Look, it's just like Kareem. It's just like Kareem. It's just like Kareem. As Kareem was slowing down, at age 41 and 42, he reduced to 25 minutes. 30. Now again, I'm not going that. I mean, like 30 to 33 minutes is a good mark.
Like 12 points, bro. Like no.
Okay, look, see, again, but you know what? He was giving them honest effort on defense.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
What are you talking about? Don't do that.
Because that's not the same. But you can't compare LeBron to Kareem. Like LeBron don't need 20. He don't perform.
See,
like
y'all only looking. See, this is the problem.
Y'all just looking at the stat book.
Looking at points. You're not looking at the fact that, hey, hold on.
No, that's called
LeBron.
production.
Hold on, please. Let me land my plane. LeBron is going to be 41, just for the argument's sake. Now, y'all keep talking about Vando. If Vando was there, where's he getting minutes? Because you forget about Rui, you forget about Austin Reeves. You got too many guys all up in the same position, and again, none of them are great wing defenders.
But
so my thing is,
bro,
I gotta speak about the Kareem thing though. I think y'all downplaying Kareem's effectiveness as an old player because at 85, he won Finals MVP at 38 years old. So I mean, he
and 87 and 88.
That's not what I'm doing.
Nah, but what I'm saying though, it is the same thing because Kareem still accept a lesser role.
It's not the same thing, Herm.
Yes, it is.
Hey, roll, fix the screen, roll.
87 and 89 Kareem was easily worse than LeBron.
No, to say that he's going to drop to 25, you're going to put LeBron at 25 minutes a game, and he's giving you like 25, 7-7 in a winning effort.
LeBron can do that in 25 minutes, though. Just have him as a fourth quarter guy. Have him go off at the fourth quarter.
Okay.
LeBron can get that. He can get that 25 points in 25 minutes.
See, even if you believe LeBron would get, see, I'm more worried about LeBron's numbers. See, you're more worried about LeBron's numbers.
And ain't the betterment of the team.
Playoff run.
When he turned 40, bro, after he turned 40, he became one of the best defenders in the league, bro. After turning 40.
Oh my God, that's cap. That's cap.
That's cap.
Nigga let Rudy Gobert go off like no. Stop.
Bro. No, it's
not
cap, bro.
Why did Rudy Gay go off then? That's cap, dog. I don't believe it. I don't agree with that.
Iron Man, you got a question. What up?
When they traded for Dorian Finney-Smith, bro, yes, it did happen.
Yeah, I think
that's not cap, bro. And
hold on. All right.
Bro, he was playing great defense after turning 40, bro.
I think if you reduce his minutes,
I didn't say he was the best defender. I said he became after turning 40. He was like one of the top.
So let me ask you. Okay. Hold on. Real quick. Ruddy, would you want him on a young 25-year-old like ring? Let's say Brandon Miller comes to town. You would trust 41-year-old LeBron to guard 22-year-old Brandon Miller?
I'm putting LeBron on the least offensive threat, bro.
Oh, you put him on the least. So basically, you're doing what he's been doing, hiding him on the worst player.
No, I'm
So what's
saying
the
not in the
point?
clutch because LeBron could turn it. See, LeBron is older, so he can't
So again,
play
all right,
defense
I get.
all
Yeah,
game.
I'm not
So
saying
he's a
not play him on the
liability.
clutch
Yes,
He
on
minutes.
the
can't do it
least
all game.
offensive player, let him coach.
I'm
Do the
not
game on
saying him
that
don't
nigga.
play him on the clutch minutes, but again, if you need a guy to put the corral on a young wing, because this is the problem with the Lakers for the last. This is why y'all don't get out the first round every year.
Oh, here
Y'all
we
only got out the
go.
first round when you caught a injured Memphis team, right? When
That's
Ja
fact.
broke his hand.
Bro, the goalpost is forever
Yes,
moving.
when you caught an injured Memphis team as the second seed, when Ja broke his hand. Let's
And
keep it real.
AD was carrying crazy.
Thank you.
What's weird is they got kicked out the second. They got kicked out the first round, and they addressed both two main problems that they said was the reason they got kicked was because of Jackson Hayes. Oh, we can't run it back. I was one of the niggas that said, "Yo, just go with what you got." And they said you got to. And
So
then they said
Jackson Hayes
Luca.
was the
And then they
reason.
said Luca out of shape. And
That
please
was
do not
JJ
tell me
Here's
niggas
the
did
Redick.
not watch
problem.
Euro League, bro. Luca is
You
in
had a
shape, bro, and they
7-footer right
addressed
there.
their
They didn't
center
even play
issue.
him.
But the
Thank you.
goalpost is forever moving. They
Well,
You did
addressed
not
it, and
need.
they
You
I,
did
said
I
not
they
need
kicked
love
nothing
it.
out from
special
the
for
first
Rudy
round,
I
Gobert.
and
love
that's
it.
still not
See,
good enough,
everybody's
bro.
killing me.
Terrence Mann got
Everybody's
Rudy
killing
Gobert
me.
off the bench.
And we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to I think the second best team in the division, Golden State. And I
oh
like again,
God,
Golden State is another team I think is going to struggle. But I think they got topped about. Now the situation with Kuminga is weird. I think they should just trade Kuminga and get more bodies because I do think they need front court help. They cannot run this small ball. Draymond
yeah.
is another year older. Steph is another year older. Butler's another year older. And where's the young? See, you need young bodies. You need young legs. The combination. You need to combine. Your old vets is fine, but if your team is built of old vets, you need young guys to get you through the 82. Again,
Oh,
this is about the 82 and being
they
as
should have kept
healthy as you
Wiseman.
can for the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I got
Yeah.
Golden
Well,
State at 43.
yeah. Well, I think their problem is they just too small. I think
Yeah,
that's going to hurt them.
They've been
yeah.
And then
small for
And Golden
years,
State,
brother, for
no,
like a
They've been
decade
small
now.
for years, but guess what? They were
no, but
quick.
this
You
this
can't be hold
because
on.
this
You can't
NBA.
be small and slow and old. You got to pick a struggle. So if you're not going to get, if Steve Kerr is going to try to rely on small ball with guys Asian legs. Again, Steph is still Steph. Jimmy is still Jimmy. But again, you're talking about 82 games where you're going to see a young Portland team, where you're going to see the young guys on like everybody has some young legs. Houston got young
Portland
legs
not
around
fucking with
That's what I'm
KD.
saying.
Golden State either.
Houston
I don't know
got
about that
big.
Jimmy
Portland
stuff.
not fucking with
I
Golden
think
State
they
either.
big man. Houston big man is going to out rebound them if they see them again. And you got KD. And KD is on the team now, so
Yeah,
I don't
KD
see
might be
them beating
motivated.
Houston.
Yeah.
I don't see them beating
Look,
Houston.
just because of
Yeah.
Steph in them, I like them to win 43 games, but I do see them struggling on the boards. I do see them struggling defensively. Again, that's shit. There's championship medal there. There's winning players there. But at some point, you're gonna have to implement these young guys. Can you if you're gonna keep Kuminga, can you give Kuminga a consistent role? Again,
And win more games than that, man.
there's a lot of issues there. I
Weak,
got them
weak
at
perimeter
43 wins.
defense, weak perimeter defense, weak interior defense. They're
Yep.
gonna be all offense, brother. And you
All
got Jimmy,
offense.
who
And
shows you clear signs. Jimmy should have carried a little bit that last playoffs, which he wasn't able to do. I'm with you,
yeah.
Ro. I see them, and that 43 wins is based on stuff for real.
And look, I'm not that far off. The over-under is 45 and a half. Obviously, Vegas likes the experience factor, but don't think that they're like a stacked team that could win 50 games. So 45 and a half, I got the under. That's a close bet. I mean, that wouldn't be one of the things I would bet on because they could win 47 and like lose your money. But yeah, 45 and I like them winning. I
I'm
actually
giving them
think the
48
Pacific
wins.
Division is overrated.
They
To
one
be
stuff
honest.
I'm
injury
giving
away
them
from a
48
31
wins.
team, brother.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll give them 50.
See, that's please remember this, because one thing you could tell me about the starters, right? I'm gonna ask everybody, what's the plan B? Like, if I ask Biz about his Sixers, what's the plan B if Embiid gives you another 50 games, 45 games? That means he's out 30 games. How are they
Yeah,
gonna do in the 30 games
Embiid
he's
in
not
shape
there?
though.
I ain't
Embiid
gonna
in
hold you. I
shape.
think we're gonna be we not gonna be a strong team, but I think what my man Bona. Me and my homie, we ready for the young guys. I'm ready. I'm
Oh,
done
so
with
you like
Embiid. I mean, I
Bona?
still love Embiid, but I'm already ready. I'm already over the
I
process.
hear
I'm
you.
ready for
I hear you.
He
Beat
in
is
shape though, man. He be getting right.
Again, you guys. Again, hey, look. If anybody interested in fantasy basketball and you in this creation space, we doing a league. Ajani's in the league because I can't wait to play Ajani in fantasy basketball. I want to see how this motherfucker puts together a team. So
Who won that debate
hit
tonight?
me up in the comments and I'll send you the link to sign up. Like, we got 3 more spots available, so we are actually gonna try to do the draft on stream and everything. So I want to see how you motherfuckers put teams together, because I think a lot of y'all just know the stars. Because everybody, it's like, who got the better top end talent? Okay, that's cool, but I again, an 82 game season is relying on, okay, if this guy's hurt for a month, this guy pulled the groin here and there, who's stepping up to take his minutes and take his production? And that's where, again, like a Philly is in trouble because they relying on Paul George and
Maxey over in Embiid too.
yeah. So I think the class of the division and that over-under number is 47.5. I like the over. I give 52 wins to the Clippers. 52 wins. I don't know what the hell is going on with Kawhi. I'm assuming Kawhi is going to play.
The Clippers are.
That's
Say
a team
again?
that's injury prone. Kawhi gonna get injured. Harden gonna get injured.
But they got James Harden and they got Vika Zubac.
Clippers.
52 wins.
They got Dunn, they got Coffee, they got Derrick Jones, they got Zubac, they got defense.
No, I think Coffee didn't they didn't pick up Coffee.
No, they traded for John Collins. That was huge for them.
Oh yeah, I forgot. But the Clippers got a better defense than us. I think the Lakers got a top 3 offense in the West, but that's why I said, like, I can't understand how Rowe got the Warriors over the Lakers, and he values depth. Warriors barely got depth, man. They just got an old ass team. Their young players aren't really, you know what I mean. Their young players aren't really panning out. Jonathan Kuminga wants to leave. Like, I don't even think the Warriors are going to make the playoffs this year, because I think Dallas and San Antonio might be better than.
King Shay, you don't have no making the playoff?
Nah, I think they're going to be 9th. I think they might fall in the play-in. Maybe they make the playoffs because the play-in, they got a chance, obviously.
I think the only legit knockdown playoff team is the Clippers. I'm gonna stand on it. Y'all like the Lakers? I don't.
Bro.
Yeah.
Bro,
I like the Lakers.
What's the problem?
Bro, you get the Lakers 40-something wins. You get the Clippers 52, but
I gave them 40 wins. I gave the Lakers 40 wins. 40 wins. I stand on
better. It. Can we say the Lakers?
How did it get better?
Actually got that much better?
Yes, they got John Collins and Bradley Beal.
The Clippers are better.
Beal, really?
Yeah, you know one of the best. Didn't Zubac win the rebounding title?
Bradley Beal.
Yeah, he led the league in total rebound.
Zubac led the league in rebounds, guys. They got again Kawhi. Whether Kawhi plays or not, they'll make up for his minutes because you got the combination of John Collins. You still got James Harden, who is entrenched in point guard. Oh, didn't they get what's the backup point guard?
Chris Paul.
They got Bradley Beal, I think.
No, but Bradley
Beal is the 6th man.
What is Bradley Beal?
But he's
I
not.
don't understand.
Beal is going to be there too. That's why I said
Beal is going to be a guy that they can rely on for buckets. See, his role is completely different than it was in Phoenix. It's completely different than it was in it wasn't. And yet he's still a Bradley Beal that can put the ball in the bucket. See,
he's also an injury-prone player.
I get it, but he's not. He's a 6th man. He's the 6th man. Go ahead.
Most of these older players on the Clippers are injury prone. Like Chris Paul's injury prone, Kawhi's injury prone.
But again, you're talking about guys that are in a backup role. So you're not even talking.
They might not make the playoffs, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I don't know about
who, the Clippers.
Hell no.
Who knows, bro? If they fall into the play-in, bro.
You think Brook Lopez is gonna help them out?
A little bit for spacing.
Get another backup. You talking? See, these are guys that were starting for playoff teams last year. Now they're backups. I know Chris Paul wasn't a playoff team but again, they're backups. Again, Chris Paul brings veteran leadership. These are. Didn't we just have a debate
They have
against?
enough
And I
veterans.
think, look, Herm won. Herm watched Ajani because both my poll and CW's poll got Herm winning the fan vote, right? So Herm beat Ajani. And we all know intangibles matter. Ajani even proved it, and he crashed out because I asked him about his rebounding career in the Boys and Girls Club, and I was trying to give him props, and he got mad. But come on, man. Intangibles matter. Guys like Chris Paul provide intangibles. You get what I'm saying? He can be injury prone, but he's there in a backup role. So guess what? They still got young guys that they can throw into the mix. See, that's what I'm saying.
So
in today's NBA, it's 82 games. It's a grind. You need everybody on your roster.
So, Kiro, how many games do you think Chris Paul gonna play?
Let's go 50.
50 games?
They not making it, bro. They not making it.
But wait a minute. You forget
50 games?
Harden is their starter. And if Chris Paul ain't available, then they got what's his name? God damn it, what's his
They're
name?
not gonna be better than the Lakers, bro. I don't think
Oh,
they're
they're
gonna be
gonna be way
better
better
than the
than the
Warriors
Lakers.
either.
They're gonna be way better than the Lakers.
No,
They're a
not.
complete
No, they're
team.
not. No, they're
They're
not.
a complete. I know.
No, they're
When I
not.
ask who's gonna take the other team's best
They're
player,
not gonna be better than the Warriors. They're not gonna be better than Dallas. They're not gonna be better than the Rockets. They're not gonna be.
wow.
It's a lot.
Okay, I mean, look,
Bro,
you guys are entitled to your opinion, but I know, and I'll say this.
Bro, they're not even gonna be better than Sacramento, bro.
Oh, stop it! All right, now you're bugging.
Damn, bro.
Now you too far. Hell no.
They got Ty Washington again. A guy that Ty Washington. They got Nick Batum still there. They got Brad. They got Chris Paul again in a backup role. They got. Let me see, Chris Dunn. Yes, Chris Dunn. I have so many Dunns and nuns. They got Chris Dunn, who is a solid two-way guard. They got
might be the oldest team in the league, bro.
Okay, so what? So what? But they got young bodies as well.
And what happened? And do we not remember what happened to the Lakers when they had the oldest team in the league?
The Clippers younger.
Okay. When the Lakers had the oldest team in the league, they were paper thin. They didn't have a backup player in the center. Hold on, they didn't have a backup player in the center. It was a point where Stanley Johnson and LeBron James were playing center on that team. At what point will a Stanley Johnson play? They got Brook Lopez as the backup center, guys. What are you talking about? Avika Zubac is only 28.
These young boys
Avika
about
Zubac
to
is 28.
They about to, man, these young boys about to.
They got Derrick Jones Jr. He's 28.
I
mean, come on.
I think the Clippers are going to be better than the Lakers, but I don't think they're going to be way better. You know what I mean?
They also picked up Bogdanovic. They picked up Bogdanovic.
Hell no.
I think the Lakers will be better than the Clippers.
Not happening.
Okay.
Got the defense. Clippers got the defense for sure. You know what I mean?
Look, I'm so glad I have a platform. Like I said, I'm always humble. I'm so glad I have a platform. They got Bogdanovic. Bogdanovic was one of the better players on the Hawks last year. They got Bogdanovic. They are deep. I don't understand. God, this is a deep team. You can say some of these guys are old. Well, guess what? When the old guy gets hurt, there's somebody to step up into his role.
They're not
What
fucking
happened?
with Luka and company, bro. They're not fucking with Luka and company, bro. They're not.
So Luka and company again.
Kills the Clippers.
You guys look at. See, this is a problem with you guys.
They can't even mess with the second best player.
Oh, I see what Ro was saying. Ro was saying that y'all look at basketball from the lens of like, if you got
2-on-2, like it's NBA Jam. No, you need 15 guys to get through that 82 game grind, guys.
No, there is a playmaking issue that other teams will struggle with when it comes to the Lakers because they have three people that can handle the ball, bro.
One of the best playmakers. They got Harden, one of the best playmakers too. I mean, not as good as Luka, but
let's keep it funky. Let's keep it funky. It ain't like LeBron and here's the problem. It ain't like LeBron and Luka. It ain't like LeBron and Luka were like cooking. They weren't like necessarily the most. They didn't have chemistry. This is a team that scored 85 points in the fourth quarter against Minnesota.
That's why they
in the 5-game series.
That's why they need to trade Austin Reeves. Or
Okay.
bench him.
And what are they
bench
getting
him.
for Austin Reeves? What are they getting for Austin Reeves?
I mean, I'm looking. I know they
Who's
would never be
snoring?
able to.
It ain't JB because I
I would
muted
try
him.
to pull off like a, but I don't know. I would have to see how the season go for Michael Porter Jr. because he's been asked, but I think he could be.
We don't want Austin Reeves is better than Michael Porter Jr. Like that's a dumb.
I think the
he's not a better two-way player though.
Why
I think
would
the
the Nets
Aiden
want
pickup is
Austin
going to help the
Reeves?
Lakers out.
What
MPJ
defense
is a better two-way player, bro.
What defense?
MPJ is a two-way player?
He's not.
MPJ
Better
is
than
called
Austin
dog
Reeves,
shit on
yes.
defense.
Better than Austin
Okay,
Reeves, yes.
let me ask you this. Why would the Nets want to trade? Why would the Nets even want Austin Reeves?
Yeah.
He is a better offensive player than MPJ. I
Way
think,
better.
especially
Way
right
better.
now.
But why?
Way better.
Okay, but the Nets cannot build around an Austin Reeves. And guess what the Nets are going to want for any salary pickup, for any pickup, they're going to want first round draft picks. The Lakers don't have that to trade unless it's all the way down to 2032.
Yeah, I will give up. Listen, MPJ.
Okay, and let me ask you this.
There, bro,
Hold
but
on,
give
but
me
let me ask you
MPJ.
this. MPJ is going to bring what to the Lakers? He's going to take small forward minutes. He plays no defense. You bring in another non-defender. Okay, you bring in a shooter. Austin Reeves can shoot.
Bro. Y'all can't.
Austin Reeves can't shoot like Michael
What
Porter.
niggas is trying to
He
do
can't
is
shoot like
hold
Michael
last
Porter.
year to him, bro.
I like Michael Porter shooting
You're trying to
than
hold it to
Austin
last
Reeves.
year, bro.
Fellas, hit me in the comments if y'all interested in the fantasy basketball league, because I want to see how you motherfuckers put together teams. And this is fantasy teams. Putting together teams in real time. Oh my God. Some of you guys are the worst GMs in the world, bro.
Bro.
Yo,
y'all can't hold MPJ to last year, bro. He's still like let's not
Okay,
make it seem like in a
MPJ not only is one of the worst defenders. Now he's a great shooter. He's also inconsistent. But he's also we all know. Hold on. We all know he's the locker room cancer as well. Because he's the guy that it was beefing with everybody. He's the reason why Malone got fired. He's the reason why they supposedly had everybody loves Westbrook except for MPJ somehow. And like MPJ has done anything in his fucking career other than being an injury prone disappointment. But okay. I mean, he does have the championship ring, but we all know who was the worst player on that championship team of the starters. But yeah.
But he was still playing great defense during the playoffs.
What? Great defense and Michael Porter Jr.? Are you kidding?
That whole team was locking down defense. MPJ, Bruce Brown, all of them, bro. What are we talking about?
What are you talking about in 23? No. MPJ, they defended around. MPJ has never been a good defender, guys. Come on now. What are we talking about?
Bro, that team, period. Bro, that team and that system, period, bro, was locked in on defense on their championship run. So I didn't really see no kinks.
They're both bad defenders, but I think Austin Reeves is just substantially better offensively. Like that's the difference.
All right, hold on.
MPJ got the better body for it too.
All right. I mean, I want to know what does MPJ add to the Lakers.
I just listen.
His shooting adds to the Lakers.
We don't.
I think him being 6'10" helps too.
All right. I mean, you guys don't like my picks, but I don't like the way y'all build teams, and that's the problem. Everybody tries to play, and then it's funny. Everybody tries to play fantasy basketball, man.
Just give me a two-way play. It don't even have to be MPJ. Just
MPJ
give me. That's what I just
all right,
think.
hold on. Let's see if I got the link.
Austin Reeves has gained enough value last season to he's gained enough value to be traded for something substantial or something that at least. You know what I mean? Better fit for the starting lineup. They can't have all the niggas in the starting lineup. That's my only problem. You got to do something with either Austin Reeves or Rui. I would rather Austin Reeves because Rui's 6'8". So I'd rather Austin Reeves, you know what I mean, go to the bench, bro, and bring Vandal up or bring Marcus Smart in. Like, do something like that, and I'll feel much more comfortable about that, period. But they way better than the Lakers. I mean, they way better than the Clippers, bro. You're not about to play.
All right, we'll see. What did you think about?
You ain't about to play that.
Hey, Hood. Will you trade Reeves for Trey Murphy?
No.
Not
You
Trey
wouldn't
Murphy.
do that?
I'm
Why
passing up.
would New Orleans do that? Trey Murphy is one of the most sought after two-way players in the league. He's athletic.
But
Now,
that's
one
what I'm
thing is
saying.
he's injury prone.
The labor like two-way player. Like Trey Murphy is a good.
If you got to add something with him though.
He's a decent.
How about Herb Jones? How about Herb Jones?
So why would they give up Herb Jones? Like, why
Thank
would
you.
they give
Now,
up
look,
these
me and
players?
Lamont agreed on something.
Bro, y'all think these teams are just gonna gift away players for
Gift
nothing?
you some, hey, Austin. Hey,
Yeah, no,
I've been joking. Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves for Giannis. Austin Reeves, the 2031 pick for Giannis, Bobby Portis Jr. and motherfucking Kyle Kuzma back.
I
I'm just
do
like,
that.
God.
I would do that if I was the Bucks.
And you know what, Ro? That's why I don't like about trades, because that's why I only talk about what you have right now. Like, so when I talk about the Lakers, it's not about what they coulda, shoulda, woulda had. I'm just looking at them, and I know you have a different opinion. I'm looking at them, I'm saying, based on what they got, and for all these teams, everything revolves around health. But I'm saying, based on what they got, I think defensively, I think you shortchanging them a little bit. I think they can be a lot better. I think they can be a lot better than you giving them credit for defensively.
No, if they scheme it, you're right. If they scheme it,
especially if Jared Vanderbilt is healthy, he's the one that changes their defense. When
but see, and that's the thing. As soon as you play Jared Vanderbilt, well, what do you think about LeBron reducing his minutes?
King Rowe, you have to understand this. Every time he's been healthy, he's completely changed their defense.
I agree.
It's just the fact that he can't stay healthy. But remember when he was healthy? Remember when they first acquired him and he was healthy? It pushed the Lakers to like a top 3 defense in the league. They went into the playoffs.
And y'all were calling him the young Rodman. Y'all were calling him the new Rodman.
Nobody called him that. Nobody called him that. Last year, up before he got hurt, he had that team defensively looking elite. But then he got hurt again. Like for the last 3 years, every time he goes long stretches in the rotation with the Lakers, their defense goes through the roof. Like we cannot pretend that he does not completely rewire how they defend as a team.
So cool. I agree he is a weapon. I agree he's a weapon. But this is the thing.
Availability. He's one of the best in the league.
Okay, I agree to that. Yeah. The same way I believe in Richard Robinson, right? But here's the thing: availability. And here's my thing. Oh, but hold on. Here's my thing. Whose minutes does he take?
Yeah, but that's why I said my projections are incorporating the fact that these guys are healthy. Like again, if you're praying on these guys getting hurt,
all right,
I can pray on anybody getting hurt, and I can make anything bad. I can pray on the fact that SGA might roll his ankle and might be out 6 months.
You're right. All right, you're right.
We can only talk about these teams from the perspective of being healthy until they aren't.
I get it. But okay, here's the thing. First of all, I'm gonna go by history, because I can't expect a guy that plays an average of 30 games a season to all of a sudden play 70.
And
even Mr. Robinson.
If the Warriors would have thought like you, they would have traded Steph Curry.
But Lamont, this is why I asked, what is the plan B in case this guy gets hurt? Because everybody has to have a plan B.
Because what you're doing is you're shortchanging everybody else. One, you're shortchanging DeAndre Ayton as if he does not significantly fill up a humongous void. That
you're right, but then
also, you're shortchanging Jake LaRavia because you didn't see much of him in Sacramento. So because you don't know him and because he's not a flashy name, you're basically showing him when he's a really good defensive player.
Okay, right.
Also,
if LaRavia is what you say he is, where does he play?
Also, Marcus Smart has been buried on bad teams for the last couple of years. But
I understand.
Why not too long ago? So you're
you know, Memphis was the second seed halfway into the season.
Lamont, you also forgot Maxi Cleaver.
Max,
he's a good.
Bro, but Max Cleaver, I'm not looking at him as like a defender, but it's a floor spacer that can give you a different lineup, a more unique lineup if you need shooting. I mean, that's why I said they have a whole bunch of variations of lineups that to me can cause a lot of problems because they're not one-dimensional.
Yeah.
That's all them boys got in shape. They all in shape,
again,
bro.
I'm gonna ask again. Where do they
niggas are locked, bro?
Where do they play in the rotation? What are their normal minutes? What part of that's the way I'm gonna always look at teams. And that's why I project the way I do. I am accounting for possible injuries, and I do look at injury history. But if
the rotations will be pretty much the same as they always do. You're gonna have Jared Vanderbilt pushing 18 to 25 minutes. You're gonna have Marcus Smart, who I feel is gonna play 20 to 30 minutes on good nights. I feel like you're going to have Jake LaRavia, who 10 to 18 minutes a night, I think, or maybe even more if he's making the 3-ball. Again, DeAndre Ayton, I believe he's going to be pushing 28 to 32 minutes a game because now you have a viable backup center. I think Jackson Hayes is a hell of a backup, and Jackson Hayes is a backup when you're looking at a guy who put in 8 to maybe 15 minutes a game. Again, their depth and their versatility, the different types of lineups he can put out there now has changed. Right. And obviously you want this now because what the main goal is you want to try to, in a smart way, you want to try to keep LeBron James between 32 to 35 minutes a game. You try not to exceed that. So again, with the players that they brought in, they now have the ability to try to go after keeping LeBron in that 30 to 35 minute range.
So if I said 28 to 33, would that be stretching it or?
Yeah.
I mean, look, because but at the end of the day, LeBron's too good. You need him on the court 30 to 35 minutes. Remember, we're talking about playing winning basketball. So him and Luka are going to be. Luka's probably going to be 35 to 40 minutes, right?
Of course,
LeBron 30 to 35 minutes. Those are your two top players. You got to find a way to make sure they're hitting their benchmarkers on the minutes, right? But then when you look at guys like when you guys look at Vanderbilt, obviously Vanderbilt has an injury history. So you want to try to confine him to that 20 to 25 minutes a game, if less, if you're blowing teams out, right? But because you always want to keep him ready to go as that defensive weapon. Marcus Smart, we know he can push up to 40 minutes if you need to. But again, you want to keep Marcus Smart in that window of range. Obviously, Austin Reeves is a scorer. He needs last year 20 points per game. You cannot just take him off the court, but he's going to need his 28 to 32 minutes. So at the end of the day, I think there's plenty of minutes. The rotation is going to be easy for JJ Redick. You're asking us to go be the coach and divvy up the minutes when games, but we all know.
Yeah, that's how I do it. Yeah.
It's not like they're trying to juggle. They're not trying to play 15 guys. We're only talking about 8 to 9 guys here. It's not that difficult, King Row. This is just the average NBA rotation. So it's not like we're asking JJ to go.
Somebody's odd man out because you forgot about Rui Hachimura. Again,
Hachimura's a starter. He's going to play starter minutes.
We forgot about Dalton Connect. Where does he get in? Do we trade Dalton Connect?
Wasn't in the rotation last year. He's not going.
Yeah, I think we should get rid of Dalton.
And no Bronny either. Okay, Bronny would be 2A again.
Hold on, but you're acting like, bro, you're bringing up players who are typically not in the rotation.
Okay,
don't talk to me about non-rotation guys. You cannot play everybody.
Got it. Okay, so
hey, Lamont,
brain King Row.
Hey, Lamont. What you have? How many wins you have? Lakers winning.
I mean, I got the Lakers. I say between. If I had to say a number, I'm gonna say between 44 to 51 wins. 44 to 51. Now.
So you're likely on the unders.
They're one of the few teams. They're one of the few teams to where I feel like if they hit their ceiling, and also more importantly, if they stay healthy, they can push over 55 wins because now Luka's in shape. I think this is they're one of the scariest teams.
55 is a step, but okay.
The team that I think is going to have one of the biggest declines, and it's because one, obviously, just got a lot of crazy stuff going on. I don't like the makeup of the Clippers right now.
Okay.
I don't like.
Me too.
I
agree with you.
Bradley Beal. He's leaving Phoenix to go literally into the same role with the Clippers. He wasn't happy with that role in Phoenix. He walks into the Clippers with the same role, and I'm expecting Tim to be happy, and all of a sudden.
But he is on a better team, though.
No, he's not.
Without a doubt, he's on a better team.
I don't believe so.
Lamont is cooking, bro. Lamont is cooking right now.
They were a non-playing team. You think the Clippers are a playing team? Or you think the Clippers are not going to be a playing team? They still got James Harden.
I'm not saying that. Look, when I say that they're going to decline, what I'm saying is the expectations that some of y'all are having. I don't see. For me I'm big on chemistry. I don't see the chemistry. I don't see how Bradley Beal works. I don't see how Collins works. Like some of the guys, like these guys that they brought together. Yes, it might work, but to me, Ty Lue is going to have to do this might have to be one of his best coaching performances ever to make this work.
I think Ty Lue's already a good coach, right? He's a championship coach. I didn't say he wasn't a good. I said for this combination of players to work, one, you got to get Bradley Beal to buy into being the third option again. He didn't buy into it. 51 team.
Probably not going to by it now. So again, I don't expect him to change. Players are players. And I think the only reason he's even in LA is because Ballmer probably offered him some additional benefits just to go there as well for the money, because we know he's all about his money only. That's why he didn't want to give up the no trade clause. So again, I think he's there for the wrong reasons. Bradley Beal doesn't fit. He doesn't fit.
Well, if he don't fit, then chuck him. Again, he's a
you cannot chuck a player that you bring in on a buy-in. It's not worth it to chuck him.
Wait. Didn't they get him on? They bought him out and they signed him on a vet minimum deal, right?
So you don't get rid of guys who are on vet minimum deals because it does you no justice. You don't get rid of
if they're fucking up the locker room, then you do. Because again, I got Chris Nunn. I got
coach up and he's not going anywhere.
I got Jones. I got guys that I look. Didn't Portland send DeAndre? If DeAndre Ayton is what you think he is, why did Portland send him away?
Because it's not hard to see why they sent him away. Because the type of big that Portland wanted, they went and drafted. They didn't think they were going to be able to get Klingon, but they got Klingon.
So again, that's what I'm saying.
Once you get Klingon, and then also the development of the other big African big down there, nobody saw him developing into what he is doing, what he was doing last year. So his development, Klingon's development, them getting the guy that they wanted,
and then the Chinese kid, right? He's another one. That guy's
not a center. He's not a center. He's going to be a 3 or 4. But so at the end of the day, sometimes teams decide to go a different direction. It does not mean Ayton is trash. Ayton is not a trash player. For the last 3 years, Ayton has been as far as centers go, he has the highest field goal percentage out of the pick and roll for the last 3 years out of all NBA centers. Now, what does Luka love? Pick and roll. What does LeBron love? Pick and roll. What do you think Ayton is going to dominate in this year? As he's always dominated in scoring
when he plays.
Keep cooking, Lamont. Keep cooking.
Bro, this is just basketball 1-on-1. All I'm saying is
okay, cool. And the Lakers are not making the playoffs.
Hold on. He said, hold on. Oh, King Rowe. What do you want to bet on that? And I will give you odds.
You don't even believe that.
I will give you odds. I will give you 5-1 odds.
I made 2 bets. I made 2 bets on it. Put it this way. I won't. Since y'all think Portland, how about Lakers versus Clippers win total?
I will give you 5-1.
Lakers versus Clippers win total. What's King State?
You might as well go 10-1. Bro.
Ayton gonna cook the Clippers. I think Ayton gonna cook the Clippers.
He gonna cook a Vika Zubac. He gonna kick a Vika Zubac. He gonna kick a Vika Zubac. Okay.
No, he kills Zubac. Ayton kills Zubac.
Hey, look. This is y'all. I'm glad y'all feel the way y'all feel.
Ayton's gonna be a problem.
I want to see a Clipper Laker matchup.
Ayton for his career averages 15 and 10 on Zubac. That's only gonna go up with Luka next to you.
Okay,
Luka's already a Clipper killer.
Okay. I mean, he's a Clipper killer. That means what to me?
Hold on. You're comparing this Lakers to the Clipper thing. So if you're looking forward to that matchup, I don't know why you're looking forward to the Clippers just doing all this dominating.
I mean, again, doing dominant. I just think they're going to be a solid. I think they're going to be the best team in the division. I think they're the deepest team in the division. I think they got answers for their answers. They got Bogdan Bogdanovic. Like sitting there, that's another guy that y'all don't mention. Y'all don't mention Derrick Jones Jr. Y'all don't mention Chris Dunn. Y'all don't mention Amir Coffey. I mean, come on.
Who's he stopping though on the Lakers?
See, again, you talk about who's he stopping. I see
he don't want to believe in Jared Vanderbilt.
Hold on, this is the Laker team I saw score 85 points in the fourth quarter of a playoff series. That's a 68-point a game in this era. A 68-point a game in the most important quarter. So I don't like their closing.
We're talking about this team is a different team.
Look. This is all okay. This is and I stand on it. I got the Lakers winning 40. I got them as a clear under. You probably have them as under.
How much do you want to bet on that? How much do you want to bet on
that? I want to bet. I'll
give you
Clippers versus Lakers. So Clippers versus Lakers. You name the stake.
That's a hell of an odd to give somebody on a straight up bet. I'm giving you 5-1 odds. You can name the number. I guarantee you.
Okay, so 100 versus your 5.
Over 41.
100 versus your 5. 100 versus your 5. Clippers will win more games.
Dummy. That's not 5-1. I said 5-1 odds.
Okay, on what?
That's you. Hold on the Lakers making the playoffs.
No, I don't know. Because what I'm not gonna bet. What I'm not gonna bet. No. Because I don't want the Lakers to get the 9th seed. Hold on. I don't want the Lakers to get the 9th seed and then watch some shady ass WWE.
Okay, let's just say this. I bet you that the Lakers, when the season ends, they're at least an 8 seed. We'll just say that.
That's
I mean, it
too
was a 3
easy.
seed last year.
Now, hold on, that's too easy.
I don't care.
Oh my god.
Last year, this is a whole different team, isn't it?
A better team.
I don't think they're better. But
You're
that's
not doing the bet, King Row, because you don't believe it.
no, I do believe it. I actually
Okay,
do
then
believe
do the
it.
bet.
I don't. No, you're not. No, because I'm sorry. This is a situation with 67% of the
My
team
500 to you, my 500 to your 250.
on what? On the Lakers making the playoffs?
Yes.
No, I'm not making. I'm not making that bet. I'm not making.
If you believe in something, you'll stand on it. You'll die for it.
10 toes down. Be 10 toes down.
Ro knows that the Lakers are going to win at least 45 games. That's why.
Hold on. The name of this podcast is 10 toes down. Stand on it, King Ro. I want to hear you stand on it. 500 to my 500 to your 250. Stand on it.
Bro, each year they won more games than the last. It went to like 43 to like 40.
King Ro is just saying this because he does not like LeBron. This is not out of logic. This is why he will not dare bet on it. He's not dumb. Like y'all think King Ro is dumb. He is not dumb. He won't take the bet because he's not dumb.
Yeah, Bron getting his this season, so we already know that.
To make matters, like, the Warriors are not better than the Lakers, and that's what King Rose. No, I know they're nowhere near.
Hey, Aiden's gonna kill. Aiden's gonna kill the Golden State Warriors if they match up.
I got the Lakers as a top 5 seed again.
Yeah,
me too. I got Lakers at 5.
King Ro got Universe Galaxy.
Hold on. My bad. I'm back. I got bumped out.
King Ro, you know Universe Galaxy? You need to bring him up.
And OKC not making it out the second round.
Universe Galaxy. Okay, I mean, if you could book them.
Whoever said okay
right now, hold on. I'm gonna tell you right now, King Ro.
Go ahead.
This dude, I'm almost bro. Now, he's unique. I'm gonna tell you this right now. He's a very unique guy. He's super entertaining. He is very entertaining. But I promise you, you're gonna have some of the best streams. You might be annoyed as the host, but you're gonna have some of the best streams you've ever had if you bring this guy up. I promise you.
Listen, I'm here for it. I'm here for it again.
He's like he's like the Vis, but he's the LeBron fan Vis.
Okay. I mean, I took on Iron Man and Mar the other night, and you know, and shout out to Iron Man, shout out to Mar.
But
y'all
hold
were
on.
good sports.
I'm gonna warn you, King Ro. I'm gonna tell you, Universe Galaxy. This dude is like an almanac. He knows so many accurate and obscure facts about Michael Jordan. I'm telling you, if you get into a debate with him about Michael Jordan, bro, he's gonna spin circles around you. Because
so he does
I'm telling you right now, all he does. No. I'm telling you right. I don't look at myself as an almanac. I'm telling you right now, this dude just knows. I'm talking about his whole channel is based around like he has so many. And this dude, if you go to his channel, I don't know where he finds these videos on Michael Jordan. He will find videos on Michael Jordan that I don't even know where he gets access to this stuff, man. Bro.
Which again, which goes to show you see, I'm an overlooker. We all know that Jordan had missed shots and all. Bro, at the end of the day,
he does more than that, bro.
You're not turning me off of 247 and 55. You're not turning me off the 2 3-peats. You're not turning me off the 10 scoring title. So again, if you want to come up there and knock them, you see,
he has
Knicks in my background.
His top 50. He says Jordan is not in his top 50.
Which one of y'all are snoring? It ain't JB because I muted him.
Hell no.
Yes.
Jordan got at least be top 10.
No, Universe Galaxy, and he has a logical explanation.
Damn,
I got
why he will tell you why Jordan isn't even top 50 all time.
Oh, okay. So basically, no, you know who he is? He's the Jordan hater. He's the Carsino of Jordan haters. He's the Carsino of Jordan haters. And come on, he's the Jordan hater. Come on, bro. Not top 50. Stop the bullshit.
I'm telling you, if you hear his criteria, it makes sense.
What criteria can be put outside the top 10?
Is it obscure criteria? Yes, but it does make sense.
It does not. Stop it, bro. See, here we go. I'm crazy for saying the Lakers not making the playoffs again.
No, I didn't say you were crazy.
Snoring?
No,
I didn't say you were crazy. Snoring,
bro. They is making the playoffs, and like I did say that.
But
OKC not
Jordan
making
is
it out
top
the
top
second
not
round,
top
bro.
50.
No, I said his criteria puts Jordan is not top 50.
Yeah, but what's the criteria? Like, how is it going to be
Well, hold
logical?
on. How about this, y'all? How about when he goes live, y'all hit that? Or you hold on, have King Row invite him over here, and I promise you, go get your popcorn.
Listen,
King Row,
come
Universe
up.
Galaxy combined.
Come up because
I'm telling you right now, him and King Row together will be one of the funniest streams of the year, man.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Because let me see. I know you do a lot of muting over there, and I know y'all love. See, I know.
I told him to come over here.
I,
Hold on, I will get him over here on this channel, man.
Knicks.
Please.
Yo, I got the
Tuesday.
Knicks.
I'm coming up Tuesday. I might do something on the weekend. We'll see.
I actually got a question though, like to
Sure,
Ro.
Yeah.
How do you got Hakeem over Duncan by your logic of intangibles?
Better player. Was number one, was the best player. See, I think here's the thing on my goal process, and I think it's something I usually
But he
skip
has
over.
Bill Russell over Tim Duncan.
Yes,
Tim
I
Duncan's
do.
the better player.
Yes, I do.
JB.
No, it ain't JB because I muted him. Oh damn! No, he keeps unmuting. Probably is JB. Yeah, JB is a hard worker, guys. That's my boy. What
no, that wasn't. No, I wasn't snoring, but well, yeah, my phone is losing charge though, so I may have to.
Yeah, no doubt, JB. You know we're gonna chop it up. You know we're gonna chop it up. But look, Akeem Olajuwon is a better player. Go look at the 7-year peak. Go look at the fact that, yes, I do believe that Akeem Olajuwon in 94 and 95 was the best player in the world. I don't think there was any season or any period of time where Duncan was the best player in the world. Why? Because I think Kobe and Shaq were better when they were in their peak. That's it. Now, Duncan was consistently great for a long time. I give you that. And that's why I have him over guys that I think technically were better than him as well. It's below him. And the stats will prove it. Duncan is great. Again, I got him 13. I don't have him like 25.
13 is like insane to me because I feel like
I just think it's weird that
you know what kills me though? You know what kills me? I didn't have nobody told me that Duncan was consistent top 5 until he won the 5th ring. And when he won the 5th ring, yeah, he was providing a lot of the tangibles, as Herm said, but he wasn't exactly prime Duncan anymore. Same way when Kareem won his 5th and 6th championship, he wasn't in his prime either. But that also puts him up.
But you have Hakeem over Duncan for skill, but you don't have Duncan over Bill Russell for skill. Duncan's more skilled than Bill Russell.
I see it again. But I also think that Bill Russell, for a period of time, was the best player on the planet.
So you value being the best player in the world, right?
Yes, I do. Because if you understand who my current
why
best
is
player
LeBron
is.
7? So why is LeBron so low if you value that?
I was 1 actually by that logic.
LeBron is 8, and again, there's the parts where I tax. See, the problem is with LeBron. Again, as I say, I tax him because
he has moving criteria, y'all.
No, I don't have moving criteria because I hold everybody to the same standard. It's the same reason why I have Bill Russell. Yo, who the fucking snoring? I don't know if it's
put it
Iron
on the other
Man.
screen so we can see who's
Hey,
snoring.
Iron Man.
That's not me.
It might be Ruddy. It might be Ruddy.
Nah, I'm right here, bro.
Okay, hold up. King?
Yeah.
Okay. Iron Man.
No, that's not me.
Bro, it's C-Dub. No, C-Dub is muted. Who the fuck is snoring? So somebody might, somebody got a girl that's snoring. It sounds like a man snore. I don't know. There's only 6 people on the panel. Everybody checked in. CW is muted. I don't know. Anyway.
But I just don't understand, like, because LeBron was the best player in the world from like 2010, 2011.
Yes, he was. And I put that in his category. I put his longevity in the category. But here's the problem. When I start taxing players, LeBron has been on a lot of teams. And again, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that's real key to my goal process.
Special
it's not even a criteria anymore. Hold on. See, if you're gonna ask me about it, you gotta let me land the plane, especially on my show. Here's the deal. When I think you're the best player in the world, I actually think at the time that I would pick you, all things being equal, like say we all got good teams, we all got a contender team. I will pick you, and the current player that I would pick, if all things were equal, is Joker. That's why he's the best player in the world, I believe. Now, I believe SGA is number 3. I believe Giannis is number 2. Here's the problem with Giannis. He doesn't have the team. Now, that could change if he gets traded somewhere. But the fact of the matter is, if I think you're the best, if I think you're the most likely player to lead a team to a championship, I think you're the best player in the world.
Why would LeBron? Why would
Go ahead.
LeBron? Why would LeBron be at 8 by that logic? He should be easily top 3.
See, but you thinking that's the only thing apart. No, here's the deal, right? This is what I'm saying. At the beginning, ESPN today named him the 8th best player in the league, right?
Why does ESPN matter? ESPN's opinion matter, though.
Okay, well, it's a consensus, right? So what do you think LeBron is? What do you think his ranking is?
I think he's
top 15.
Yeah,
okay,
I think
so
he's
top
top
15. I think he's top 20. I think he's top 20. So again, no, but here's the thing. A lot of these seasons he's played with AD. They were picked and favored to win championships, and they've been out of the first round 2 times in the last 7 years. Is that not true?
Wait, they were favored? We were never favored.
Not favoring no,
we were
2023.
Okay, in 2021, they were favored to take the West. They didn't even make the play-in tournament.
You know what happened?
That's because Anthony Davis.
Now I know what happened.
Anthony Davis was hurt.
See, this is the problem.
Yeah,
this is the problem. But he's played with AD all of those years.
AD and LeBron got hurt that year.
Keep saying everybody gets hurt. Well, guess what? That's part of the taxation. If you're gonna be out there, it's part of the taxation.
In 2022 was different.
They were old.
Our team was we had Rondo, Dwight, Melo, Marcus Gasol. Our team was older.
Wayne Ellington.
See, you keep saying that, but then again, he picked the team. He wanted Westbrook. He wanted Westbrook. They traded KCP. KCP went to help Denver win a championship. So if you're trading championship pieces away,
this is the special LeBron criteria that he
it's
has.
not a special LeBron criteria. Because guess what? Hold on, Lamont. You do streams on this. Kobe traded Shaq away. I taxed Kobe for the same reason. That's why. Hold on. That's why he's behind Bird, in my opinion.
Hold on. When does that part of my criteria?
But that's my criteria, not yours.
No, you said that. I said that Kobe traded Shaq away. When do I ever use that to tell people?
You've made streams talking about that, Lamont.
I just because I talk about it doesn't mean I use it to rank Kobe.
Okay, but you're right. But then that's part of my criteria, as I just explained. Don't lose the
same metric with everybody. If anybody didn't gel well with a teammate and forced another guy out, that means literally I would have to hold Hakeem to another standard.
But in LeBron's case, hold on. In LeBron's case,
Jordan, we would have to put Jordan to that same standard.
But
he pushed a lot of guys out.
In LeBron's case, it wasn't that he didn't gel well. He just wanted Westbrook because he thought, I'm shooting even higher.
Special standard.
No, it's not a special standard. It's not a special standard when you trade for a former MVP and it doesn't work out, sir. See,
every player in your top 10 has played with great players and it didn't work out. Every player. Hakeem played with great players and it didn't work out.
Okay.
But Jordan played with great players. It didn't work out all the time.
Okay.
This is the same thing. It happens like that with everybody.
They got Scottie Pippen on a free agent deal, right? They got Scottie Pippen on a free agent deal at the end of his career, after he's already done. No, see, that's what I'm talking about. And again, notice I have Kareem behind LeBron.
You got excuses for the super team.
No. Notice I have a team behind LeBron. You want to know my? Say again. I have Kareem at number 9. So if you're going to tell me him failing with Scottie Pippen, losing in the first round, now mind you lost in the first round of a lockout shortened season with Scottie Pippen, right? If you're going to tell me that needs to knock Kareem all the way out of the top 10, then that's bullshit. If you're going to tell me him not making the playoffs a couple of years with Sleepy Floyd and Rodney McRae, then that's also bullshit. Because
we don't use these metrics. We don't use these metrics to devalue players or derank.
You keep talking about what you use. I use what I use, and I look at the
you
entire
don't use it for
picture
everybody.
for everybody. That's not true. It's not true.
Okay, so
by your logic,
forcing teammates out and not living up to expectation. What player in your top 10 did not do that?
Say again.
Every player in your top 10 has at one point in time in their career not lived up to expectation with good rosters.
Name. Okay, so what's the worst? What for Kareem? What's the worst part? Well, I mean, Akeem.
Okay, so
what was the worst?
Hold on. We can go when we like, for example, when we go to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, everybody talks about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the 70s and all the failures there, right? He didn't really start winning again until they got Magic going into the 80s, right? When you go to Larry Bird, obviously Larry Bird has had his horrendous NBA finals, right? There also we go to Magic Johnson, the tragic Johnson moment. Magic Johnson has a whole bunch of letdowns when they should have won. We can go to every player in your top 10. If you go down the list, I can go to a time in their career where they did exactly what you're accusing LeBron James of. But again, you're not holding them to this ridiculous standard because it's not a real standard. You just don't like LeBron, and you're just too scared to tell us that.
And this is and Tim Duncan was the best player in the world in 2003.
Bro, why do you talk about narratives? Like, I don't even feel like, because here's the issue. By your logic, Kareem should be top 5. If you value longevity, if you value being the best in the world, if you value stability and Kareem not trading away really any other guys in his prime, he played on a shitty roster in his prime. Yep. If you value all of that, Kareem should be top 5. Even by that logic,
he doesn't value it, King Shai. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah. He only creates this for LeBron. He does not value it. So just like when he told you, remember what he said? He says, I think Hakeem is the better player.
Yeah.
Okay. If you value skill, then isn't Tim Duncan a better player than Bill Russell?
Thank you. Isn't LeBron
he don't value these things. He just creates new avenues to put players higher, and he'll change it every time we move to another player. That's why I say
no. See, this is the thing, because you don't seem to understand. I have 10 parts of my criteria, and I apply it equally to everybody. Again, what happens is you're going to sit there and look like there's only one thing that I sit there and make the case. Again, I watched Clayton Crawley, right, his YouTube channel, and he did making the case for 8 players, right?
Yeah.
You notice when he made the case, he didn't knock anybody, but he did bring up negatives and narratives, right?
Who is Clayton Crawley? Who is this guy? Who is this?
He's a YouTuber who made the Making the Case series. Like, come on, Lamont. You didn't watch the Making the Case series?
I just asked you who he was. I don't even know.
He was basically a guy. He's basically a YouTuber who went and researched and went and looked in articles and things like that. The guy was born in 1998, and he did a good series because he made the case for 8 players. And he didn't use Kobe or Shaq, right? But he made the case for Duncan. He made the case for Bird. And he sat there and did everybody. He didn't really tell you what. Actually, I think at the end he did say Michael Jordan is my number 1 and LeBron is my number 2 or 3 or whatever. But he made the case without.
That's why he came to that conclusion, because he's using logical criteria.
Shout out to again, it's things that I took from him that I learned about these players that I ranked. So I look at everything. I look at the fact that stop. I look at no, it's not. It's a process. I don't even use that criteria. I don't use the criteria anymore. It's a process.
Science experiment, man.
What?
Damn. Playing my age.
I cannot find who the hell is snoring, and it's throwing me the hell off. But it can't be so though. Let me put CW backstage, because again, he's muted, so it's not him.
It sounds like it might be something on your end.
No, I'm not. My wife and kid is up. Let's see. King Shy is here. Iron Man is here. FYF is here.
Hey, Key-Roll.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Key-Roll.
Go ahead.
You can mute me. I mute my